The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 4, Side 1. In the spring of 1801, Napoleon wrote to his brother Joseph, "Monsieur de Staël is in the most abject misery, and his wife gives dinners and balls." Joseph relayed the rebuke. Germaine went to Monsieur's room in the Place de la Concorde and found him in the last stages of paralysis. She attended to his care, and in May 1802 she took him with her when she left Paris for Switzerland. He died on the way and was buried in the cemetery of Coppet. In that year, increasingly excitable, Madame de Staël began to take opium. 2. The Author. She was the greatest European authoress of her time, and the greatest French author, barring Chateaubriand. She had written 15 books, now forgotten, before 1800. In that year she offered a major work, De la Littérature. Thereafter she produced 2 novels, Delphine in 1803 and Corinne in 1807, that made her famous throughout Europe. In 1810 to 1813, she fought the battle of her life to publish her masterpiece, De l'Allemagne. At her death, she left another major work, Considérations sur la Révolution Française, and Les 10 années d'exil. All of those here named were substantial and conscientious productions, some running to 800 pages. Madame de Staël worked hard, loved assiduously, and wrote passionately. She fought to the end the strongest man of her time, and sadly triumphed in his fall. De la littérature considérée dans ses rapports avec les institutions sociales undertook a large and heroic theme. I propose to examine the influence of religion, morals, and laws upon literature, and the influence of literature upon religion, morals, and laws. It still breathes the spirit of the 18th century, freedom of thought, the individual versus the state, the progress of knowledge and morals. Here is no supernatural myth, but faith in the spread of education, science, and intelligence. The first prerequisite of progress is the liberation of the mind from political control. With minds so freed, literature will embody, spread, and transmit the mounting heritage of the race. We must not expect art and poetry to progress like science and philosophy, for they depend chiefly on imagination, which is as keen and fertile in early as in later times. In the development of a civilization, art and poetry precede science and philosophy. So the age of Pericles preceded that of Aristotle, the Middle Ages preceded Galileo, the art of Louis XIV preceded the intellectual Enlightenment. The progress of the mind is not continuous. There are retrogressions due to disturbances in nature or to the vicissitudes of politics. But even in the Middle Ages, science and scientific method advanced and made possible the appearance of Copernicus, Galileo, Bacon, and Descartes. In every age, philosophy represents the accumulation and substance of the intellectual heritage. Perhaps, she mused, philosophy will in some future era be sufficiently comprehensive and mature to be to us what the Christian religion has been in the past. She defined les lumières philosophiques, philosophical enlightenment, as the appreciation of things according to reason, and only in the face of death did she waver from her faith in the life of reason. The triumph of the light, les lumières, has always been favorable to the greatness and betterment of mankind. But, she continues, having read Rousseau as well as Voltaire, the growth of the intellect is not enough. Knowledge is only one element in understanding. The other is feeling. There must be a sensitivity of the soul as well as of the senses. Without it, the soul would be a tabula mortua, a dead receiver of physical sensations. With it, the soul enters into the life of other living beings, shares their wondering and suffering, feels the soul within the flesh, the God behind the material world. From this viewpoint, the Romantic literature of the misty North, Germany, Scandinavia, Great Britain, is as important as the classic literature of the sunny South, Greece and Italy. The poems of Ocean are as important as Homer's epics, and Werther was the greatest book of its time. Napoleon, in his youth, would have agreed with these evaluations, but he must have been disturbed by the author's view of the relations between literature and government. Democracies, she held, tend to subject writers and artists to popular tastes. Aristocracies lead them to write for an elite, encouraging deliberate thought and sobriety of form. Absolutism promotes art and science, thereby imposing itself through splendor and power, but it discountenances philosophy and historiography, for these make for a breadth and depth of view dangerous to dictatorship. Democracy stimulates literature and retards art. Aristocracies impose taste, but frown upon enthusiasm and originality. Absolute government stifles freedom, innovation, and thought. If France could have a constitutional government, reconciling order and liberty, she might combine the stimulations of democracy with the judicious restraints of lawful rule. All in all, this was a remarkable book for a woman of 34 years and several million francs. There are errors, of course, in these 600 pages, for when the mind outgrasps its reach, it is bound to risk a fall, though it may shake to the ground some elusive fruit. Madame was a bit vague in history and literature. She thought the Irish were Germans and that Dante was a minor poet. But she argued bravely for a liberal government and a reasonable Christianity, and she spilled 100 aperçus on her way. She foresaw that the development of statistics might make government more intelligent, and that political education might help prepare candidates for public office. She remarked prophetically that scientific progress makes moral progress a necessity, for if man's power is increased, the checks that restrain him from abusing it must be strengthened. There is scarcely an idea of the 18th century which the book does not transmit, scarcely an idea of the 20th century which it does not contain in germ. She had written, in this volume, her lifelong plaint, that the entire social order is arrayed against a woman who wants to rise to a man's reputation in the realms of art and thought. Now she had to make an exception. For, as she wrote 21 years later, in the spring of 1800 I published my work on literature, and the success it met with restored me completely to favor with society. My drawing-room became again filled. The faint of heart who had shied away from her salon after Constance's blast against dictatorship returned penitent and adulent, and the little corporal in the Tuileries had to admit that he had found a foe to match his mettle. In August 1802, Jacques Necker sent to Consul Lebrun Les dernières vues de politique et de finance, his last views on politics and money. It excused the dictatorship of Napoleon, but as a necessary evil, presumably temporary. It warned against the continued concentration of power in the hands of the military. It expressed regret that the finances of the new government depended so heavily upon war indemnities, and it proposed a more liberal constitution of which Napoleon would be the guardian. Lebrun showed the book to Napoleon, who, already half imperial, resented the notion that he should reduce his power. Convinced that Madame de Staël had guided the pen of her father, he issued an order excluding her from Paris, i.e., in effect, closing her mischief-making salon. He forgot that she could write as well as speak. She spent the winter of 1802 to 1803 in Geneva, but in December she again became the talk of Paris by publishing a novel, Delphine. No one reads it now. Everyone of literary or political consciousness read it then, for it was part of a virile struggle between a woman and her time. Delphine is a virtuous girl who longs and fears to yield. Otherwise, she is Madame de Staël. Léonce, read Narbonne, is a handsome aristocrat who loves Delphine but abstains from her because a rumor accuses her of affairs. He cannot risk his social standing by making her his wife. He marries Mathilde de Vernon, whose mother is a scheming witch who covers her lies with wit. Paris saw this lady as Talleyrand, despite her skirts, and Talleyrand revenged himself by remarking of the masculine authoress that she had disguised both him and herself as women. Delphine, rejected, retires to a convent, where the abbess hurries her into a vow of lifelong chastity. When Léonce discovers her innocence, he thinks of divorcing his unresponsive wife and courting Delphine, but he hesitates to ruin his career by violating the Catholic code of irrefragable monogamy. Mathilde dies, a victim of dramatic convenience. Léonce persuades Delphine to elope with him and surrender to his passion. He deserts her, goes off to join the émigrés, is caught and condemned to death. Delphine, in love with his cruelty, rushes to save him, but arrives only in time to see him shot, whereupon she too falls dead. This absurd and typically romantic plot served the authoress as a podium from which to discuss the legitimacy of divorce, the bigotry of Catholicism — she had inherited Protestantism — the moral rights of women as against the double standard, and the validity of the individual conscience as against the honor code of a class. Her arguments were well received by the intelligentsia of Paris, but they did not please Napoleon, who was turning to Catholicism as a cure for the mental and moral turmoil of France. On October 13, 1803, he issued an order forbidding Madame de Staël to approach within 40 leagues of Paris. She thought it just the right time to visit Germany. She had learned enough German to read it, though not to speak it. Why not now sample the music of Vienna, the wit of Weimar, and the Royal Society of Berlin? On November 8th, with son Auguste, daughter Albertine, 2 servants, and her now platonic Cavaliere Servente Constant, she crossed the Rhine at Metz into Germany. 3. The Tourist. Her first impression at Frankfurt was hostile. All the men seemed fat, lived to eat, and ate to smoke. She found it difficult to breathe when they were near. They wondered at this proud woman who could not appreciate the Gemütlichkeit of their pipes. Goethe's mother wrote to him, "She oppressed me like a millstone. I avoided her wherever I could, refused all invitations to go to things she was to attend, and breathed more freely when she left." Germaine, with her retinue, hurried on to Weimar, where she found the atmosphere purified by poetry. The town was dominated by writers, artists, musicians, and philosophers. The court was judiciously and tolerantly led by Duke Charles Augustus, his wife the Duchess Louisa, and his mother the Duchess Dowager Anna Amalia. These people were well educated. They smoked with discrimination, and nearly all of them spoke French. Moreover, many of them had read Delphine, many more had heard of her war against Napoleon, and all noted that she had money and spent it. They feted her with dinners, theater parties, dances, and balls. They summoned Schiller to read scenes from Wilhelm Tell. They listened to her reciting long passages from Racine. Goethe, then at Jena, tried to play truant by pleading a cold. The Duke urged him to come to Weimar nevertheless. He came and conversed with Madame uncomfortably. He was alarmed by her frank warning that she intended to print her report of his remarks. She was disappointed to find that he was no longer Werther, having changed from a lover to a pontiff. He tried to confuse her with contradictions. My obstinate contrariness often drove her to despair, but it was then that she was most amiable, and that she displayed her mental and verbal agility most brilliantly. Fortunately for me, she recalled, Goethe and Wieland spoke French extremely well. Schiller struggled. She wrote of Schiller with affection, of Goethe with respect. He and Napoleon were the only men she had met who made her realize her limitations. Schiller was fatigued by the rapidity of her thought and speech, but he ended by being impressed. Satan, he wrote to a friend, has led me to the female French philosopher who, of all creatures living, is the most animated, the most ready for contest, the most fertile in words. But she is also the most cultivated, the most spirituelle, intellectually alert, of women. And if she were not really interesting, I would not be disturbed by her. Weimar breathed a sigh of relief when, after a 3-month stay, she left for Berlin. She found the mists of Berlin depressing after the brilliance of Weimar. The leaders of the Romantic movement in Germany were absent or dead. The philosophers were immured in distant universities. Hegel at Jena, Schelling at Würzburg. Germaine had to content herself with the king, the queen, and August Wilhelm von Schlegel, whose wide knowledge of languages and cultures delighted her. She engaged him to come with her to Coppet as tutor to her son Auguste. He agreed, and fell in love with her at the worst possible time. At Berlin, she received word that her father was dangerously ill. She hurried back to Coppet, but before reaching it she learned that he had died on April 9, 1804. It was a blow more desolating than any in her duel with Napoleon. Her father had been her moral as well as her financial mainstay. In her view, he had always been right and ever good, and not all her lovers could take his place. She found comfort in writing an idyll of adoration, Monsieur Necker's character and private life, and in beginning work on her masterpiece, De l'Allemagne. She inherited most of her father's fortune, and now had an income of 120,000 francs per year. In December, she went to seek the sun in Italy. She took along her 3 children, Auguste, Albertine, and Albert, and Schlegel, who now tutored her also, for he found her poorly informed about Italian art. At Milan they were joined by a still better Baedeker, Jean-Charles Léonard de Sismondi, who was beginning to write his learned history of the Italian republics. He too fell in love with Germaine, or with her mind or her income, until, like Schlegel, he discovered that she never took a commoner seriously. Together they moved through Parma, Modena, Bologna, and Ancona to Rome. Joseph Bonaparte, always fond of her, had given her letters of introduction to the best society there. She was lionized by the aristocracy, but found the princes and princesses less interesting than the courtly cardinals, who, as men of the world, knew her books, her wealth, and her feud with Napoleon, and were not disturbed by her Protestant faith. She was received with an ovation, and with improvised poetry and music, into the Accademia dell'Arcadia. She used that experience in introducing Corinne. In June 1805, she was back in Coppet, soon again surrounded by lovers, friends, scholars, diplomats, Prince Esterhazy of Vienna, Claude Auchet of Napoleon's Council of State, even a ruler, the Elector of Bavaria. Coppet's was now a more famous salon than any in Paris. "I just returned from Coppet," wrote Charles Victor de Bonstetten, "and I feel completely stupefied and exhausted by the intellectual debauches. More wit is expended at Coppet in a single day than in many a country during a whole year." The assemblage was sufficiently numerous and talented to stage complete dramas. Germaine herself played the lead in Andromaque and Phèdre, and some guests thought her performances were surpassed only by the queens of the Paris stage. On other occasions there were recitals of music or poetry. 3 times a day the table was set, sometimes for 30 guests. 15 servants were kept busy, and in the gardens lovers might wander, and new friendships might be made. Germaine's time-beaten lovers, Montmorency, Constant, Schlegel, Sismondi, had cooled considerably, exhausted by her demand for obedient devotion, and she was warming herself with passion for Prosper de Barant. He was 23, she was 39, but her pace soon tired him, and he sought refuge in distance and the indecisiveness which she was satirizing in the Oswald of Corinne. That once famous novel was nearing completion, and called for a French printer, who would need the imprimatur of Napoleon's police. Prosper's father, prefect of the department of Le Mans, assured Fouché that Madame had been reserved and circumspect for the past year. She received permission to spend the summer of 1806 at Auxerre, 120 miles from Paris. She took a villa there, and in the fall she was allowed to move to Rouen for the winter. Several of her friends visited her in these cities, and some of them expressed hope that Napoleon would at last meet defeat in the arduous campaign that made him and his army spend the winter in the freezing north. Napoleon's secret police opened Germaine's correspondence and informed him of these sentiments. On December 31st he wrote angrily to Fouché, "Do not let that bitch of a Madame de Staël approach Paris. I know she is not far from it." Secretly and briefly, she stole into Paris sometime in the spring of 1807. Amid preparations for the Battle of Friedland, Napoleon wrote to Fouché, April 19th, "Among the 1,001 things concerning Madame de Staël that come into my hands, here is a letter from which you can see what a fine Frenchwoman we have there. It is truly difficult to restrain one's indignation at the spectacle of all the metamorphoses this whore, and an ugly one at that, is undergoing. I shall not tell you what projects this ridiculous coterie has already formed in case by a happy accident I should be killed, since a police minister may be assumed to be informed of this." And on May 11th, again to Fouché, "This mad woman of a Madame de Staël writes me a 6-page letter in double Dutch. She tells me she has bought an estate in the valley of Montmorency, and draws the conclusion that this will entitle her to reside in Paris. I repeat to you that to leave such a hope to that woman is to torture her gratuitously. If I showed you the detailed evidence of everything she has done at her country place during the 2 months she resided there, you would be astonished. Indeed, although at 500 leagues from France, I know better what happens there than does my Minister of Police." So, on April 25th, 1807, Germaine unwillingly returned to Coppet. Constant, despite inconstancies, accompanied her part way, but diverged at Dole to stay with his ailing father. Arrived at Coppet, she sent Schlegel to tell Constant that unless he rejoined her soon, she would kill herself. Benjamin knew that this classic threat was a siren, not a swan song, but he came and silently bore her reproaches. He had long since ceased to love her, but how can one tell the truth to one whose only answer consists in swallowing opium? On July 10th, Juliette Récamier came for a long visit. Germaine fell in love with her and decided to live. The police allowed Corinne to be printed, and its publication in the spring of 1807 gave its author a triumph that consoled her for Napoleon's victory at Friedland on June 14th. The government-sponsored reviews were hostile, but thousands of readers were charmed and said so. Today we are not enchanted by its form, an ecstatic romance interspersed with dull and dated essays on Italian scenery, character, religion, manners, literature, and art. And no one is thrilled by the hero's manly face, he turns out to be spineless, or the divine inspiration enthroned in the heroine's eyes. But in 1807, Italy was not yet an overwritten land, more familiar to us in history and art than our own. Romance was spreading its wings. Romantic love was struggling to be freed from parental power, economic bonds, and moral taboos. The rights of women were beginning to find voice. Corinne had all those fascinations, embodied in a fair improvatrice, who sings spontaneous poetry and strums a bewitching lyre. Corinne, in her prime, is visibly Germaine, with an Indian shawl twined about her lustrous black curls, her arms transcendently beautiful, her figure rather robust. Moreover, her conversation united all that is natural, fanciful, just, sublime, powerful, and sweet. Strange to say, the unsentimental emperor, stranded on St. Helena, took up the book and could not lay it down until he had read it to its end. 4. Understanding Germany. To the task of overthrowing Napoleon and managing a menagerie of geniuses and epicures, Madame now added the delicate enterprise of explaining Germany to France. Even while her newborn Corinne was battling for life against a subjugated press, she was hiding in her secret self a bold and massive opus on the land beyond the Rhine. To prepare herself conscientiously, she set out on another tour of Central Europe. On November 30th, 1807, she left Coppet with Albert, Albertine, Schlegel, and her valet Eugène, Joseph Eugène. At Vienna, she heard music by Haydn, Gluck, and Mozart, but left no mention of Beethoven. During 3 of 5 weeks in Austria, she carried on an amorous correspondence with an Austrian officer, Moritz O'Donnell, offered him money and marriage, lost him, and wrote to Constant letters of limitless devotion. "My heart, my life, everything I have is yours if you wish and as you wish." He contented himself by borrowing some of her money. At Teplitz and Pirna, she conferred with Friedrich von Gentz, an ardent anti-Bonaparte publicist. Learning of these meetings, Napoleon concluded that she was aiming to disrupt the peace that he had recently signed at Tilsit in July. At Weimar, she found neither Schiller, who had died in 1805, nor Goethe. She passed on to Gotha and Frankfurt. Then, suddenly ill and depressed, she hurried back to Coppet. Perhaps this intimation of mortality shared in her turn toward mysticism. Schlegel contributed to it. But a much stronger influence came from the ascetic Julia von Krudener and the lecherous dramatist Zacharias Werner, both of whom sojourned at Coppet in 1808. By October of that year, the guests and the language were predominantly German, and the lumière of the Enlightenment had yielded to a mystic religion. "There is no reality on this earth," Germaine wrote to O'Donnell, "except religion and the power of love. All the rest is even more fugitive than life itself." It was in this mood that she wrote De l'Allemagne. By 1810 it was nearing completion, and she longed to be in Paris for its printing. She wrote humbly to Napoleon, telling him that 8 years' exile and misery modify all characters, and destiny teaches resignation. She proposed to go to the United States. She asked for a passport and permission for an interim stay in Paris. The passport was granted, the permission was not. Nevertheless, in April 1810, she moved with her family and Schlegel to Chaumont, near Blois, from which she superintended the printing of her 3-volume manuscript in Tours. In August, she moved to neighboring Fossé. The proofs of the first 2 volumes were submitted by Nicole, the printer, to the censors in Paris. They agreed to the publication after the deletion of a few unimportant sentences. Nicole printed 5,000 copies and sent advance copies to influential persons. On June 3rd, the sympathetic Fouché was dismissed as Minister of Police and was succeeded by the rigorous René Savary, Duc de Rovigo. On September 25th, Juliette Récamier brought to the censor the proofs of Volume 3, and to Queen Hortense a full set of proofs for transmission, with a letter from the authoress to the Emperor. Savary, apparently with Napoleon's approval, decided that the book was so unfavorable to France and its ruler that its distribution could not be allowed. He ordered the printer to suspend the publication, and on October 3rd sent a stern notice to Madame de Staël that she was to carry out at once her declared intention to go to America. On October 11th, a detachment of gendarmes entered the printer's plant, smashed the type plates, and carried away all obtainable copies of the volumes. These were later crushed into pulp. Other officers demanded the manuscript. Germaine gave them the original, but her son Auguste secreted and preserved a copy. The authoress reimbursed the printer for his losses and fled back to Coppet. On Germany, as published in 1813, is an earnest attempt to survey, with brevity and sympathy, every aspect of German civilization in the age of Napoleon. That a woman with so many cares and lovers should have found the leisure, the energy, and the competence for such an enterprise is one of the marvels of that exciting time. Through the Swiss internationalism in her background, through her marriage with a Holstein baron, through her Protestant heritage and her hatred of Napoleon, she was prepared to give Germany the benefit of nearly every doubt, to use its virtues as an indirect criticism of Napoleon and tyranny, and to present it to France as a culture rich in sentiment, tenderness, and religion, and therefore well suited to correct the intellectualism, cynicism, and skepticism then current in literate France. Strange to say, she did not care for Vienna, though like her it was both gay and sad, gay with wine and talk, sad with the mortality of love and the proliferation of Napoleon's victories. It was Catholic and Southern with music, art, and almost childlike faith. She was Protestant and Northern, heavy with food and sentiment, and floundering in philosophy. There was no Kant here, but there was Mozart. No ardor of controversy, no fireworks of wit, but there was the simple pleasure of friends and lovers, parents and children, promenading in the Prater and watching the Danube pass idly by. Even the Germans disconcerted her. Stoves, beer, and the smoke of tobacco surround all the common folk with a thick and hot atmosphere from which they are never inclined to escape. She deplored the monotonous simplicity of German dress, the complete domestication of the men, the readiness to submit to authority. The separation into classes is more distinct in Germany than anywhere else. Everybody keeps his rank, his place, as if it were his established post. She missed, in Germany, that cross-fertilization of aristocrats, authors, artists, generals, politicians, which she had found in French society. Hence, the nobles have few ideas, the men of letters have too little practice in affairs. The ruling class remains feudal, the intellectual class loses itself in airy dreams. Here Madame quoted Jean-Paul Richter's famous epigram, "The empire of the seas belongs to the English, that of the land to the French, that of the air to the Germans." She added, pertinently, "The extension of knowledge in modern times serves to weaken the character when it is not strengthened by the habit of business and the exercise of the will." She admired the German universities as then the best in the world, but she deplored the German language with its massing of consonants, and she resented the length and structure of the German sentence, which kept the decisive verb to the end, and so made interruption difficult. Interruptions, she felt, were the life of conversation. She found too little in Germany of the lively but polite debate characteristic of Parisian salons. This, she thought, was due to lack of a national capital which could bring the country's wits together, and partly to the German habit of sending the women away from the dinner table when the men proposed to smoke and talk. At Berlin, the men rarely converse except with each other. The military condition gives them a sort of rudeness which prevents them from taking any trouble about the society of women. In Weimar, however, the ladies were cultured and amorous, the soldiers minded their manners, and the Duke realized that his poets were giving him a niche in history. The literary men of Germany form in many respects the most distinguished assemblage which the enlightened world can present to us. Our guide had some trouble appreciating the nuances of German poetry, and even of German prose. She was accustomed to French clarity and found Teutonic depth a learned obscurity. But she took the side of the Germans in the romantic revolt against classical models and restraints. She defined the classical style as one based upon the classics of ancient Greece and Rome. Romantic literature, by contrast, rose out of Christian theology and sentiment, spread its roots in the poetry of the troubadours, the legends of chivalry, the myths and ballads of the early medieval North. Basically, perhaps, the division lay in the classic subordination of the self to reality, and the romantic subordination of reality to the self. For this reason, Madame de Staël welcomed German philosophy, despite its difficulty, for, like herself, it put the emphasis on the self. It saw in consciousness a miracle greater than all the revolutions of science. She rejected the psychology of Locke and Condillac, which reduced all knowledge to sensations, and so made all ideas the effects of external objects. This, she felt, led inevitably to materialism and atheism. In one of the longest chapters in her book, she attempted, with modest disclaimers, to state the essence of Kant's critiques. They restored the mind as an active participant in the conception of reality, free will as an active element in the determination of actions, and moral conscience as a basic ingredient in morality. By these theorems, she felt, Kant had with a firm hand separated the different empires of the soul and the senses, and so had established the philosophical basis of Christianity as an effective moral code. Though she had made a shambles of the sixth commandment, Madame was convinced that no civilization could survive without morality, and no moral code could dispense with religious belief. Reasoning about religion, she argued, is a treacherous procedure. Reason does not give happiness in place of that which it takes away. Religion is the solace of misery, the wealth of the poor, the future of the dying. Here the emperor and the baroness agreed. So she preferred the active Protestantism of Germany to the pretended Catholicism of upper-class France. She thrilled to the mighty hymns that resounded from German throats in choirs, homes, and streets, and she frowned upon the French way of watching the stock exchange and leaving the poor to attend to God. She had a good word to say for the Moravian brethren. Her final chapter was a plea for a mystic enthusiasm, an inner sense of an omnipresent God. All in all, allowing for limitations imposed by temperament and time, On Germany was one of the outstanding books of the age, a heady leap from Corinne to Kant. And Napoleon would have been wise to disarm it with faint praise, as being excellent for a woman with no sympathy for the problems of government. She had strongly censured censorship, but to deny the book to France was to illustrate and strengthen her case. She had on many pages praised Germany at the expense of France, but she had often praised France at the expense of Germany, and 100 passages revealed her love of her native and forbidden land. She had dealt lightly with abstruse subjects, but she had aimed to interest a wide audience in France and thereby promote international understanding. She asked for a cross-fertilization of cultures, which would have helped Napoleon's union of the Rhenish Confederation with France. She wrote intelligently, sometimes wittily, adorning her pages with illuminating perceptions and ideas. Ultimately, she revealed Germany to France, as Coleridge and Carlyle were soon to reveal it to England. This book, said Goethe, ought to be considered as a powerful engine which made a wide breach in that Chinese wall of antiquated prejudice which divided the two countries, so that beyond the Rhine and afterward beyond the Channel, we Germans became better known, a fact that could not fail to procure for us a great influence over all Western Europe. She was a good European. 5. Imperfect Victory. Only another author can understand what it meant to Germaine de Staël that the culminating production of her life and thought had to remain hidden in the recesses of Coppet, apparently as dead as a child stifled at birth. She discovered that her home was surrounded by agents of the Emperor, that some of her servants had been bribed to report on her, and that any friend who dared to visit her would be marked for imperial revenge. Notables whose lives and fortunes had been saved by her during the Revolution took care not to come near her now. She had two consolations. In 1811 she met Albert Jean Rocca, then close to 23 years old, a second lieutenant wounded in battle, permanently lamed, and suffering from tuberculosis. He fell in love with the heroic Germaine, who was then 45, physically unprepossessing, morally imperfect, intellectually brilliant, and not without financial charm. John besieged her and gave her a child. Germaine welcomed the new love as defying and delaying old age. The other solace was her hope that if she could get to Sweden or England, she might find a publisher for her hidden masterpiece. But she could not get to Sweden through any country under Napoleon's power. She resolved to take her manuscript secretly through Austria, then up through Russia to St. Petersburg, and thence to Stockholm, where Prince Bernadotte would help her. It was no easy matter for her to abandon the home that she had made famous, and the grave of her mother, whom she could now forgive, and of the father who still seemed to her to have been a political sage and a financial saint. On April 7, 1812, she gave birth to Rocca's boy, who was sent to a nurse for safekeeping. On May 23, 1812, eluding all spies and accompanied or followed by her daughter Albertine, her two sons, her old lover Schlegel, and her new lover Rocca, she left for Vienna, hoping to secure there a passport to Russia, and then to find her way to St. Petersburg and a handsome, chivalrous, and liberal Tsar. On June 22nd, Napoleon, with 500,000 men, crossed the Niemen into Russia, hoping to find there a beaten and penitent Tsar. Germaine told the story of this trip in her 10 Years of Exile. Contemplating now that strange conjunction of wills and events, one wonders at the courage that took this harassed woman through 1,000 obstacles and a supposedly barbarous people to reach Zhytomyr in Polish Russia, only 8 days ahead of Napoleon's troops. She hurried on to Kiev and thence to Moscow, where, challenging fate, she lingered to visit the Kremlin, to hear the church music, to visit the local leaders in science and literature. Then, a month before Napoleon's arrival, she left Moscow via Novgorod for St. Petersburg. Everywhere, in the cities on her route, she was received as a distinguished ally in the war against the invader. She flattered the Tsar as the hope of European liberalism. Together they planned to make Bernadotte King of France. In September she reached Stockholm, where she helped to bring Bernadotte into the coalition against Napoleon. After a stay of 8 months in Sweden, she crossed the sea to England. London acclaimed her as the first woman of Europe. Byron and other notables came to pay their respects, and she had no difficulty in arranging with Byron's publisher, John Murray, to issue her long-delayed volumes to the world, this in October 1813. She remained in England while the Allies broke Napoleon at Leipzig, marched into Paris, and put Louis XVIII on the throne. Then, on May 12, 1814, she hurried across the Channel, restored her salon in Paris after 10 years of exile, and played host to dignitaries from a dozen lands: Alexander, Wellington, Bernadotte, Canning, Talleyrand, Lafayette. Constant rejoined her, and Madame Récamier shone again. Germaine urged Alexander to remember his liberal pronouncements. Alexander and Talleyrand persuaded Louis XVIII to grant to his recaptured subjects a bicameral constitution based on the British model. At last, Montesquieu had his way. But Madame did not like the word grant. She wanted the king to recognize the sovereignty of the people. In July 1814, she went back to Coppet, triumphant and proud, but feeling the nearness of death. Her adventures, her battles, even her victories, had brought her amazing vitality close to exhaustion. Nevertheless, she devotedly tended the dying Rocca, arranged for the marriage of her daughter to the Duc de Broglie, and began to write her brilliant swan song, the 600-page Considérations sur les principaux événements de la Révolution française. The first part was a defense of Necker in all his policies. The second excoriated the despotism of Napoleon. After his seizure of the government, his every move seemed to her an advance toward tyranny. And his wars were props and excuses for absolutism. Before Stendhal, long before Taine, she likened Napoleon to the Italian despots of the 14th and 15th centuries. He had read and accepted Machiavelli's principles of government without feeling a comparable love for his country. France was not really his fatherland, it was his stepping stone. Religion was to him not the humble acceptance of a supreme being, but an instrument for the conquest of power. Men and women were not souls, but tools. He was not sanguinary, but he was ever indifferent to the carnage of victory. He had the brutality of a condottiere, never the manners of a gentleman. And this crowned vulgarian made himself the judge and censor of all speech and thought, of the press that was the last refuge of liberty, and of the salons that were citadels of the free mind of France. He was not the son of the Revolution, but if he was also its parricide. When she learned that a plan was forming to kill the dethroned emperor, she hurried to notify his brother Joseph and offered to go to Elba and protect her fallen foe. Napoleon sent her a word of appreciation. When he returned from Elba and regained France without a blow, she could not help admire his courage. I will not abandon myself to declamations against Napoleon. He did what was natural for the restoration of his throne, and his march from Cannes to Paris was one of the greatest conceptions of audacity that can be cited from history. After Waterloo, she withdrew at last from the political arena. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 4, Side 2. After Waterloo, she withdrew at last from the political arena. She did not relish the occupation of France by foreign troops, nor the rush of the old nobility to regain land, wealth, and power. However, she was glad to receive from Louis XVIII the 20 million francs owed to Necker or his heirs for his loan to the French treasury. On October 10, 1816, she was privately married to Rocca. On October 16th, though both were ailing, they went to Paris and Germaine reopened her salon. It was her final triumph. The most famous names in Paris came. Wellington from England, Blücher and Wilhelm von Humboldt from Prussia, Canova from Italy. There Chateaubriand began his idyll with Madame Récamier. But Germaine's health was fast failing, and her disillusionment with the Restoration grew as the Royalists undertook to eliminate from the political life of France every vestige of the Revolution. This was not the dream that she had dreamed. Her Considération defined despotism as the union of both the executive and the legislative powers in one person, and it insisted on a national assembly fully elected by a sovereign people. She did not live to see that book published. Her body, weakened with passions, poisoned with drugs, winning sleep only through increasing doses of opium, broke down in its attempt to support her mind. On February 21st, 1817, as she was mounting the stairs at a reception given by one of Louis XVIII's ministers, she swayed and fell, paralyzed by a cerebral stroke. For 3 months she lay on her back, unable to move, but able to talk, and sensitive to a host of pains. At her urging, her daughter took over the role of hostess in the salon. "I have always been the same, intense and sorrowful," she told Chateaubriand. "I have loved God, my father, and liberty." She died on July 14th, 1817, the anniversary of the Bastille. She was not yet 51. 4 years later, her great enemy died, not yet 52. We can agree with Macaulay that she was the greatest woman of her time, and the greatest name in French literature between Rousseau and Chateaubriand. Her work ranked higher in aim and range than in literary art, and her thought was more pervasive than profound. She shared many qualities with her chosen foe: forceful personality, courage against odds, domineering spirit, pride of power, and intolerance of dissent. But she lacked his realistic mind, and her imagination, as seen in her novels, was romantically childish compared with the reach of his political dreams. Let him sum her up from the perspective of his island isolation. "The home of Madame de Staël became a veritable arsenal against me. To her came many to be armed as her knights in her war. And yet, after all, it is only true to say that she was a woman of very great talent, of high distinction, and of great strength of character. She will endure." 3. Benjamin Constant, 1767 to 1816. There were 2 Constants in Napoleon's stormy life: Very Constant, his valet, who wrote about the great dictator's private life, voluminous memoirs disproving an old adage, and Benjamin Constant de Rebecque, who, born in Switzerland, educated in a dozen cities, and finally embattled in France, so littered his life with unpaid debts, discarded mistresses, and political somersaults that it would hardly be profitable to dally with him here had he not come close to history in many frays, been loved to distraction by notable women, and been able to describe his faults with such eloquence, subtlety, and impartiality as might help us to understand our own. He chronicled his first 20 years of life in a cahier rouge, or red notebook, the next 20 in a short novel, Adolphe, and the years 1804 to 1816 in a journal intime that ranges from Paris to Coppet to Weimar to London, with arresting snatches of history, literature, psychology, and philosophy. Only Adolphe was published in his lifetime, London, 1816. The journal remained in manuscript till 1887, the cahier till 1907. These scattered members, with 1,000 contemporary references, constitute Constant today. He came of a titled Swiss-German family that traced its pedigree through 800 years. We need go back no further than his father, who was so occupied with his own sins that he had little time left to supervise his sons. Baron Arnauld Juste Constant de Rebecque was an officer in a Swiss regiment serving the States General of the Netherlands. He was handsome, well-read, a friend of Voltaire. Early in 1767 he married Henriette de Chandieu, of French Huguenot extraction. She was then 25, he was 40. On October 25th at Lausanne, she gave birth to Benjamin. A week later she died, the first of many women who suffered from his irregularities. The father entrusted the boy to various tutors, carelessly chosen. One tried by beatings and fondlings to make the boy an infant prodigy in Greek. When the beatings endangered Benjamin's health, he was transferred to a second tutor, who took him to a brothel in Brussels. His third tutor gave him a good knowledge of music, and for the rest relied on him to educate himself through reading. Benjamin read 8 or 10 hours a day, permanently injuring his eyes and his faith. He spent a year at the University of Erlangen. Then he was transferred to Edinburgh, where he felt the final flurry of the Scottish Enlightenment. But there, too, he took to gambling, which became second only to sex in disordering his life. After adventures in Paris and Brussels, he settled in Switzerland and began to write a history of religion with a view to demonstrating the superiority of paganism to Christianity. He passed from woman to woman, from casino to casino, until at last his father arranged in 1785 to have him live in Paris with the family of Jean-Baptiste Suard, a literary critic of learning and goodwill. I was received with full acceptance by his set. My wit, which at that time entirely lacked solidity and accuracy, had an amusingly epigrammatic turn. My learning, which was very desultory, but superior to that of most of the men of letters of the rising generation, and the originality of my character all seemed novel and interesting. When I remember the kind of things I used to say at that time, and the convinced disdain that I showed toward everyone, I am at a loss to know how I could have been tolerated. In 1787 he met the first woman of superior intelligence whom I had hitherto known. Zélide, i.e. Isabella van Tuyl, had been the difficult pièce de résistance in Boswell's Holland days. She had rejected him and others to marry her brother's tutor, and was now living with him in resigned discontent in the town of Colombier, near the lake of Neuchâtel. When Constant came upon her, she was in Paris, seeing her novel Caliste through the press. She was 47, but she had for the 19-year-old philanderer the charm of a woman still physically stimulating and intellectually brilliant and blasé to a degree that made his own proud sophistication seem sophomorically juvenile. I still remember with emotion the days and nights we spent together, drinking tea and talking with inexhaustible ardor on every possible subject. When she returned to Colombier, he took up his own dwelling in nearby Lausanne. Her husband mistakenly believed that the disparity of their ages would limit Zélide and Constant to friendship. She set herself zealously to educating Benjamin in the wiles of women and the lies of men. We intoxicated one another with our jests and our scorn of the human race. His father interrupted this semi-intellectual diversion by sending him to Brunswick to serve as a court functionary to the Duke, who was soon to lead an army against the French Revolution. Between ceremonies, he fell into the tender trap of the Baroness Wilhelmina von Kram, married her on May 8, 1789, found husbandry duller than philandering, concluded that Minna loved cats, dogs, birds, friends, and a lover more than her lawful mate, and sued for divorce. Feeling heart-free, he developed a passion for Charlotte von Hardenberg, wife of Baron von Marenholtz. She refused Benjamin the consolation of adultery, but offered to marry him as soon as she could divorce the Baron. Frightened by the thought of another marriage, Constant fled to Lausanne in 1793 and Colombier, where Zélide resumed his education. He was now 26 years old, and she felt that he should sacrifice the zest of variety for rest in unity. She told him, "If I knew a young and robust person who would love you as much as I do, and who is no more stupid than I am, I would have the generosity to say, 'Go to her.'" To her surprise and indignation, he soon found a young and robust person. On September 28, 1794, on the road between Nyon and Coppet, Benjamin met Germaine de Staël, aged 28, jumped into her carriage, and began a 15-year comedy of vows, tears, and words. He had never known a woman with an intellect so enriched, a will so strong, passions and sentiments stronger still. Against these powers he was all weakness, for he had lost character through a permissive and fragmented youth, and had reduced his natural vitality through physiological campaigns without dignity or growth. Here, too, his ready triumph was a defeat, for though she accepted him as a lover, and allowed him to believe that he had fathered Albertine, she persuaded him to sign with her, at an unknown date, an oath of allegiance, which, aided by his debts to her, kept him in psychological bondage even after both had taken other mates to their beds. We promise to consecrate our lives to each other. We declare that we regard ourselves as indissolubly bound to each other, that we will share forever and in every respect a common destiny, that we will never enter into any other bond, and that we shall strengthen the bonds now uniting us as soon as lies within our powers. I declare that I am entering into this engagement with a sincere heart, that I know nothing on earth as worthy of love as Madame de Staël, that I have been the happiest of men during the 4 months I have spent with her, and that I regard it as the greatest happiness in my life to be able to make her happy in her youth, to grow old peaceably by her side, and to reach my term together with the soul that understands me, and without whose presence life on this earth would hold no more interest for me. Benjamin Constant. He followed her to Paris in 1795, merged his politics with hers, supported the Directory, accepted Napoleon's coup d'etat as necessitated by the condition of France, and served as spokesman for her as well as himself when, nominated by Napoleon, he became a member of the tribunate. But as soon as the first consul gave signs of desiring absolute power, the lovers jointly opposed him. She in her salon, he in his maiden speech, on January 5, 1800, which demanded the right of the tribunate to unshackled discussion. He won reputation as a forceful orator, but was marked for replacement as soon as the time should come, in 1802, for the tribunate's periodic cleansing. When the lovers nevertheless carried on their war, Napoleon banished them from Paris. Constant went with her to Coppet, though their relations had apparently cooled to a platonic calm. I need women, he told himself, and Germaine is not sensual. He offered to marry her. She refused, saying that this would sacrifice her rank and her daughter's marital prospects. In September 1802, she fell in love with Camille Jordan and invited him to accompany her to Italy, all expenses paid, vowing to forget everything with you, whom I love profoundly. Jordan refused. In April 1803, Constant left Coppet for an estate he had bought near Maffliers, some 30 miles from Paris. In the fall, Germaine, risking Napoleon's ire, moved with her family to a country house in Maffliers. When Napoleon heard of this, he bade her obey his order of banishment to 120 miles from Paris. She preferred to visit Germany. Constant, resenting the consul's severity and touched by Germaine's grief, decided to accompany her. He helped her and her children through the hardships of travel, rejoiced when he reached Weimar, and settled down there to work on his history of religion. On January 22, 1804, he began to keep a journal intime with a buoyant entry, I have just arrived in Weimar. I count on remaining some time, for there I shall find libraries, serious conversation after my taste, and above all, peace for my work. Some further entries reveal his mental growth. January 23rd. I am working little and badly, but in revenge I have seen Goethe. Finesse, pride, physical sensitivity to the point of suffering. A remarkable spirit, a fine countenance, a figure slightly deteriorated. After dinner I chat with Wieland, a French soul, cold like a philosopher, light like a poet. Herder is like a warm, soft bed, where one has agreeable dreams. January 27th. Johannes von Müller, the Swiss historian, has explained to me his plan for a universal history. With him an interesting question arose, the creation or non-creation of the world. According to how we decide this question, the course of the human race will appear diametrically opposite. If creation, deterioration. If no creation, amelioration. February 12th. Have reread Goethe's Faust, Part 1. It is in derision of mankind and all scientists. The Germans find in it an unprecedented profundity, but as for me, I prefer Candide. February 26th. A visit to Goethe. February 27th. An evening with Schiller. February 28th. Supper with Schiller and Goethe. I know no one in the world who has so much humor, refinement, force, and range of spirit as Goethe. February 29th. I depart tomorrow for Leipzig, and I do not leave Weimar without sadness. I have passed here 3 months very pleasantly. I have studied, lived secure, suffered little. I do not ask for more. March 3rd. I visit the museum at Leipzig. The library has 80,000 volumes. Why should I not remain here and work? March 10th. I have bought 6 louis, approximately $150, of German books. He left Madame de Staël at Leipzig and made his way down to Lausanne to visit with his relatives. He arrived just in time to learn that Germaine's father had died. This good Monsieur Necker, so noble, so affectionate, so pure, he loved me. Who now will guide his daughter? He rushed back to Germany, hoping to break the news to her gently. He knew that this loss would overwhelm her. He came back with her to Coppet and stayed with her till she had raised her head again. She needed him most in those days when he was longing to part from her, to be free to pursue his own political and personal career without tying it to her interest. He felt that he had ruined his political prospects by becoming a lieutenant in her war against Napoleon. In April 1806, his diary analyzed his malady of will. I always incline to break with Madame de Staël, but every time I feel this way, the next morning finds me in a contrary mood. Meanwhile, her impetuosities and imprudences keep me in torment and perpetual danger. We must part. It is my sole chance for a peaceful life. A month later, his journal records, in the evening, a terrible scene, horrible, senseless, atrocious words. She is mad or I am crazy. How will it end? Like so many authors unable to handle life, he took refuge in telling his side of the story in a fiction carefully disguised but transparently confessional. Hot with resentment of Germaine's domination and reproaches, angry at his own weak-willed hesitations, he wrote in 15 days, in January 1807, and 100 pages, the first psychological novel of the 19th century, more probing and subtle than most, and merciless to both woman and man. Adolphe traces the fictional author's aimless youth, his fragmentary education, his hasty and superficial amours, his eager reading, which replaced his faith with a cynicism that gnawed at the meaninglessness of his life. He brought his odyssey of irresponsible loves to a climactic catastrophe in the story of Eleanor, a noble woman who had sacrificed home, honor, and future to be the mistress of Count P. Adolphe notes the way in which society, founding its order and stability on laws and customs, checking unsocial desires, punishes with gossip and contumely the woman, much less the man, who violates those protective norms. His pity for the ostracized Eleanor, his admiration for her courage, turn easily into love, or perhaps to the secret desire for one more conquest to sustain his pride. Just when his ardor is cooling to controllability, she yields to him, leaves the Count and his money, takes a modest apartment, and tries to live on Adolphe's visits and funds. His interest in the surrendered citadel declines as her devotion mounts. He tries to break away from her. She reproaches him. Finally, they quarrel and part. She leaves him and wastes away in poverty and lack of will to live. He rejoins her only to have her die in his arms. Constant had sought to conceal any key that would unveil his fictional characters as denizens of Coppet. He had made his heroine Polish and submissive, and had made her die in despair. Nevertheless, all who became acquainted with the book and its author identified him with Adolphe and Madame de Staël with Eleanor. Constant refrained for 9 years from publishing his book, but vanity dulling caution, He read portions, sometimes all, of the manuscript to friends, and at last to Germaine herself, who fainted at its end. Constant had received some passing strength by the return into his life of Charlotte von Hardenberg. She had divorced her first husband and was tiring of the second, the Vicomte du Tertre. Now she resumed her interrupted liaison with Constant. They were married on June 5th, 1808, but when Benjamin, to quiet Madame de Staël, returned to servitude at Coppet, Charlotte went back to Germany. Not till Madame discovered a new lover in John Rocca, in 1811, did Constant feel free. He went with Charlotte to live near Göttingen, and, helped by the university library, renewed his labor on his history of religion. The next 2 years were probably the happiest in his life. But happiness was uncongenial to him. When, in January 1813, he heard from the Comte de Narbonne a first-hand story of Napoleon's disaster in Russia, and sensed the nearness of Napoleon's fall, his old restlessness returned. "Must I always be a spectator?" he asked himself in his journal. As the victorious Allies drove Napoleon back to the Rhine, Constant went to Hanover, met Bernadotte there, and was persuaded by him to write a pamphlet, Esprit de Conquête, ascribing the collapse of France to Napoleon's despotism. Published in Hanover in January 1814, at the height of the Allied push into France, it made him persona grata with the Allied leaders, and he followed their armies into Paris in April 1814 in hopes of a personal restoration. He visited Madame de Staël's revived salon and found that she had lost all interest in him. Since Charlotte was still in Germany, he announced in his journal, on August 31st, 1814, that he had fallen in love with Madame Récamier, whose strategy of trembling but impregnable virginity he had long ridiculed. He confided to the Duc de Broglie that he had tried to sell his soul to the devil in exchange for the body of Juliette Récamier. As she had been an ardent supporter of the Bourbons, she feared for her safety when she learned that Napoleon had escaped from Elba and had landed at Cannes. She inspired Constant to publish in the Journal de Paris, on March 6, 1815, a call to the people of France to rise against the usurper. Napoleon promises peace, but his very name is a signal for war. He promises victory, yet 3 times, in Egypt, Spain, and Russia, he deserted his armies like a coward. La Récamier had lit in the inflammable Constant a fire that seemed to be burning all bridges behind him. On March 19th, he proclaimed in the Journal des Débats that he was ready to die for the restored king. That night, Louis XVIII fled to Ghent. The next day, Napoleon entered Paris. Constant hid in the United States Embassy. Napoleon issued a general amnesty. Constant emerged from hiding. On March 30th, Joseph Bonaparte assured him that the emperor was in a forgiving mood. On April 14th, Napoleon received him and asked him to draft a liberal constitution. Napoleon revised the draft considerably and then proclaimed it as the new charter of the French government. Constant was dizzy with glory. On June 20th, while he was reading Adolphe to Queen Hortense, the Duc de Rovigo entered to tell her that Napoleon had been defeated at Waterloo 2 days before. On July 8th, Louis returned to the Tuileries. Constant sent him a humble apology. The king, judging him to be a wayward, irresponsible adolescent who wrote excellent French, issued a pardon that surprised everyone. All Paris shunned Constant and spun puns around his name. He wrote to Madame Récamier, forgiving her for having ruined my career, my future, my reputation, and my happiness. In October, he left for Brussels, where he rejoined the patient Charlotte. Early in 1816, they crossed to England, where he had Adolphe published. In September, he returned with his wife to Paris, plunged into politics, and began a new career. 4. Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1815. 1. Youth. For his French contemporaries, François-René de Chateaubriand was the greatest writer of the time. Le plus illustre, said Sainte-Beuve in 1849, de nos écrivains modernes. And another paragon of literary learning, Émile Faguet, wrote about 1887, forgetting Voltaire, "Chateaubriand is the greatest date in the history of French literature since the Pléiades," circa 1550. Nearness lends enchantment to the view. Certainly his reign over French letters had been equaled only by Voltaire's. His ascendancy marked the triumph of religion over philosophy, just as Voltaire's had meant the triumph of philosophy over religion. And he lived long enough to see unfaith reborn. So one mood, passionately sustained, wears out its welcome, begets its opposite, and is revived across the generations through the embattled immoderation of mankind. "My life and drama," he wrote, "is divided into 3 acts. From my early youth until 1800, I was a soldier and traveler. From 1800 till 1814, under the Consulate and the Empire, my life was devoted to literature. From the Restoration to the present day, 1833, my life has been political." There would be a 4th and subsiding act, from 1834 to 1848, in which the triple hero was to be a living but fragile memory, sustained by kindly women, but fading in the mist of time. My name was first written Briand, then Briand. About the beginning of the 11th century, the Briands gave their name to an important chateau in Brittany, and this chateau became the seat of the barony of Chateaubriand. When the proud family lost almost everything but its chateau and its pride, the father went to America and made a modest fortune. Returning, he married Apolline de Bédé, who gave him so many children that he withdrew into a somber introversion which passed down to his last and only remembered son. The mother soothed her labors and illnesses with an intense piety. 4 of her children died before René was born, September 4th, 1768, at Saint-Malo, on the Channel coast. He later remarked that, after being born oneself, I know no greater misfortune than that of giving birth to a human being. His sister Lucille, ever ailing, mingled her mal de vie with his in an intimacy so intense that it left them cold to marriage. The fog coming from the Channel and the waves that beat upon their island and home added to their somber spirit, but became dear in memory. When he was 9, the family moved to an estate in Combourg, which brought with it the title of Comte, and made René a Vicomte. Now he was sent to a school at nearby Dole, taught by priests who, at his mother's urging, sought to inspire in him a vocation to the priesthood. They gave him a good grounding in the classics. Soon he was making his own translations from Homer and Xenophon. In my 3rd year at Dole, chance put into my hands an unexpurgated Horace. I obtained insight into charms of an unknown nature in a sex in which I had seen only a mother and sisters. My terror of the infernal shades affected me both morally and physically. I continued in my innocence to fight against the storms of a premature passion and the terrors of superstition. His sexual energy, without any known contact with the other sex, developed in him an image of an idealized woman, to whom he became mystically devoted with an intensity that may have diverted him from a normal development. As the time for his first communion neared, he feared to admit his secret agitations to his confessor. When he found courage to do so, and the kindly priest gave him comfort and absolution, he felt the joy of the angels. The next day I was admitted to the sublime and moving ceremony which I vainly endeavored to describe in Le Génie du Christianisme. The real presence of the victim in the blessed sacrament on the altar was as manifest to me as my mother's presence by my side. I felt as though a light had been kindled within me. I trembled with veneration. 3 months later he left the Collège de Dole. The memory of these obscure teachers will always be dear to me. That exaltation subsided as his reading raised questions to his faith. He confessed to his parents that he felt no vocation to the priesthood. At 17, he was sent for 2 years to the Collège de Rennes to fit him for appointment to the Naval Guard at Brest. In 1788, aged 20, He reported there for tests, but the prospects of life and discipline in the French Navy so frightened him that he returned to his parents at Combourg, and, perhaps to quiet their reproaches, agreed to enter the Collège de Dinan and prepare for the priesthood. The truth is that I was only trying to gain time, for I did not know what I wanted. Finally, he joined the army as a commissioned officer. He was presented to Louis XVI, hunted with him, and saw the taking of the Bastille. He sympathized with the revolution until, in 1790, it abolished all ranks, titles, and feudal rights. When his regiment voted to join the Revolutionary Army, he resigned his commission, and, fortified by a modest income left him at his father's death, he left on April 4, 1791, for the United States. He announced that he would try to find a northwest passage through Arctic America. I was an ardent freethinker at the time. He reached Baltimore July 11, 1791, drove to Philadelphia, dined with President Washington, amused him with grandiose plans, made his way to Albany, hired a guide, bought 2 horses, and rode proudly westward. He marveled at the grandeur of the scenery, which mingled mountains, lakes, and streams under a summer sun. He reveled in these open spaces and their natural art as a refuge from civilization and its cares. He recorded his experiences in a journal which he later polished and published as Voyage en Amérique, and which already displayed the scented beauty of his style. Primitive liberty, I recover you at last. I pass like this bird that flies before me, which guides itself by free chance, and knows no embarrassment except in the choice of shade. Here I am as the Almighty made me, sovereign of nature, carried triumphantly over the water, while the denizens of the streams accompany me in my course, and the inhabitants of the air sing their hymns to me, the beasts of the earth salute me, the forests bend their tree-tops as I pass. Is it on the forehead of the man of society, or on mine, that the immortal seal of our origin is engraved? Run, then, to shut yourself up in your cities. Go subject yourself to your petty laws. Gain your bread by the sweat of your brow, or devour the bread of the poor. Kill one another for a word, for a master. Doubt the existence of God, or worship him under superstitious forms. As for me, I shall go wandering in my solitudes. Not one beat of my heart will be checked. Not one of my thoughts shall be suppressed. I shall be as free as nature. I shall recognize no sovereign except him who lit the flame of the suns, and who, with one stroke of his hand, set in revolution all the worlds. Here are all the paraphernalia of the Romantic movement: freedom, nature, friendship for all living things, scorn of cities and the struggle of man against man for bread or power, rejection of atheism and superstition, worship of God and nature, the escape from every law except that of God. It did not matter for literature that Chateaubriand had lost his religious faith, or that many of his descriptions were imaginary rather than factual, or that 100 inaccuracies, exaggerations, or impossibilities were soon discovered in his Voyage by French or American critics. Here was a prose that set aflutter all female, many male, breasts. Not since Rousseau or Bernardin de Saint-Pierre had French prose been so colorful, or nature so splendid, or civilization so absurd. All that the Romantic movement now awaited was a persuasive presentation of the American Indian as the Lord of Eden and wisdom, and a panorama of religion as the mother of morals, art, and salvation. Chateaubriand would soon provide the one in Atala and René, the other in The Genius of Christianity. The poet-explorer rode on through New York State, received hospitality from some Onondaga Indians, slept primitively on Mother Earth near Niagara, and heard the muffled roar of the falls. The next day, standing hypnotized by the river that hurried to its end, I had an involuntary longing to throw myself in. Eager to see the falls from below, he clambered down a rocky slope, lost his footing, broke an arm, and was hoisted to safety by Indians. Sobered, he surrendered his dream of a northwest passage, turned south, and reached the Ohio. At this point, his narrative becomes dubious. He tells us that he followed the Ohio to the Mississippi, this to the Gulf of Mexico, then over 1,000 miles and 100 mountains to Florida. Critics, comparing distances, conveyances, and time, have judged his story incredible, and have branded his description of fauna and flora as quite unlike the landscapes and vegetation of those regions 100 years later. However, a century could have drastically changed the wildlife, and even through cultivation and mining, the contour of the earth. After a stay with the Seminole Indians, Chateaubriand made his way northwest to Chillicothe, in what is now Illinois. There he saw in an English journal news of Louis XVI's flight to Varennes on June 22, 1791. He worried that the captured king would now be daily in danger of his life. I said to myself, "Go back to France," and abruptly brought my travels to a close. On January 2, 1792, he reached France after an absence of 9 months. He was still but 23. 2. Development. He had exhausted nearly all his funds and remained uncertain and insecure in a country hostile to viscounts and moving toward war and September massacres. His sisters advised him to marry money and found for him a moderately dowered bride, Céleste Buisson de la Vigne, aged 17. They married on February 21, 1792. The modest Céleste remained loyal to him through all his vicissitudes and mistresses, and through his decade of conflict with Napoleon, whom she admired. After many years, he learned to love her. They went to live in Paris, near his sisters Lucille and Julie. Part of his wife's fortune, invested in church securities, was lost in the confiscation of ecclesiastical property by the revolutionary government. Part of it René gambled away in the casinos. On April 20th, the Legislative Assembly declared war upon Austria. French émigrés formed a regiment to join Austria in overthrowing the revolution. Chateaubriand, though not quite certain that he desired this, felt bound to join his fellow nobles. Leaving wife and sisters in a Paris that would soon imprison and then massacre hundreds of the aristocracy, he rushed to Coblentz, enrolled in the émigré army, and shared in the abortive siege of Thionville on September 1, 1792. He was wounded in the thigh and was honorably discharged. Unable to get back through mobilized France to his wife, he made his way, mostly on foot, to Ostend, found passage to the island of Jersey, was nursed back to health by an uncle, and in May 1793 crossed to England. There he learned the ways of poverty and bore them well, despite the sickly temperament to which I was subject and the romantic notions of freedom which I cherished. He refused the allowance offered to émigré nobles by the British government. He survived by teaching French privately and in a boarding school. He fell in love with a pupil, Charlotte Ives. She returned his affection. Her parents proposed that he marry Charlotte. He had to confess that he already had a wife. Meanwhile, his wife, his mother, and his sisters had been imprisoned in France. His elder brother, with his wife and her heroic grandfather Malesherbes, were guillotined on April 22, 1794. His own wife and his sisters were not released till the end of the Terror with the fall of Robespierre. Lucille had often noted his facility with words and had urged him to be a writer. During these years in England, he began a vast prose epic, Les Natchez, into whose 2,383 pages he poured his romantic dreams and his idealization of the American Indian. Anxious to win fame as a philosopher, he published in London, in 1797, an Essai historique, politique et moral sur les révolutions anciennes et modernes. This was a remarkable performance for a youth of 29, poor in organization, rich in garnered ideas. Revolutions, Chateaubriand argued, are periodic outbursts following always the same curve from rebellion through chaos to dictatorship. So the Greeks deposed their kings, established republics, and then submitted to Alexander. The The Romans deposed their king, established a republic, and then submitted to the Caesars. Here, 2 years before the 18th Brumaire, was Chateaubriand's forecast of Napoleon. History is a circle, or an enlarged repetition of the same circle, with frills that make the old seem new. The same good and the same evil survive in men despite such mighty overturns. There is no real progress. Knowledge grows, but merely to serve instincts that do not change. The faith of the Enlightenment in the indefinite perfectibility of mankind is a childish delusion. Nevertheless, a conclusion that startled most readers, the Enlightenment had succeeded in undermining Christianity. There is no likelihood that the religion of our youth can ever recover from that century of political peace and intellectual war. What religion, then, will replace the Christian? Probably none, the young skeptic concludes. Intellectual and political turmoil will undermine European civilization and return it to the barbarism from which it emerged. Peoples now savage will rise to civilization, go through successive grandeurs and revolutions, and sink into barbarism in their turn. The book made Chateaubriand famous in émigré circles, but shocked those who felt that aristocracy and religion must stand together or die divided. These criticisms left their mark on Chateaubriand, whose later works were largely an apology for this one. But he was now deeply moved by a letter sent him from France, on July 1st, 1798, by his sister Julie. "My friend, we have just lost the best of mothers. If you knew how many tears your errors have drawn from our honorable mother, and how deplorable these errors seem to all who make profession not merely of piety but of reason. If you knew this pledge, it would help to open your eyes, to make you give up writing. And if a heaven touched by our prayers should permit our reunion, you would find among us all the happiness that we can taste on earth." When Chateaubriand received this letter, it was accompanied by another to the effect that his sister Julie, too, had died. In the preface to Le Génie du Christianisme, he described to these messages the complete change displayed by the later book. "These two voices from the tomb, this death serving to interpret death, were a blow to me. I became a Christian. I wept, and I believed." So sudden and dramatic a change invited skepticism, but in a less than literal sense it could be sincere. This book is continued on Cassette 5, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued, Cassette 5, Side 1. So sudden and dramatic a change invited skepticism, but in a less than literal sense it could be sincere. Probably Chateaubriand, in whom the philosopher was never distinct from the poet, ascribed to a moment, as by a figure of speech, the process by which he passed from unbelief to a view of Christianity as, first, beautiful, then morally beneficent, finally deserving, despite its faults, of private sympathy and public support. He was moved, in the last years of the dying century, by letters from his friend Louis de Fontaine, describing the moral disintegration then corroding France, and the rising desire of the people to return to their churches and their priests. Soon, in Fontaine's judgment, this hunger would compel a restoration of Catholic worship. Chateaubriand resolved to be the voice of that movement. He would write a defense of Christianity in terms not of science and philosophy, but of morals and art. No matter if those fascinating stories that were told us in our youth were legends rather than history, they entranced and inspired us, and in some measure reconciled us to those Hebraic commandments upon which our social order, and therefore Christian civilization, had been built. Would it not be the greatest of crimes to take from the people the beliefs that had helped them to control their unsocial impulses and to bear injustice, evil, suffering, and the fatality of death? So Chateaubriand, in his final memoir, expressed both his doubts and his faith. My spirit is inclined to believe in nothing, not even in myself, to disdain everything, grandeur, miseries, peoples, and kings. Nevertheless, it is dominated by an instinct of reason that commands it to submit to everything evidently beautiful: religion, justice, humanity, equality, liberty, glory. Early in 1800, Fontaine invited Chateaubriand to return to France. Fontaine was persona grata with the first consul, and would see to it that the young émigré should not be harmed. Napoleon was already thinking of restoring Catholicism. A good book on the virtues of Christianity might help him meet the inevitable jibes of the Jacobins. On May 16, 1800, Chateaubriand rejoined his wife and Lucille in Paris. Fontaine introduced him to a literary circle that gathered in the home of the frail but beautiful Comtesse Pauline de Beaumont, daughter of Comte Armand Marc de Montmorin, once Minister of Foreign Affairs under Louis XVI and then guillotined. Soon she became Chateaubriand's mistress. It was in her country house and under her prodding that he finished Le Génie. He did not think the time right for the complete publication of a book so contrary to the skepticism prevailing in intellectual circles, but in 1801 he offered Paris a 100-page extract from it as an unpretentious idol of Christian virtue and romantic love. It made him at once the talk of literate France, the idol of the women, and the favorite son of the reviving church. He called it Atala, or The Loves of Two Savages in the Desert. The initial scene is in Louisiana, as peopled by the Natchez Indians. The narrator is the blind old chieftain, Chactas. He tells how in his youth he was captured by a hostile tribe and was sentenced to be burned to death, but was saved by the Indian maid Atala. They flee together through marshes and forests, over mountains and streams. They fall in love by force of propinquity and through dangers shared. He seeks, she refuses, consummation, having pledged lifelong virginity to her dying mother. They meet an old missionary who supports her piety by satirizing love as a form of inebriation and marriage as a fate worse than death. Torn, like history, between religion and sex, Atala solves her dilemma by taking poison. Chactas is desolate, but the missionary explains that death is a blessed release from life. Despite so many days gathered in my head, I have never met a man who had not been deceived by dreams of happiness, no heart that did not hold a hidden wound. The spirit apparently most serene resembles the natural wells of Florida's savannas. Their surface seems calm and pure, but when you see to the bottom, you perceive a large crocodile which the well nourishes with its waters. Chateaubriand's description of Atala's funeral, priest and pagan mingling their hands to cover her corpse with the soil, became a famous passage in the literature of romance. It inspired also one of the great paintings of the Napoleonic period, The Burial of Atala, with which Giraudet Triozon brought half of Paris to tears in 1808. But the classical tradition was too strong in the France of 1801 to win for the tale the full acclaim of critics. Many of them smiled at the purple passages and the ancient use of love, religion, and death to stir hearts broken or young, and the conscription of nature to serve with her various moods as an obligato to human joys and woes. But others praised, and a multitude of readers enjoyed, the simple words and quiet music of the style, the sounds, forms, and colors of the fauna and flora, the mountains, forests, and streams that supplied a living background to the tale. The mood of France was ready to hear a good word for religion and chastity. Napoleon was planning a reconciliation with the Church. It seemed a good time to publish Le Génie du Christianisme. 3. The Genius of Christianity. The book appeared in 5 volumes on April 14, 1802, in the same week that saw the promulgation of the Concordat. As far as I can judge, wrote Jules Lemaitre in 1865, the Génie du Christianisme was the greatest success in the history of French literature. Fontaine greeted it with a Moniteur article praising it with friendly superlatives. A second edition appeared in 1803, dedicated to Napoleon. From that moment, the author felt that Bonaparte was the only man of the age whom he had to surpass. The génie of the title did not quite mean genius, though it meant that too. It meant the distinctive character, the inherent creative spirit of the religion that had begotten and nurtured the civilization of post-classical Europe. Chateaubriand proposed to annul the 18th century Enlightenment by showing in Christianity such understanding tenderness toward human needs and griefs, such multifarious inspiration to art, and such powerful supports to moral character and social order, that all questions as to the credibility of the Church's dogmas and traditions became of minor importance. The real question should be, is Christianity an immeasurable, inseparable, and indispensable support to Western civilization? A more logical mind than Chateaubriand's might have begun with a picture of the moral, social, and political deterioration of that revolutionary France which had divorced itself from Catholic Christianity. But Chateaubriand was a man of feeling and sentiment, and probably he was right in assuming that most of the French of either sex were more like him than like Voltaire and the other philosophe who had labored so ardently to crush the infamy of an authoritarian religion. He called himself an anti-philosophe. He carried far beyond Rousseau the reaction against rationalism, and he reproved Madame de Staël for defending the Enlightenment. So he began with an appeal to feeling, and left reason to fall in line after feeling had led the way. He proclaimed at the outset his belief in the fundamental mystery of Catholic doctrine, the Trinity. God as the Father creating, God as the Son redeeming, God as the Holy Spirit enlightening and sanctifying. One must not worry here about credibility. The important thing is that without a belief in an intelligent God, life becomes a merciless struggle, sin and failure become unforgivable, marriage becomes a fragile and precarious association, old age a somber disintegration, death an obscene but inescapable agony. The sacraments of the Church, baptism, confession, communion, confirmation, matrimony, extreme unction, deathbed anointment, and sacerdotal ordination, transformed the chapters in our painful growth and ignominious decay into advancing stages of spiritual development, each deepened with priestly guidance and solemn ceremony, and strengthening the infinitesimal individual with membership in a powerful and confident community of believers in a redeeming and lovable Christ, a sinless and interceding Mother, a wise, omnipotent, watchful, punishing, forgiving, and rewarding God. With that faith, man is redeemed from the greatest curse of all, to be meaningless in a meaningless world. Chateaubriand proceeded to contrast the virtues recommended by the pagan philosophers with those taught by Christianity. On the one hand, fortitude, temperance, and prudence, all directed toward individual advancement. On the other, faith, hope, and charity, a creed that ennobled life, strengthened the social bond, and made death a resurrection. He compared the philosopher's view of history as the struggle and defeat of individuals and groups with the Christian view of history as the effort of man to overcome the sinfulness original to his nature and to achieve a widening caritas. Better to believe that the heavens declared the glory of God than that they are accidental accumulations of rock and dust, persistent but senseless, beautiful but dumb. And how can we contemplate the loveliness of most birds and many quadrupeds without feeling that some divinity lurks in their resilient growth and their enchanting forms? As for morality, the matter seemed to Chateaubriand painfully clear. Our moral code must be sanctioned by God, or it will collapse against the nature of man. No code of confessedly human origin will carry sufficient authority to control the unsocial instincts of men. The fear of God is the beginning of civilization, and the love of God is the goal of morality. Moreover, that fear and love must be handed down, generation after generation, by parents, educators, and priests. Parents with no God to transmit, teachers with no support in religious creed and garb, will find the infinite inventiveness of selfishness, passion, and greed stronger than their uninspired words. Finally, there can be no morality if there is no future state. There must be another life to atone for the tribulations of virtue on the earth. European civilization, Chateaubriand argued, is almost entirely due to the Catholic Church, to her support of the family and the school, to her preaching of the Christian virtues, to her checking and cleansing of popular superstitions and practices, to the healing processes of the confessional, to her inspiration and encouragement of literature and art. The Middle Ages wisely abandoned the unguided pursuit of truth for the creation of beauty, and they produced in the Gothic cathedrals an architecture superior to that of the Parthenon. Pagan literature has many excellences for the mind, many pitfalls for morality. The Bible is greater than Homer, the prophets are more inspiring than the philosophers, and what fiction can compare in tenderness and influence with the life and teaching of Christ? Obviously, a book like the Génie could appeal only to those who, through the excesses of the Revolution or the trials of life, were emotionally ready to believe. So the philosopher Joubert, Chateaubriand's friend, said that he sought in Catholicism a refuge from a revolutionary world too horrible to bear. Such readers may have smiled at the childish teleology which taught that the song of birds is ordained expressly for our ears. In spite of our cruelty to them, they cannot forbear to charm us, as they are obliged to fulfill the decrees of Providence. But those readers were so carried along by the elegance and music of the style that they passed over the use of the three graces to explain the Trinity, or of the Malthusian fear of overpopulation to defend ecclesiastical celibacy. If the arguments were sometimes weak, the charm was strong. Even nature would have been pleased if, after some earthquake, flood, or hurricane, she had heard Chateaubriand's litany of her loveliness. Did he really believe? From 1801 to late in life, we are told, he omitted his Easter duty of confession and communion, the Church's minimal demand upon her children. Sismondi reported a conversation with him in 1813. Chateaubriand observed the universal decadence of religions both in Europe and in Asia, and compared these symptoms of dissolution with those of polytheism in the time of Julian. He concluded from this that the nations of Europe would disappear along with their religions. I was astounded to find him so free a spirit. Chateaubriand talked of religion. He believes it, religion, necessary to sustain the state. He thinks that he and others are bound to believe. No wonder that, carrying with him through 60 years such a burden of secret doubt, he never recovered from the youthful pessimism that he described in René. In old age, he said, I ought not to have been born. 4. René. The genius of Christianity was a major expression of the Romantic movement in the religious field. It formulated the return of faith and hope, if not of charity. It exalted medieval poetry and art, and stimulated the revival of Gothic architecture in France. Within its 5 volumes, it originally included not only Atala, but till 1805, René. This 40-page paean to pessimism reflected the despondency of émigrés, and Chateaubriand's youthful infatuation with his sisters. It became the fount and standard of 1,000 moans of melodious despair. René is a young French aristocrat who has fled from France and has joined the Natchez Indian tribe in the hope of forgetting an incestuous love. His adoptive father, Chactas, having told him the tale of Atala, persuades him to tell his own story. Timid and constrained before my father, I found ease and contentment only with my sister Amélie. When he realized that his love for her was nearing incest, he sought release by losing himself in the Paris crowd, vast wilderness of men. Or he sat for hours in an unfrequented church, begging God to free him from the crime of his love or from the incubus of life. He looked for solitude amid mountains and fields, but nowhere could he drive from his thoughts the tenderness and loveliness of Amélie. Tormented with desire to go to her and declare his love, he decided in shame to kill himself. Amélie divined this decision when she learned that he was making his will. She hurried to Paris, found him, embraced him wildly, and covered my forehead with kisses. 3 months of comradeship and restrained happiness followed. Then, overcome with remorse, she fled to a convent, leaving him a word of comfort and all her fortune. He sought her and begged permission to talk with her. She would not see him. When she was about to take the vows, he made his way into the chapel, knelt near her, heard her, prostrate before the altar, begging, "God of mercy, let me never rise from this somber bed, and cover with your favors the brother who never partook of my criminal passion." They never saw each other again. He resumed his thoughts of suicide, but decided to bear the greater pain of life. I found, and this passage became a locus classicus of romantic grief, a kind of satisfaction in my suffering. I discovered with a secret movement of joy that sorrow is not, like pleasure, a feeling that wears itself out. My melancholy became an occupation which filled all my moments. My heart was entirely and naturally steeped in ennui and misery. Sick of civilization, he decided to lose himself in America and live the simple life of an Indian tribe. A missionary reproved him for his self-centered mood and bade him return to France and cleanse himself by services to mankind. However, René perished afterward with Chactas in the massacre of the French and the Natchez Indians in Louisiana. It is a story well told, except that the events are improbable and the sentiment is overdone. But sentiment had been starved for a decade. Grief had been dangerous and too deep for tears. Now, the revolution ended and security restored, sentiment was free and tears might flow. The melancholy of René, echoing Werther's across a generation, became a pose for René de Chateaubriand, was echoed in Sénancour's Obermann in 1804, and was carried on in Childe Harold's Pilgrimage in 1813. Chateaubriand reproached Byron for not acknowledging his debt. The little book infected a generation with mal de siècle, the characteristic illness of the time. It became the model of 1,000, perhaps 100,000, melancholy tales, romans. Its hero was called a storyteller, a romancier. So perhaps the Romantic movement derived its name. For half a century now it would dominate the literature and art of France. 5. Chateaubriand and Napoleon. The genius of Christianity, said Napoleon, is a work of lead and gold, but the gold predominates. Everything great and national in character ought to acknowledge the genius of Chateaubriand. For his part, he welcomed the book as admirably concordant with the Concordat. He arranged a meeting with the author, recognized him as a valuable property, and appointed him in 1803 first secretary to the French embassy in Rome. The author recorded the meeting with modesty and pride. It mattered little to him that I had no experience of public affairs, that I was entirely unfamiliar with practical diplomacy. He believed that some minds are capable of understanding and have no need of apprenticeship. He was soon followed to Rome by his mistress. However, she died in Rome on November 5th, with Chateaubriand at her side, after bidding him return to his wife. He was soon persona grata to the Pope and ingrata to the ambassador, Napoleon's uncle, Cardinal Fesch, who complained that the brilliant author was assuming ambassadorial authority. The cardinal was not the man to allow this. He asked to be relieved of his aid. Napoleon recalled the Viscount by appointing him chargé d'affaires in the little Swiss republic of Valais. Chateaubriand went to Paris to consider, but on hearing of the Duc d'Enghien's execution, he sent to Napoleon his resignation from the diplomatic service. By daring to leave Bonaparte, I had placed myself on his level, and he was turned against me by all the force of his perfidy, as I was turned against him by all the force of my loyalty. Sometimes I was drawn to him by the admiration with which he inspired me, and by the idea that I was witnessing a transformation of society and not a mere change of dynasty. But our respective natures, antipathetic in so many respects, always gained the upper hand, and if he would gladly have had me shot, I should have felt no great compunction about killing him. No immediate harm came to him. He was distracted from politics by the illness of his wife, whom he loved between liaisons, and the death of his sister Lucille in 1804. Meanwhile, he had taken as mistress Delphine de Custine. In 1806, he sought to replace her with Nathalie de Noailles, but Nathalie made her favors conditional on his undertaking a journey to the holy places in Palestine. Leaving his wife in Venice, he went on to Corfu, Athens, Smyrna, Constantinople, and Jerusalem. He returned via Alexandria, Carthage, and Spain, and reached Paris in June 1807. He had shown courage and stamina on this arduous tour, and on the way he had sedulously gathered material and background for 2 books that reinforced his literary fame: Les Martyrs de Dioclétien, of 1809, and Itinéraire de Paris à Jérusalem, of 1811. While preparing these volumes, he carried on his feud with Napoleon, then negotiating peace at Tilsit, by an article in the Mercure de France for July 4, 1807. It was ostensibly about Nero and Tacitus, but it could readily be applied to Napoleon and Chateaubriand. When, in the silence of abjection, no sign can be heard save that of the chains of the slave and the voice of the informer, when all tremble before the tyrant, and it is as dangerous to incur his favor as to merit his displeasure, the historian appears, entrusted with the vengeance of the nation. Nero prospers in vain, for Tacitus has already been formed within the empire. He grows up unknown beside the ashes of Germanicus, and already a just providence has delivered into the hands of an obscure child the glory of the master of the world. If the historian's role is a fine one, it often has its dangers. But there are altars, such as that of honor, which, though deserted, demand further sacrifices. Wherever there is a chance for fortune, there is no heroism in trying it. Magnanimous actions are those whose foreseeable result is adversity and death. After all, what do reverses matter if our name, pronounced by posterity, makes a single generous heart beat 2,000 years after we have lived? On his return from Tilsit, Napoleon ordered the new Tacitus to leave Paris. The Mercure was warned to take no further articles from his pen. Chateaubriand became a passionate defender of a free press. He retired to a property that he had bought in the Vallée aux Loups at Châtenay, and devoted himself to preparing Les Martyrs for publication. He deleted from the manuscript such passages as might be interpreted as derogatory of Napoleon. In that year, 1809, his brother Armand was arrested for having transmitted dispatches from the émigré Bourbon princes to their agents in France. René wrote to Napoleon asking mercy for Armand. Napoleon found the letter too proud and threw it into the fire. Armand was tried and found guilty and was shot on March 31st. René arrived a few moments after the execution. He never forgot the scene. Armand lying dead, his face and skull shattered by bullets, a butcher's dog licking up his blood and his brains. It was Good Friday, 1809. Chateaubriand buried his grief in his valley solitude and in preparing his Mémoire d'Outre-Tombe. He began these reminiscences in 1811. He worked on them intermittently as a sedative from travel, liaisons, and politics. He wrote their last page in 1841 and forbade their publication till after his death. Hence he called them Memoirs from the Tomb. They are bold in thought, childish in sentiment, brilliant in style. Here, for example, the parade of Napoleon's appointees hurrying to swear their eternal loyalty to Louis XVIII after Napoleon's collapse. Vice entered, leaning on the arm of crime. Monsieur de Talleyrand walked in, supported by Monsieur Fouché. In those leisurely pages are descriptions of nature rivaling those in Atala and René, and colorful episodes like the burning of Moscow. Pages of sentiment abound. The earth is a charming mother. We come forth from her womb. In childhood she holds us to her breasts, which are swollen with milk and honey. In youth and manhood she lavishes upon us cool waters, her harvests and her fruits. When we die, she opens her bosom to us again, and throws a coverlet of grass and flowers over our remains while she secretly transforms us into her own substance, to be reproduced in some new and graceful shape. And now and then a flash of philosophy, usually somber. History is only a repetition of the same facts applied to diverse men and times. These Mémoires d'Outre-Tombe are Chateaubriand's most enduring book. He remained rurally quiet until 1814, when the successes of the Allied armies brought them to the frontiers of France. Would their advance, as in 1792, arouse the French people to heroic resistance? On the 5th anniversary of Armand's execution, Chateaubriand issued a powerful pamphlet, De Bonaparte et des Bourbons, which was scattered through France as Napoleon retreated, fighting for life. The author assured the nation that God himself marches openly at the head of the Allied armies and sits in the council of the kings. He reviewed the offenses of Napoleon, the execution of Enghien and Cadoudal, the torture and assassination of Pichegru, the imprisonment of the Pope. These reveal in Bonaparte, spelled in the Italian way, a nature foreign to France. His crimes must not be charged to the French people. Many rulers had suppressed freedom of print and speech, but Napoleon had gone further and had commanded the press to praise him at whatever cost to truth. The tributes to him as an administrator are undeserved. He merely reduced despotism to a science, turned taxation into confiscation, and conscription into massacre. In the Russian campaign alone, 243,610 men died after experiencing every manner of suffering, while their leader, well-sheltered and well-fed, deserted his army to flee to Paris. How noble and humane, by comparison, had Louis XVI been? As Napoleon had asked of the Directory in 1799, "What have you done with the France that was so brilliant when I left you?" So now the whole human race accuses you, calls for vengeance in the name of religion, morality, freedom. Where have you not spread desolation? In what corner of the world is there a family so obscure as to have escaped your ravages? Spain, Italy, Austria, Germany, Russia demand of you the sons that you have slaughtered, the tents, cabins, chateaux, temples that you have put to flame. The voice of the world declares you the greatest criminal that has ever appeared on the earth, you who, in the heart of civilization, in an age of enlightenment, wish to rule by the sword of Attila and the maxims of Nero. Surrender now your scepter of iron, descend from that mound of ruins of which you have made a throne. We cast you out as you cast out the Directory. Go, if you can, as your only punishment, to be witness of the joy that your fall brings to France, and contemplate, as you shed tears of rage, the spectacle of the people's happiness. How now replace him? With the king who comes sanctified by his birth, a noble by his character. Louis XVIII, a prince known for his enlightenment, his freedom from prejudice, his repudiation of revenge. He comes bearing in his hand a pledge of pardon to all his enemies. How sweet it will be, after so many agitations and misfortunes, to rest under the paternal authority of our legitimate sovereign. Frenchmen, friends, companions in misfortune, let us forget our quarrels, our hates, our errors, to save the fatherland. Let us embrace over the ruins of our dear country and call to our help the heir of Henry IV and Louis XIV. Vive le roi! Is it any wonder that Louis XVIII later said that those 50 pages had been worth to him 100,000 troops? Let us leave Chateaubriand here for a while. He was by no means finished. He still had 34 years of life in him. He was to play an active role in Restoration politics, was still to gather mistresses, ending at last in the arms of a Récamier who was graduating from beauty to benevolence. He spent more and more of his time on his memoir, and now that his enemy was immured in a distant island, itself imprisoned by the sea, he could write of him, as he did for 456 pages, in a mood made milder by time and victory. He lived till 1848, having seen 3 French revolutions. Chapter 14. Science and Philosophy under Napoleon. 1. Mathematics and Physics. In science, the age of Napoleon was one of the most fruitful in history. He himself was the first modern ruler with a scientific education. And probably Aristotle's Alexander had not received so thorough a grounding. The Franciscan friars who taught him in the military school at Brienne knew that science is more helpful than theology in winning wars. They gave the young Corsican all the mathematics, physics, chemistry, geology, and geography that they knew. Arrived at power, he restored Louis XIV's practice of awarding substantial prizes for cultural achievements, and he revealed his background by giving most awards to scientists. Again, following precedent, he extended his gifts to foreigners. So, in 1801, he and the Institute invited Alessandro Volta to come to Paris and demonstrate his theories of the electric current. Volta came, Napoleon attended 3 of his lectures, and moved the award of a gold medal to the Italian physicist. In 1801, the prize for electrochemical discoveries was given to Humphrey Davy, who came to Paris to receive it, though France and England were at war. Periodically, Napoleon invited the scientists of the Institute to meet with him and report on work done or in progress in their respective fields. At such a conference, on February 26, 1808, Cuvier spoke as the Institute's secretary, with almost the classic eloquence of a Buffon, and Napoleon could feel that the golden age of French prose had been restored. The French excelled in pure science and made France the most intellectual and skeptical of nations. The English encouraged applied science and developed the industry, commerce, and wealth that made them the protagonists of world history during the 19th century. In the first decade of that century, Lagrange, Legendre, Laplace, and Monge set the pace in mathematics. Monge developed with Napoleon a warm friendship that lasted till death. He regretted the deterioration of the consul into an emperor, but bore it with indulgence, and even consented to be made Comte de Pelouse. Perhaps it was a secret between them that Pelusium was an ancient ruin in Egypt. He mourned when Napoleon was banished to Elba, and openly rejoiced over the exile's dramatic return. The restored Bourbon ordered the Institute to expel Monge. It obeyed. When Monge died in 1818, his students at the École Polytechnique, which he had helped to establish, wished to attend his funeral, but were forbidden. The day after his funeral, they marched in a body to the cemetery and laid a wreath upon his grave. Lazare Carnot came under the influence of Monge when studying in the military academy at Mézières. After serving as organizer of victory on the Committee of Public Safety and escaping with his life from the radical coup d'etat of September 4, 1797, he found safety and sanity in mathematics. In 1803, he published Réflexions sur la métaphysique du calcul infinitésimal, and 2 later essays founded synthetic geometry. In 1806, François Mollien made a revolution of his own by introducing double-entry bookkeeping in the Bank of France. In 1812, Jean-Victor Poncelet, a pupil of Monge, joined the Grand Army in the invading of Russia, was captured, and adorned his imprisonment by formulating at the age of 24 the basic theorems of projective geometry. Mathematics is both the mother and the model of the sciences. They begin with counting and aspire to equations. Through such quantitative statements, physics and chemistry guide the engineer in remaking the world. And sometimes, as in a temple or a bridge, they may flower into art. Joseph Fourier was not content with administering the Département of Isère in 1801. He wished also to reduce the conduction of heat to precise mathematical formulations. In epical experiments at Grenoble, he developed and used what are now the Fourier series of differential equations, still vital to mathematics and a mystery to historians. He announced his discoveries in 1807, but gave a formal exposition of his methods and results in Théorie analytique de la chaleur in 1822, which has been called one of the most important books published in the 19th century. Wrote Fourier, The effects of heat are subject to constant laws which cannot be discovered without the aid of mathematical analysis. The object of the theory which we are to explain is to demonstrate these laws. It reduces all physical researches on the propagation of heat to problems of the integral calculus whose elements are given by experiment. These considerations present a singular example of the relations which exist between the abstract science of numbers and natural causes. More spectacular were the experiments that Joseph-Louis Gay-Lussac made to measure the effects of altitude on terrestrial magnetism and the expansion of gases. On September 16, 1804, he rose in a balloon to a height of 23,012 feet. His findings, reported to the Institute in 1805 to 1809, placed him among the founders of meteorology, and his later studies of potassium, chlorine, and cyanogen continued the work of Lavoisier and Berthollet in bringing theoretical chemistry to the service of industry and daily life. The most impressive figure in the physical sciences of Napoleon's reign was Pierre-Simon Laplace. It was not unknown to him that he was the handsomest man in the Senate, to which he had been appointed after his failure as Minister of the Interior. In 1796 he had presented in popular form but brilliant style, Exposition du Système du Monde, his mechanical theory of the universe, and, in a casual note, his nebular hypothesis of cosmic origins. More leisurely, in the 5 volumes of his Traité de Mécanique Céleste, 1799 to 1825, he summoned the developments of mathematics and physics to the task of subjecting the solar system, and by implication all other heavenly bodies, to the laws of motion and the principle of gravitation. Newton had admitted that some seeming irregularities in the movements of the planets had defied all his attempts to explain them. For example, the orbit of Saturn was continually, however leisurely, expanding, so that, if unchecked, it must in the course of a few billion years be lost in the infinity of space. And the orbits of Jupiter and the Moon were slowly shrinking, so that, in the amplitude of time, the great planet must be absorbed into the Sun, and the modest Moon must be catastrophically received into the Earth. Newton had concluded that God himself must intervene now and then to correct such absurdities. But many astronomers had rejected this desperate hypothesis as outlawed by the nature and principles of science. Laplace proposed to show that these irregularities were due to influences that corrected themselves periodically, and that a little patience, in Jupiter's case 929 years, would see everything automatically returning to order. He concluded that there was no reason why the solar and stellar systems should not continue to operate on the laws of Newton and Laplace to the end of time. It was a majestic and dismal conception that the world is a machine doomed to go on tracing the same diagrams in the sky forever. It had immense influence in promoting a mechanistic view of mind as well as matter, and shared with the kindly Darwin in undermining Christian theology. God, as Laplace told Napoleon, wasn't necessary after all. Napoleon thought the hypothesis somewhat nebulous, and Laplace himself came at times to doubt Laplace. Midway in his stellar enterprise, he stopped to write a Théorie analytique des probabilités, 1812 to 1820, and an Essai philosophique sur les probabilités, 1814. Nearing his term, he reminded his fellow scientists, "That which we know is a little thing. That which we do not know is immense." 2. Medicine. The doctors might have said the same, with Napoleon's hearty consent. He never gave up hope of convincing his physicians that their drugs had done more harm than good, and that they would have more deaths to answer for at the Last Judgment than the generals. Dr. Corvisart, who loved him, heard his banter patiently. Dr. Antomarchi avenged and deserved Napoleon's taunts by giving him, then approaching death, one enema after another. That Napoleon appreciated the work of devoted and competent physicians is evident from his bequest of 100,000 francs to Dominique Larrey, 1766 to 1842, the virtuous surgeon who accompanied the French army in Egypt, Russia, and at Waterloo, introduced the flying ambulance to give quick aid to the wounded, performed 200 amputations in one day at Borodino, and left 4 volumes of Mémoires de chirurgie militaire et compagne, 1812 to 1817. The emperor was not mistaken when he chose Jean-Nicolas Corvisart as his personal physician. The professor of practical medicine at the Collège de France was as careful in his diagnoses as he was skeptical of his treatments. He was the first French doctor to adopt percussion, chest tapping, as a diagnostic aid in ailments of the heart or lungs. He had found this method proposed in Inventum Novum ex Percussione, 1760, of Leopold Auenbrugger of Vienna. He translated the 95-page monograph, added to it from his own experiences, and expanded it into a textbook of 440 pages. His Essai sur les maladies et les lésions organiques du cœur et des gros vaisseaux of 1806 established him as one of the founders of pathological anatomy. A year later, he joined the imperial household as its resident physician. His difficult employer used to say that he had no faith in medicine, but full faith in Corvisart. When Napoleon went to St. Helena, Corvisart withdrew into rural obscurity, and he died faithfully in the year of his master's death, 1821. His pupil, René Théophile Laennec, carried further the experiments in auscultation, literally listening, which, in his first attempt, consisted of 2 cylinders, each placed one end on the patient's body, the other end at the ear of the doctor, who was thereby seeing the chest, stethos, with his ears. So the sounds made by the internal organs, as in breathing, coughing, and digestion, could be heard unconfused by irrelevant noise. Helped by this instrument, Laennec proceeded with investigations whose results he summarized in a Traité de l'auscultation médiate of 1819. Its second edition of 1826 has been described as the most important treatise on the thoracic organs ever written. Its description of pneumonia remained an authoritative classic till the 20th century. The outstanding achievement of French medicine in this period was in humanizing the treatment of the insane. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2, continued. Cassette 5, Side 2. The outstanding achievement of French medicine in this period was in humanizing the treatment of the insane. When, in 1792, Philippe Pinel was appointed medical director of the famous asylum that Richelieu had founded at suburban Bicêtre, he was shocked to find that the rights of man so confidently declared by the Revolution had not been extended to the mentally deranged who were confined there or at a similar institution, the Salpêtrière. Many of the inmates were kept in chains lest they injure others or themselves. Many more were quieted by frequent bloodletting or by stupefying drugs. Any new arrival, not necessarily demented, but perhaps a nuisance to relatives or the government, was flung into the bedlam and left to deteriorate by contagion in body and mind. The result was a mess of maniacs whose antics, dull stares, or desperate appeals were occasionally exhibited to the public for a modest admission fee. Pinel went in person to the convention to ask authority for trying a gentler regimen. He removed the chains, reduced to a minimum the bloodletting and the drugs, released the patients into the invigorating air, and ordered the guards to treat the insane not as secret criminals cursed by God, but as invalids often amenable to improvement by patient care. He formulated his views and regimen in an enduring Traité médico-philosophique sur l'aliénation mentale of 1801. The title was one more sign that Pinel had achieved, or aimed for, the Hippocratic ideal of the physician as combining the learning of the scientist with the sympathetic understanding of the philosopher. A physician who is a lover of wisdom, Hippocrates had said, is the equal of God. 3. Biology. 1. Cuvier, 1769 to 1832. The great Cuvier reached the top of his kind, despite being a Protestant in a Catholic land. Like so many other scientists in Napoleon's France, he was raised to high political office, even to membership in the Council of State, this in 1814. He kept that place under the restored Bourbons and was made president of the Council and a peer of France in 1830. When he died in 1832, he was honored throughout Europe as the man who had founded paleontology and comparative anatomy and had prepared biology to transform the mind of Europe. His father was an officer in a Swiss regiment who earned an Order of Merit and at 50 married a young wife. She watched with loving discipline over the physical and mental development of her son, Georges Léopold Chrétien. She checked his work as a student and had him read to her the classics of literature and history. Cuvier learned to be eloquent about mollusks and worms. He had the good fortune to be admitted to the academy that Charles Eugene, Duke of Württemberg, had founded at Stuttgart, where 80 masters taught 400 select students. There he was enamored for a time by the works of Linnaeus, but permanently by the Histoire naturelle of Buffon. Having graduated with an armful of prizes, but lacking any patrimony to finance further schooling, he took a post as tutor in a family living near Fécamp, on the English Channel. Some fossils locally exhumed stirred his interest in geological strata as literal lithographs of prehistoric plant and animal life. And some shellfish gathered from the sea so fascinated him with their diversity of internal organs and external forms that he proposed a new classification of organisms according to their structural character and variations. From these beginnings he developed, by a curiosity and industry that never tired, a knowledge of fossil and living forms never equaled before him and perhaps never since. News of his learning and application reached Paris, won useful commendations from his future rivals Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire and Lamarck, and brought him, aged 27, in 1796, the professorship of comparative anatomy at the Muséum National d'Histoire Naturelle. At 31, he published one of the classics of French science, Leçons d'anatomie comparée. At 33, he was head professor at the Jardin des Plantes. At 34, he was made perpetual secretary, or executive director, of the Department of Physical and Natural Sciences in the Institut National. Meanwhile, by 1802, he had traveled widely as a commissioner of the Institute in the reorganization of secondary education. Despite his duties as teacher and administrator, he pursued his researches as if resolved, with some collaborators, to study and classify every species of plant or animal preserved in the strata or living on the earth or in the sea. His Histoire naturelle des poissons, 1828 to 1831, described 5,000 species of fish. His Recherches sur les ossements fossiles des quadrupèdes, 1812 to 1825, almost created mammalian paleontology. It contained Cuvier's description of the woolly elephant, named by him the mammoth, whose remains had been found in 1802, buried in a mass of permanently frozen earth in Siberia, and so well preserved that dogs ate its thawing flesh. In one of these volumes, Cuvier explained his principle of the correlation of parts, by which he thought to reconstruct an extinct species from the study of a single surviving bone. Every organized individual forms an entire system of its own, all the parts of which naturally correspond and concur to produce a certain definite purpose, by reciprocal reaction or by combining toward the same end. Hence, none of these separate parts can change their forms without a corresponding change in the other parts of the same animal. And consequently, each of these parts, taken separately, indicates all the other parts to which it has belonged. Thus, if the viscera of an animal are so organized as to be fitted only to digest fresh fish, it is requisite that the jaws should be so constructed as to fit them for devouring prey, the teeth for cutting and devouring its flesh, the entire system of the limbs or organs of motion for pursuing and overtaking it, and the organs of sense for discovering it at a distance. In the same manner, a claw, a shoulder blade, a condyle, a leg or arm bone, or any other bone separately considered, enables us to discover the description of teeth to which they have belonged. And so, also, reciprocally, we may determine the forms of the other bones from the teeth. Thus, commencing our investigations by a careful survey of any one bone by itself, a person who is sufficiently master of the laws of organic structure may, as it were, reconstruct the whole animal to which that bone belonged. In 1817, in another mammoth work, Le règne animal distribué d'après son organisation, Cuvier summed up his classification of animals into vertebrates, mollusks, articulates, and radiates, and proposed to explain the successive strata of fossils as due to the sudden extinction of hundreds of species by catastrophic convulsions of the earth. As to the origin of species, he accepted the then orthodox view that each species had been specifically created by God, that its variations had been produced by the divine guidance of each organism in its adaptation to its environment, and that these variations never produced a new species. On these and other points, Cuvier engaged, 2 years before his death, in a famous debate which seemed to Goethe the most important event in the history of Europe in 1830. His living opponent in that contest was Etienne Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire, who built his case for the mutability and natural origin and evolution of species around the work of a still greater biologist, who had died a year before. 2. Lamarck, 1744 to 1829. It is easy to like Lamarck, for he struggled against poverty in youth, against the universally acclaimed Cuvier in maturity, and against blindness and poverty in old age. Moreover, he left behind him a theory of the causes and methods of evolution, much more agreeable to an amiable disposition than the merciless natural selection offered by the kindly Darwin. Like most Frenchmen, he carried a heavy armament of names: Jean-Baptiste Pierre-Antoine de Monet, Chevalier de Lamarck. He was the 11th child of a martial father who found military posts for all his sons except the last. Him he sent to a Jesuit college at Amiens with instructions to prepare himself for the priesthood. But Jean-Baptiste envied his brothers their weapons and steeds. He left college, spent his allowance on an old horse, and rode off to war in Germany. He fought valiantly, but his heroic career was ended by a neck injury ignominiously received in barrack games. He went to work as a bank clerk, studied medicine, met Rousseau, was deflected into botany, pursued plants for 9 years, and published in 1778 Flore Française. Then, nearing the end of his economic resources, he accepted employment as tutor to the sons of Buffon, if only for the opportunity to meet that aging sage. When Buffon died in 1788, Lamarck took the humble post of keeper of the herbarium in the Jardin du Roi, the Royal Botanical Gardens in Paris. Soon the designation of the King fell from fashion, and at Lamarck's suggestion, the garden was renamed Jardin des Plantes. Since it contained also a zoological collection, Lamarck gave to the study of all living forms the name biologie. As his interest overflowed from plants to animals, Lamarck, leaving the vertebrates to Cuvier, took as his province the lowly backboneless animals, for which he coined the word invertébrés, invertebrates. By 1809 he had reached some original views, which he then expounded in Système des animaux sans vertèbres and in Philosophie zoologique. Despite failing eyesight, he continued his studies and his writing, helped by his eldest daughter and by Pierre-André Latreille. In 1815-22, he issued his final classifications and conclusions in a voluminous Histoire naturelle des animaux sans vertèbres. Thereafter he became totally blind and almost destitute. His life was a tribute to his courage, and his old age was a disgrace to his government. His philosophy, or reasoned summary of zoology, began with contemplation of the endless and mysteriously originating variety in the forms of life. Every individual differs from all others, and within any species we can find so minute a gradation of differences as makes it difficult, perhaps unjust, to divide a species from its most similar and kindred neighbors in form and operation. Species, Lamarck concluded, unwittingly resuming the conceptualism of Abélard, is a concept, an abstract idea. In reality, there are only individual beings or things, and the classes, kinds, or species into which we group them are merely, though invaluably, intellectual tools for thinking of similar objects which are, however, incorrigibly unique. How did these different groups or species of plant or animal life arise? Lamarck replied with two laws. First law: in every animal which has not exceeded the term of its development, the more frequent and sustained use of any organ gradually strengthens that organ, develops and enlarges it, and gives it a strength proportioned to the length of time of such use, while the constant lack of use of such an organ perceptibly weakens it, causing it to become reduced, progressively diminishes its faculties, and ends in its disappearance. Second law: everything which nature has caused individuals to acquire or lose by the influence of the circumstances to which their race may be for a long time exposed, and consequently by the influence of the predominant use of such an organ, or by that of the constant lack of use of such part, it preserves by heredity and passes on to the new individuals which descend from it, provided that the changes thus acquired are common to both sexes, or to those which have given origin to these new individuals. The first law was obvious. The blacksmith's arm grows larger and stronger by use. The neck of the giraffe is elongated by efforts to reach higher levels of nutritive leaves. The mole is blind because its underground life makes eyes useless. In later works, Lamarck divides his first law into two complementary elements: the environmental condition or challenge, and the organism's need and desire stimulating effort toward an adaptive response, as by the flow of blood or sap to the organ used. Here Lamarck tried to meet the difficult question, how do variations arise? Cuvier replied, through the direct action of God. Darwin was to reply, through fortuitous variations, whose cause is unknown. Lamarck replied, variations arise through the organism's need, desire, and persistent effort to meet an environmental condition. This explanation fell in well with the insistence of contemporary psychologists who stressed the originative action of the will. But Lamarck's second law met with 1,000 demurrers. Some thought to refute it by pointing out the lack of hereditary effect in the circumcision of Semitic foreskins and the compression of Chinese feet. Such cavils, of course, failed to consider that these operations were external mutilations, not at all involving internal need and effort. Some other objections failed to allow for the long time admittedly required for an environmental condition to produce a change in the race. With these provisos, Charles Darwin and Herbert Spencer accepted, as a factor in evolution, the possible inheritance of acquired characters, i.e., of habits or organic changes developed after birth. Marx and Engels assumed such heritability and relied upon a better environment to produce a natively better man. And the Soviet Union for a long time made the Lamarckian system a part of its defined creed. About 1885, August Weismann struck a blow at the theory by claiming that the germ plasm, cells carrying the hereditary characters, is immune to changes in the enveloping body or somoplasm, and therefore cannot be affected by postnatal experiences. But this claim was invalidated when chromosomes, carriers of heredity, were found in the somatic as well as the germ cells. Experiments have returned a generally unfavorable report on the Lamarckian view, but latterly some evidence has been produced of Lamarckian transmission in paramecium and other protozoa. Perhaps other positive instances would be found if experiments could be continued upon a longer succession of generations. Our laboratories suffer from an insufficiency of time. Nature does not. 4. What is mind? Lamarck's emphasis on felt need and consequent effort as factors in organic response harmonized with the retreat of the Institute's psychologists from the view of mind as a completely uninitiative mechanism of response to external and internal sensations. These internal explorers used the word philosophy as a summary of their findings. Philosophy was not yet quite distinct from science. And indeed, philosophy might be justly termed a summing up of science, if science could successfully apply to mind and consciousness its methods of specific hypothesis, careful observation, controlled experiment, and mathematical formulation of verifiable results. That time had not yet come, and the psychologists of the early 19th century considered themselves philosophers as men reasoning tentatively about matters still beyond the reach and tools of science. Despite Napoleon's opposition, the ideologues continued for a decade to dominate psychology and philosophy as taught in the Institute. His bête noire was Antoine Destutt de Tracy, the firebrand who carried the torch of Condillac's sensationism through the years of the Empire. Sent as a deputy to the States General of 1789, he worked for the liberal constitution of 1791, but in 1793, revolted by the brutality of the mob and the terrorism of the Great Committee, he subsided from politics into philosophy. In suburban Auteuil, he joined the charmed circle that fluttered about the ever-beautiful Madame Helvétius, and there he came under the radical influence of Condorcet and Cabanis. He became a member of the Institute, where he rose to prominence in its second class, which specialized in philosophy and psychology. In 1801 he began, and in 1815 completed, publication of his Éléments d'idéologie. He defined this as the study of ideas on the basis of Condillac's sensationism, the doctrine that all ideas are derived from sensations. This, he held, may seem untrue about general or abstract ideas like virtue, religion, beauty, or man, but in treating such ideas we should examine the elementary ideas from which they are abstracted, and go back to the simple perceptions, to the sensations from which they emanate. Such an objective study, Destutt thought, could displace metaphysics and end the reign of Kant. If we cannot reach a definite conclusion by this method, we must wait, suspend judgment, and renounce the attempt to explain what we do not really know. This tough agnosticism displeased the agnostic Napoleon, who was at that time arranging a concordat with the Church. Undeterred, Destutt classified ideology, psychology, as part of zoology. He defined consciousness as the perception of sensations, judgment as a sensation of relations, will as a sensation of desire. As for the idealists who argued that sensations do not indubitably prove the existence of an external world, Destutt admitted this concerning sights, sounds, odors, and tastes. But he insisted that we may certainly conclude to an external world from our sensations of touch, resistance, and movement. As Dr. Johnson had said, we can settle the question by kicking a stone. In 1803, Napoleon suppressed the second class of the Institute, and Destutt de Tracy found himself without a podium or a printer. Unable to get permission to publish his Commentaire sur l'esprit des lois de Montesquieu, he sent the manuscript to Thomas Jefferson, President of the United States. Jefferson had it translated and printed in 1811 without revealing the author's name. Destutt lived to be 82, and celebrated his old age by issuing a treatise, De l'Amour, in 1826. Men de Biron, Marie-François Pierre Gontier de Biron, began his philosophical career by expounding sensationism with an obscurity that guaranteed his fame. His bad style, said Taine, has made him a great man. If he had not been obscure, we should not have believed him profound. He began as a soldier and ended as a mystic. In 1784 he joined the Royal Garde du Corps of Louis XVI and helped to defend him from the monstrous regiment of women besieging King and Queen at Versailles on October 5th to 6th, 1789. Horrified by the revolution, he returned to his estate near Bergerac. He was elected to the Corps Législatif in 1809, opposed Napoleon in 1813, and became treasurer of the Chamber of Deputies under Louis XVIII. His writings were asides from his political career, but they raised him to acknowledged leadership among the French philosophers of his time. He stumbled into fame in 1802 by winning first prize in a competition sponsored by the Institute. His essay, L'influence de l'habitude sur les facultés de penser, seemed to follow the sensationist views of Condillac and even the physiological psychology of Destutt de Tracy. The nature of the understanding, he wrote, is nothing other than the sum of the principal habits of the central organ, which must be considered as the universal sense of perception. And he thought that one might suppose in reality each impression represented by the corresponding movement of a fiber in the brain. But as he proceeded, he moved away from the notion that the mind is merely the total of the body's sensations. It seemed to him that in efforts of attention or will, the mind was an active and originative factor, not reducible to any combination of sensations. This divergence from the ideologues was widened in 1805 with Mémoire sur la décomposition de la pensée, which chimed in with Napoleon's restoration of religion. The effort of will, Mendebirant argued, shows that the soul of man is no passive recycling of sensations. It is a positive and willful force which is the very essence of the self. The will and the ego are one. Schopenhauer would stress this voluntarism in 1819, and it would continue in French philosophy and take brilliant form in Bergson. This effortful will is added to the other factors that determine action and gives them that free will, without which man would be a ridiculous automaton. That internal force is a spiritual reality, not a conglomerate of sensations and memories. There is nothing material or spatial about it. Indeed, Mendebirant proceeds, probably all force is likewise immaterial and can be understood only by analogy with the willful self. From this point of view, Leibniz was right in describing the world as a compound and battleground of monads, each of which is a center of force, will, and individuality. Perhaps Mendebirant's double life of politics and philosophy, added to lively participation in weekly meetings at the Institute with Cuvier, Royer-Collard, Ampère, Guizot, and Victor Cousin, proved too arduous. His health broke down. His short life of 58 years was nearing its close. He turned from mind-stretching speculation to a tranquilizing religious faith, and at last to a mysticism that raised him out of this painful world. Man, he said, should progress from the animal stage of sensation through the human stage of free and conscious will to an absorption in the consciousness and love of God. 5. The case for conservatism. The philosophe of the 18th century had weakened the French government by impairing the credibility and moral standing of the Church, and by calling for an enlightened despotism to mitigate the evils of ignorance, incompetence, corruption, oppression, poverty, and war. The French philosophers of the early 19th century replied to these dreamers by defending the necessity of religion, the wisdom of tradition, the authority of the family, the advantages of legitimate monarchy, and the constant need of maintaining political, moral, and economic dikes against the ever-swelling sea of popular ignorance, cupidity, violence, barbarism, and fertility. Two men in this period drew up in angry detail an indictment of the 18th century appeal from faith to reason and from tradition to enlightenment. Vicomte Louis Gabriel Ambroise de Bonald was born in 1754 to class comfort and was schooled in a secure and obedient piety. Astonished and threatened by the Revolution, he emigrated to Germany joined for a time the anti-revolutionary army of the Prince de Condé, resented its suicidal disorder, and retired to Heidelberg to carry on the war with his disciplined pen. In his Théorie du pouvoir politique et religieux of 1796, he defended absolute monarchy, hereditary aristocracy, patriarchal authority in the family, and the moral and religious sovereignty of the popes over all the kings of Christendom. The Directory condemned the book, but allowed him to return to France in 1797. After a cautious pause, he resumed his philosophic offensive with an Essai analytique sur les lois naturelles de l'ordre social in 1800. Napoleon welcomed its defense of religion as indispensable to government. He offered Bonal a place in the Council of State. Bonal refused, then accepted in 1806, saying that Napoleon had been appointed by God to restore the true faith. After the Restoration, he occupied a succession of public offices and issued a succession of conservative pronouncements, fervent but dull. He opposed divorce and the rights of women as disruptive of the family and social order, condemned freedom of the press as a threat to stable government, defended censorship and capital punishment, and proposed to punish with death the profanation of the sacred vessels used in Catholic services. Some conservatives smiled at the enthusiasm of his orthodoxy, but he was consoled by his correspondence with Joseph de Maistre, who, from St. Petersburg, sent him assurances of complete support, and later published volumes that must have gladdened and maddened Bonal by the completeness of their conservatism and the brilliance of their style. Maistre was born in 1753 in Chambéry, where 20 years earlier Madame de Warens had taught Rousseau the art of love. As capital of the Duchy of Savoy, the city was subject to the kings of Sardinia. However, the Savoyards used French as their native language, and Joseph learned to write it with almost the verve and force of Voltaire. His father was president of the Savoy Senate, and he himself became a member in 1787. They had more than philosophical reasons for defending the status quo. Politically, the son of his father, Joseph was emotionally akin to his mother, who transmitted to him a passionate loyalty to the Catholic Church. Nothing, he later wrote, can replace the education given by a mother. He was schooled by nuns and priests, and then in a Jesuit college at Turin. For them, too, his affection never waned. And after a brief flirtation with Freemasonry, he accepted completely the Jesuit view that the state should be subordinate to the Church and the Church to the Pope. In September 1792, a French revolutionary army entered Savoy, and in November the duchy was annexed to France. The shock of this sudden transvaluation of all values, classes, powers, and creeds left Maistre with a hatred that darkened his mood, wrote his books, and heated his style. He fled with his wife to Lausanne, where he survived as official correspondent for Charles Emmanuel IV, King of Sardinia. He took some comfort in frequenting the salon of Madame de Staël at nearby Coppet, but the intellectuals whom he met there, like Benjamin Constant, seemed to him infected with the scandalous skepticism of 18th century France. Even the émigrés who were huddling in Lausanne were addicts of Voltaire. Maistre marveled at their unawareness that the anti-Catholicism of the philosophe had undermined the whole structure of French life by weakening the religious supports of the moral code, the family, and the state. Too old to shoulder arms against the revolution, he resolved to fight the unbelievers and the revolutionists with his pen. He mingled vitriol with his ink and left his mark upon the century. Only Edmund Burke in that age surpassed him in expounding the conservative view of life. So, in 1796, through a Neuchâtel press, he issued Considérations sur la France. He admitted that the government of Louis XVI had been vacillating and incompetent, and that the French Church needed moral renovation. But to change the form, policies, and methods of the state so rapidly and drastically was to betray an adolescent's ignorance of the recondite foundations of government. No polity, he believed, could long survive which lacked roots in tradition and time, or supports in religion and morality. The French Revolution had shattered those supports by beheading the king and dispossessing the church. Never has such a great crime had so many accomplices. Each drop of Louis XVI's blood will cost France torrents. Perhaps 4 million Frenchmen will pay with their lives for the great national crime of an anti-religious and anti-social insurrection crowned by regicide. Soon, he predicted, in 1796, 4 or 5 people will give France a king. In 1797, King Charles Emmanuel summoned Mestre to serve him in Turin. But shortly thereafter, Napoleon took Turin, and the philosopher fled to Venice. In 1802, he was appointed Sardinian plenipotentiary at the court of Tsar Alexander I. Expecting his mission to be brief, he left his family behind, but the service of his king kept him in St. Petersburg till 1817. He bore banishment impatiently and drowned his cares in manuscript. His basic production, Essai sur le principe générateur des constitutions politiques, of 1810, derived such constitutions from the conflict in man between good and evil, social and unsocial impulses, and the need for an organized and lasting authority to maintain public order and group survival by supporting cooperative as against individualistic tendencies. Every man naturally longs for power and possession, and until tamed is a potential despot, criminal, or rapist. Some saints control earthly appetites, and a few philosophers may have accomplished this through reason, but in most of us virtue cannot of itself master our basic instincts. And to let every supposed adult judge all matters by his own reason, weak through inexperience and slave to desire, is to sacrifice order to liberty. Such undisciplined liberty becomes license, and social disorder threatens the power of the group to unite against attack from without or disintegration from within. Consequently, in Mestre's view, the ebullient Enlightenment was a colossal mistake. He compared it to the youth who, by his 18th year, has concocted or adopted schemes for the radical reconstruction of education, the family, religion, society, and government. Voltaire was a choice example of such jeune omniscience. He talked of everything for a whole age without once piercing below the surface. He was so continually occupied with instructing the world that he had only very rarely time to think. If he had studied history humbly as a transitory individual seeking instruction from the experience of the race, he might have learned that impersonal time is a better teacher than personal thought, that the soundest test of an idea is its pragmatic effects in the life and history of mankind, that institutions rooted in centuries of tradition must not be rejected without careful weighing of losses against gains, and that the campaign to écraser l'infâme, to destroy the moral authority of the Church, which had disciplined adolescence and formed social order in Western Europe, would bring the collapse of morality, the family, society, and the state. The murderous revolution was the logical outcome of the blind Enlightenment. Philosophy is an essentially destructive force. It puts all its trust in reason, which is individual, in intellect, which is individualistic, and the liberation of the individual from political and religious tradition and authority endangers the state and civilization itself. Hence, the present generation is witnessing one of the most dramatic conflicts humanity has ever seen, the war to the death between Christianity and the cult of philosophy. Since the individual lives too briefly to be fit to test the wisdom of tradition, he should be taught to accept it as his guide until he is old enough to begin to understand it. He will, of course, never be able to understand it fully. He should be suspicious of any proposed change in the Constitution or the moral code. He should honor established authority as the verdict of tradition and racial experience, and therefore the voice of God. Monarchy, hereditary and absolute, is the best form of government, for it embodies the longest and widest tradition, and makes for order, continuity, stability, and strength. While democracy, with its frequent changes in leaders and ideas, its periodical exposure to the whims and ignorance of the commonalty, makes for discontent, disorder, reckless experimentation, and an early end. The art of government includes mollifying the masses. The suicide of government lies in obeying them. Leisurely, from 1802 to 1816, in his most famous production, Les Soirées de Saint Pétersbourg, published in 1821, Mestre expounded some incidental aspects of his philosophy. He thought that science proved God, for it revealed in nature a majestic order that implied a cosmic intelligence. We must not be disturbed in our faith by the occasional successes of the wicked or the misfortunes of the good. God allows good and evil to fall indifferently, like sun and rain, upon the criminal and the saint, for he is reluctant to suspend the laws of nature. In some cases, however, he may be moved by prayer to change the incidents of a law. Besides, most evils are penalties for faults or sins. Probably every malady, every pain is a punishment for some taint in ourselves, or our ancestry, or our living group. If this is so, we should defend corporal punishment, execution for certain crimes, and even the tortures of the Inquisition. We should honor the public executioner instead of making him an outcast. His work, too, is the work of God, and is vital to social order. The persistence of evil requires the persistence of punishment. Relax this, and crime will grow. Moreover, there is no punishment that does not purify, no disorder which eternal love does not turn against the principle of evil. War is divine, since it is the law of the world, permitted by God through all history. Wild animals obey this rule. Periodically, an exterminating angel comes and clears away thousands of them. Humanity can be considered as a tree that an invisible hand is continually pruning, often to its benefit. A great deal of bloodshed is often connected with the high population. From the worm even to man there is accomplished the great law of the violent destruction of living beings. The whole earth, drinking blood, is merely an immense altar, where every living being must be immolated, time without end, without limit, without rest, even unto the destruction of all things, even to the death of death. If we object that such a world hardly moves us to worship its Creator, Mestre answers that we must worship nonetheless, because all nations and generations have worshipped him, and so lasting and universal a tradition must contain a truth beyond the capacity of human reason to understand or refute. In the end, philosophy, if it loves wisdom, will yield to religion, and reason to faith. In 1817, the King of Sardinia, restored to his Turin throne, recalled Mestre from Russia, and in 1818 he made him a chief magistrate and a councillor of state. In those 2 years, the grim philosopher produced his last work, Du Pape, which was published soon after his death in 1821. The book was his uncompromising answer to the question that had been raised by his exaltation of the monarch as society's protection against the individualism of the citizen. What if the monarch, too, like Caesar or Napoleon, is as individualistic and self-centered as any citizen, and much more in love with power? Mestre unhesitatingly replied that all rulers must accept subordination to an authority older, greater, and wiser than their own. They must submit, in all matters of religion or morality, to the verdict of a pontiff who inherits the power conferred upon the Apostle Peter by the Son of God. At that time, 1821, when the states of Europe were struggling to recover from the brutality of the Revolution and the despotism of Napoleon, their leaders should recall how the Catholic Church had saved the remnants of Roman civilization by checking and taming the multiplying barbarians. How she had established, through her bishops, a system of social order and disciplined education which slowly, through the darkened Middle Ages, begot a civilization based upon the agreement of kings to recognize the moral sovereignty of the Pope. Nations have never been civilized except by religion, for only the fear of an all-seeing and all-powerful God can control the individualism of human desire. Religion accompanied the birth of all civilizations, and the absence of religion heralds their death. Therefore, the kings of Europe must again accept the Pope as their overlord in all moral or spiritual concerns. They should take education out of the hands of scientists and return it to the priests, for the ascendancy of science will coarsen and brutalize the people, while the restoration of religion will give peace to the nation and the soul. But what if the Pope too should be selfish and seek to turn every issue to the temporal advantage of the papacy? Mestre had a ready answer. Since the Pope is guided by God, he is infallible when, on matters of faith or morals, he speaks as official head of the Church founded by Christ. So, half a century before the Church herself proclaimed it as an inseparable part of the Catholic faith, Mestre announced the infallibility of the Pope. The Pope himself was a bit surprised, and the Vatican found it advisable to check the ultramontanists who were making embarrassing claims for the political authority of the papacy. Barring this final point and some other exaggerations that could be passed with a smile, the conservatives of Europe welcomed Mestre's uncompromising defense of their views, and compliments came to him from Chateaubriand, Bonal, Lamennais, and Lamartine. Even Napoleon agreed with him on a number of items: the benevolence of Louis XVI, the vileness of the regicides, the excesses of the Revolution, the frailty of reason, the presumptuousness of the philosophers, the necessity of religion, the value of tradition and authority, the weaknesses of democracy, the desirability of hereditary and absolute monarchy, the biological services of war. As for Napoleon's reigning enemies, they could feel that in Mestre's straightforward philosophy were some of the reasons why they had to overthrow this Corsican parvenu, this heir of a revolution that threatened every monarchy in the world. This book is continued on Cassette 6, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 6, Side 1. As for Napoleon's reigning enemies, they could feel that in Mestre's straightforward philosophy were some of the reasons why they had to overthrow this Corsican parvenu, this heir of a revolution that threatened every monarchy in the world. Here was the secret doctrine that they had never been able, never would be able, to explain to their subjects. The reasons why they, the hereditary kings, emperors, and aristocracies of Europe, had accepted the burdens, dangers, and ritual of rule, while the Marats, Robespierres, and Babeufs had accused them of mercilessly exploiting an innocent commonalty which claimed by divine right, really by assassination and massacre, all the benefits of social organization and all the goods of the earth. Here was a doctrine on which the legitimate sovereigns of Europe could unite to restore an ancient order to their own lands and peoples, and even to barbarous, unforgivable, regicidal, God-betraying, God-forsaken France. Book 3, Britain, 1789 to 1812. Chapter 15. England at Work. At the head of the opposition to the Revolution after 1792, at the head of the resistance to Napoleon when his other enemies were collapsing in unwilling alliance or ruinous defeat, stood the government and the people, the expanding industries and commerce, the navy and its Nelson, the mind and will of England. Not at once, nor all together. At the outset of the conflagration, the leaders' informative voices were uncertain and divided, frightened or inspired. The poets and philosophers responded with enthusiasm to the early idealism of the Revolution, the ardor and courage of its armies. But soon they were chastened by the angry eloquence of Burke and the news of massacre and terror in Utopia. And as the liberators became conquerors, subjecting half of Europe to the ambitions of France, England saw, as hinging on the result of the conflict, that balance of continental powers upon which the little island had for centuries depended for its security and freedom. Slowly the nation came together. Despite the surrender of its allies, the obstruction of its trade, the bankruptcy of firms and financiers, the exhaustion of its toilers, the daily temptation to accept the terms of that brilliant and terrible Corsican bestriding the continent and threatening to cross the Channel with 500,000 undefeated warriors. Despite this greatest challenge to England since 1066, the king and parliament stood firm. The nobles and merchants paid heavy taxes. The man with only a body to give suffered impressment into the army or navy. The incomparable seamen of England passed from mutinies to victories. And the beloved spot of earth emerged from the destitution and near starvation of 1810 to 1811 to build, within half a century, the most powerful and civilizing empire since the fall of Rome. We must stand aside for a while from the drama and conflict to consider the resources of soil and labor, science and letters and art, mind and creed and character that made possible this victory, this transformation. 1. A different revolution. Geography had something to do with it. The climate was not ideal. The warm air brought by the Gulf Stream's North Atlantic current fought an unremitting war with Arctic winds, and the conflict deposited frequent mists and rains upon Ireland, Scotland, and England, making the soil fertile, the parks green, the trees majestic, the streets wet. So that a nasty wit mourned that though the sun never sets upon the British Commonwealth, it never rises on England. Napoleon, too, succumbed to that hyperbole. "You have no sun in England," he told his British physician, Dr. Arnott, who corrected him, "Oh, yes, we do. In July and August the sun shines warmly in England." The mists of their habitat may have clouded the poetry of Blake and enveloped Turner, and may have shared in fortifying the character and institutions of the English people. Their island made them insular, but it protected them against the shifting winds of doctrine, the fads of art, the manias of revolution, and the massacres of war that so often raged across the continent. They stood steady on their foot of earth. If their island was small, the seas that stormed or caressed its shores called them to far-reaching adventures. 1,000 liquid roads invited men who could pitch and roll and always stand erect. 100 distant lands were waiting, with products and markets, to help transform England from agriculture to industry, commerce, and worldwide finance. Innumerable quirks of shoreline offered inlets to oceans seeking peace, and safe harbors to vessels from all the world. In the island itself there were a dozen navigable rivers, and 100 canals leading to one or another of those streams. No Englishman was more than 75 miles from waters that would take him to the sea. Britain rose to the geographic challenge by making and bearing the Industrial Revolution. She built merchant ships of a size never before known, some of them huge East Indiamen, for half-a-year voyages to India and China. She loved the sea possessively as an extension of England, and fought to the verge of exhaustion for control of that altera patria against the Spanish, then the Dutch, now the French. She cut new paths through the water to and around continents, to the resources and markets of Africa, India, the Far East, Australia, the South Pacific, and the two Americas, alien or revolted but eager for trade. Only the Northwest Passage defied these insatiably seeking Britons, and sent them home shivering but unbowed. Those merchant fleets, however, and the roving navy that protected them, had to be built with mostly imported lumber. Those colonies and customers had to be requited for their raw materials, their silver and gold, their spices, victuals, and exotic fruits, with the products of British industry. That flourishing commerce had to be cargoed and financed by the Industrial Revolution. Gradually England, especially Middle and Northern, and Scotland, especially Southern, reorganized their economic life by drawing more and more of their population from the fields and villages into towns and factories, and from the slow crafts of home or guild into confined collections of disciplined men, women, and children, tending and paced by machinery, and producing manufactured goods for the world. Enclosures helped the transition. As far back as the 12th century, clever Englishmen had reckoned that they could use land more profitably in large tracts than in small. They bought up individual farms and the commons, those common fields and woods where peasants had traditionally grazed their cattle and cut their fuel. They worked their extended properties with hired hands under an overseer. In the 15th century, they decided that they could glean more profit by raising livestock, or still better, pasturing sheep, than by plowing the earth. For now they needed fewer human beings, and found ready markets for carcasses and wool in chilly, meat-loving Britain and abroad. More and more peasant proprietors sold or lost their farms and drifted to the towns. The sturdy yeomanry slowly disappeared, taking with it some strength and pride from the English character. By 1800, there were 15 million souls in Britain and 19 million sheep. The sheep, said a wit, are devouring the men. To this day, traveling in the middle and northern counties of England, one is struck by the scarcity of farms and tillage, and the number of green and fenced enclosures where the only visible inhabitants are sheep, idly transforming grass into wool, and rewarding with their end products a grateful soil. We must not exaggerate. Throughout this period, except for the near-starvation crisis brought on in 1811 by Napoleon's continental blockade, English agriculture, increasingly capitalistic and mechanized, succeeded in feeding England without foreign aid. So confident were the growers that they persuaded Parliament to pass corn laws, checking, by severe tariff duties, the import of competing grain. Corn then meant any grain. In England, it usually denoted wheat. In Scotland, oats. Even so, by 1790, the townward migration of displaced peasants, aided by impoverished immigrants from Scotland and Ireland, provided the labor force that made industrialization possible. Industry was still mostly in homes and craft shops, but most of it was locally determined and consumed. It was not organized for wholesale production that could supply diverse markets spreading across frontiers. The home or shop worker was at the mercy of the middlemen who sold him material and bought his product. His payment was determined by supply and demand, and the hungriest of his competitors. Usually his wife and children had to work with him from dawn to dark to keep the wolf from the door. Some more efficient way had to be found to finance and organize industry if it was to meet the needs of multiplying townsfolk or fill the holds of merchantmen seeking foreign goods or gold. Inspired by Adam Smith, but forgetful of his cautions, English industry was geared to private enterprise, spurred by the profit motive, and largely free from governmental regulation. It obtained capital from its own unspent earnings, from prosperous merchants, from landlords gathering agricultural revenues and urban rents, and from bankers who knew how to make money breed by hugging it, and who lent money at lower rates of interest than their French compeers. So individuals and associations provided funds for entrepreneurs who proposed to unite the products of farm and field with the service of machines and the labor and skills of men, women, and children, on a larger scale and to greater gains than England had ever known. The providers of capital kept watch on its use and gave its name to the economic system that was about to transform the Western world. It was a risky game. An investment might be ruined by bad management, price or market fluctuations, style changes, overproduction for underpaid consumers, or some new invention cornered by a competitor. The fear of loss sharpened the greed of gain. The cost of labor had to be kept minimal. Rewards must be offered for inventions. Machines must, as far as possible, replace men. Iron must be mined or imported to make machines, ironclads, bridges, guns. Coal, luckily abundant in England, must be mined to fuel smelters, purify ores, and toughen iron into steel. As many machines as possible must be tied to one strong source of power. That source might be wind or water, or animals walking a treadmill or turning a screw. But the best power plant would be a steam engine like those that James Watt had set up in Matthew Boulton's plant near Birmingham in 1774. Given enough capital and careful organization, any number of machines could be operated by one or few engines, and to each machine could be attached a man or a woman or a child who would tend it from 12 to 14 hours a day for a subsistence wage. The factory system took form. Soon 1,000 smokestacks belched their fumes over rising industrial centers: Manchester, Birmingham, Sheffield, Leeds, Glasgow, Edinburgh. In the Britain of 1750, there had been 2 cities with 50,000 inhabitants. In 1801, there were 8. In 1851, there would be 29. Roads were paved to ease the transit of materials, fuels, and products to factories, markets, and ports. Stagecoaches were built to withstand 8 passengers and 10 miles an hour. About 1808, Thomas Telford, about 1811, John Macadam, both Scottish engineers, devised new road surfaces essentially like the macadamized highways of today. In 1801, Richard Trevithick built the first steam locomotive to draw a passenger car on rails. In 1813, George Stephenson built a better one. In 1825, he opened the first regular steam railway service between Stockton and Darlington. In 1801, a small steamboat began to operate on a Scottish canal. In 1807, the Boulton and Watt factory constructed a passenger steamboat on a model offered by Robert Fulton, who ran his Claremont from New York to Albany in August of that year. Meanwhile, London, Harwich, Newcastle, Bristol, Liverpool, Glasgow were developing ports and facilities for ocean commerce, and Nelson, at Aboukir and Trafalgar, was winning for England the command of the sea. In 1801, the government took the first scientific census of Great Britain, England, Wales, and Scotland, to the dismay of citizens who resented the invasion of privacy as a prelude to regimentation. The recorded total showed 10,942,646 souls. The United States then had some 6 million. By 1811, this had grown to 12,552,144. Probably the rise reflected an increase in the food supply, an improvement in medical service, and a consequent decline in infantile and senile mortality. London had grown to 1,009,546 inhabitants in 1811, but the largest and most significant expansion had been in the industrial north and west. In 1811, the number of British families engaged in farming or herding was recorded as 895,998. In trade or manufactures, 1,128,049. 519,168 in other occupations. The government had depressed agriculture by sanctioning enclosures. It had encouraged industry by favoring free enterprise and a protective tariff, and by forbidding labor unions to agitate for better wages, this in 1800. It had favored commerce by improving roads and canals and by building an invincible British navy. Merchants, manufacturers, and financiers had acquired great wealth, and some had earned or bought seats in Parliament. The economic picture of Britain in 1800 showed, at the top, an aristocracy still but decreasingly masters of the economy through ownership of the land. Cooperating with them was a parliament overwhelmingly noble or genteel. Swelling below and around them was a ruthless and enterprising bourgeoisie of merchants and manufacturers, displaying their new riches and bad manners and clamoring for more political power. Below these, the professions, from the most learned physician to the most courageous or virulent journalist. Below them all, a peasantry progressively dispossessed and dependent upon relief, and sunless miners stripping or gutting the earth, and navvies engaged in movable gangs to level roads and dig canals, and a labor pool of hungry, disorganized, demoralized factory workers writing their tragedy in polluted skies. 2. At the bottom. If now we review again the condition of the factory workers in the Britain of 1800, we must not exaggerate their prominence in the total picture of the time. Presumably there were many more pleasant scenes in merry England. Factory labor itself was not then the main feature of British industry. Most industrial production was still carried on in rural or urban homes at individual looms or lathes, or by craftsmen in their independent shops. The factory system was for the most part confined to the processing of cotton, linen, or wool. Even as so limited, its role in the panorama of the age is one of the saddest episodes in English history. The factories themselves were rooted in slums and shrouded in their own effluvia of bilge and fumes. Their interiors were generally dusty and dirty, ill-ventilated and ill-lit, till 1805, when here and there gas lighting was installed. The machines were geared to a speed that required their human attendants to keep eyes alert and hands busy through the 12 or 14 hours of the working day. Like some latter-day inventions, the machine saved labor and spent men. An hour was allowed for luncheon. Thereafter the toil continued, in most cases, till 8 o'clock. The labor force was replenished at need from a human reservoir continually replenished by displaced peasants or careless wombs. Between deliveries, women were preferred to men as factory workers, and children were preferred to women as requiring less pay. In 1816, of 10,000 employees in 41 Scottish mills, 3,146 were men, 6,854 were women, 4,581 were under 18. Still cheaper and widely favored was the labor of orphaned or destitute children sent to the factories by the poor relief administrators. The Factory Act of 1802 tried to establish some minimal standard for the use of such apprentices, forbidding their employment for more than 12 hours a day. But Parliament refused to pay the commissioners appointed to enforce the act. Generally, child labor continued in British mills till 1842. In 1800, the average wage of a London adult male worker was 18 shillings per week, about $23 in the United States in 1960. In the country, it was about one-third less. By and large, the wages of a family were determined by the amount needed to maintain the strength needed for work. But this was predicated on the wife and child joining the factory force. Employers argued that wages had to be kept low to get the workers to come to work. Some laborers took weekends of 2 or 3 days, and when they returned, they might be still drowsy with alcohol in their blood. Only hunger would bring them back to the machines. There were certain mitigations. Some employers paid the rent and fuel expenses of their employees. Commodity prices were low, approximately a third of their average in the Great Britain of 1960. Wages generally rose and fell with prices, until 1793, when war began with France. Then all classes suffered in their incomes, but as the workers had been kept down to a subsistence wage, they suffered most. They lived in towns where air was poisonous, in ghettos that nurtured disease, in crowded homes, sometimes damp cellars, where sunlight was a rare intruder, lighting was dim, cleanliness was a mirage, domestic strife rasped tired nerves, privacy was impossible, and the only refuge for the woman was piety, and for the man, the pub. Drunkenness was hebdomadal. Houses took water from wells and public pumps. When these ran short, the women carried water from the nearest river or canal, which, like as not, was polluted by industrial, domestic, or human waste. Sanitation was primitive. Sewers were rare. "I am convinced," wrote Thorold Rogers in 1890, when he was professor of political economy in Oxford, That at no period of English history for which authentic records exist was the condition of manual labor worse than in the 40 years from 1782 to 1821, the period in which manufacturers accumulated fortunes rapidly and in which the rent receipts of agricultural land was doubled. This condition lasted till the 1840s. Carlyle, who grew up in Scotland and England between 1795 and 1840, summed up the condition of the British factory worker in that period by concluding that Britons had been better off when they were medieval serfs. Industrial progress had left the proletaire so slight a share in the growing wealth that he was reverting to barbarism in manners, dress, amusements, and speech. "Civilization works its miracles," wrote Alexis de Tocqueville on visiting Manchester. "Civilized man is turned back almost into a savage." Honor to Manchester and her fellow cities for the immense advances they have made since those bitter days. The Poor Law, first enacted in 1601, often thereafter reformed, offered some help for the destitute. It was administered by parish officials who usually gathered the recipients into workhouses. It was financed by a specific tax on householders, who complained that their payments were wasted on ne'er-do-wells, encouraging reckless fertility. They submitted to the impost as insurance against social disorder. In many districts, after 1795, the rate of relief was adjusted to supplement wages deemed inadequate to subsistence. Some employers took advantage of this to keep wages low. Despite such middling mercies, the discontent of the workers reached a danger point as the 19th century began. Forbidden till 1824 to organize for better pay, they secretly organized. Forbidden to strike, they struck. Defeated, they struck again. Reformers like Robert Owen warned Parliament that unless factory conditions improved, costly violence would increase. Discontent was checked by the renewal of hostilities with France in 1803. It increased as the war dragged on and came to open revolt in 1811. It was led not by factory employees, but by lace and stocking weavers operating frames in homes and small shops in or near Nottingham. These men and women could still recall the open-air life on the farms, and perhaps they idealized it in contrast with confined work at their looms. They resented their subjection to the hosier, who leased them the frames, sold them raw material, and bought their product at rates determined by him and the suppliers of his stock or capital. Moreover, they feared that even their present jobs would soon be lost to the spreading factories and their multiple power-driven looms. In their mounting fury, they resolved to smash, wherever they could, the machines that symbolized their serfdom. An obscure and perhaps mythical individual named Ned or King Ludd organized the angry weavers and drew up plans for their raids. In the fall of 1811, separate bands of Luddites invaded one district after another and destroyed all the textile frames they found. The movement spread from Nottinghamshire to Lancashire, Derbyshire, and Leicestershire, and continued through 1812. The machine wreckers abstained from injuring persons, except in the case of an employer who ordered his men to fire upon them. The strikers sought him out and killed him. Half of England shivered with fright, remembering the French Revolution. "At this moment," wrote Robert Southey, "nothing but the army preserves us from that most dreadful of all calamities, an insurrection of the poor against the rich. And how long the army can be depended upon is a question which I scarcely dare to ask myself. The country is mined beneath our feet." William Cobbett, a lusty liberal journalist, defended the raiders in the House of Commons. The poet Byron delivered a fervent address in their favor in the House of Lords. The Prime Minister, Lord Liverpool, put through Parliament some severe legislation and sent a regiment to suppress the revolt. The leaders were rounded up and were summarily condemned in a mass trial at York in 1813. Some were deported, some were hanged. The machines multiplied. No legislative relief came to adult British labor till 1824. 3. The Dismal Science. The economists gave little comfort to the workers. Thomas Malthus, in an essay on the principle of population in 1798, explained that it is useless to raise wages, for this would lead to larger families, increasing the pressure of population upon the food supply, and would soon restore the poverty that must forever result from the natural inequality of men. In 1803, in a revised but impenitent form of his famous essay, Malthus laid down his own iron law of wages. The wages of labor will always be regulated by the proportion of the labor supply to the demand. In Principles of Political Economy of 1820, he warned that thrift might be carried to excess, since it would reduce investment and production. He defended rents, the returns from property investments, as the reward of present valor and wisdom, as well as of past strength or cunning. And he agreed with Voltaire that the luxuries of the rich have the good effect of providing employment for skilled artisans. In a liberal moment, he recommended public works as a mitigation of unemployment in periods of reduced production. David Ricardo accepted the theorems of his friend Malthus and built upon them his own Principles of Political Economy and Taxation in 1817, which remained for half a century the classical text of what Carlyle was to call the Dismal Science. Son of a Dutch Jew who had prospered on the London Stock Exchange, he was converted to Unitarian Christianity, married a Quaker girl, established his own brokerage firm, made a fortune, retired from business in 1815, and wrote several recondite treatises, especially on finance. In 1819, he was elected to the House of Commons, where he denounced parliamentary corruption, defended free assembly, free speech, free trade, trade unions, and warned the capitalists to watch out, lest the landlords of Britain, by their power to raise rentals, should sooner or later absorb the gains of industry. In his epical treatise, he argued that a rise in wages is never real, since it will soon be cancelled by a rise in prices due to the increased cost of production. That the proper wage of the laborer is the amount he needs to subsist and perpetuate without increasing his species. Ricardo left a mite for Marx by defining the value, not the price of a commodity, by the amount of labor required for its production. He was not as dismal as his science. He and Malthus remained fast friends to the end, though often disagreeing in private and in print. When both of them had died, Ricardo in 1823, Malthus in 1834, Sir James Mackintosh, a surviving gleam of the Scottish Enlightenment, said of them and of their common source, "I have known Adam Smith slightly, Ricardo well, and Malthus intimately. Is it not something to say for a science that its three greatest masters were about the three best men I ever knew?" 4. Robert Owen, 1771 to 1858. We turn with pleasure to Robert Owen, the successful manufacturer who tried to make the British economy a love affair between capitalism and socialism. He was born in Newton, Wales, where his father was successively saddler, ironmaster, and postmaster. Robert, in boyhood, was a physical weakling, but he learned to care for his health and lived to be 87. He was put to work at the age of 9. At 10, he was apprenticed to a draper in Stamford. At 14, he became assistant to a draper in Manchester. At 19, he was made manager of one of the largest mills in Lancashire, at an annual salary of £300. There he remained for 8 years, earning a reputation for ability and integrity. He saved, studied, read with discriminating eagerness, and made stimulating friendships. With John Dalton and his atomic chemistry, Robert Fulton with his steamboats, Samuel Coleridge with his radical ideas and haunting verse. In 1799, aged 28, he bought from David Dale, for himself and 2 partners, a group of textile mills at New Lanark, near Glasgow, and received as a bonus Dale's daughter, who became his loving wife. She gave him 7 children. New Lanark was a town of about 2,000 souls, including some 500 children sent there from the poorhouses of Glasgow and Edinburgh. As Owen later recalled, the population lived in idleness, poverty, and almost every kind of crime. consequently in debt, out of health, and in misery. The ignorance and ill training of these people had given them habits of drunkenness, theft, falsehood, and uncleanliness, with strong national prejudices, both political and religious, against all attempts on the part of a stranger to improve their condition. The little mill town had almost no public sanitation. The houses were dark and dirty, crime seemed an exciting relief from dulling labor, and the pub was a warm and jolly refuge from the quarrelsome home. Owen had lost all supernatural belief, but had clung all the more devotedly to the ethical idealism of Christ, and he was repelled by the combination of the new industrial serfdom with the old Christian theology. He resolved to seek some reconciliation between successful capitalism and Christian morality. He contented himself, alarmed his partners, with a 5% return on their invested funds. He raised wages and forbade the employment of children under 10 years of age. He rejected the argument of Malthus that a rise in wages would increase the pressure of population upon the food supply, would raise prices and leave real wages unchanged. He argued that limitless edibles from the sea, the spread of cultivation by increased population, and the multiplication of inventions and labor productivity would enable the population to eat and grow and prosper, if the government would adopt the reforms that he would propose. He opened at New Lanark a company store which sold the staples of life practically at cost. He patiently instructed his employees not only in the techniques of production but in the art of life. He assured them that if they would practice mutual consideration and aid, they would enjoy a peace and content such as they had never experienced before. He seems to have won many of his workers to habits of order, cleanliness, and sobriety. When his partners complained that he was spending on charity and education money that might have made higher profits, he dissolved the partnership and formed a new firm in 1813, whose members, one of them Jeremy Bentham, applauded his experiment and were content with a 5% return on their investment. The mills at New Lanark acquired a national, even an international, reputation. The town was far off the main roads, a full day's ride by post from Glasgow through mountains and mists. Nevertheless, thousands of visitors came to examine the incredible phenomenon of a factory operated on Christian principles. 20,000 signed the guest book between 1815 and 1825. They included writers, reformers, realistic businessmen, princes like Archdukes Johann and Maximilian of Austria, and in 1815 Grand Duke Nicholas, soon to be Tsar, who approved the operations and the results and invited Owen to establish similar factories in Russia. After 14 years of his experiment, Owen felt warranted in proclaiming it to the world, for he was confident that its universal adoption would give happiness to every human being through all succeeding generations. So in 1813 he issued the first of 4 essays which, under the general title A New View of Society, became a major classic in the literature of reform. He offered his proposals in no combative spirit. He assured the rulers and manufacturers of Britain that he had no desire for, and no faith in, any violent change, that his plan threatened no loss to anyone, that in fact it would swell the employers' returns, and that it might save England from revolution. He began with a proposition almost fundamental to any basic reform, that the character of man, supposedly fixed by an ancient and immutable heredity of competition and conflict, is substantially molded through childhood experiences and beliefs. The greatest of all errors is the notion that individuals form their own characters. On the contrary, an individual's character is formed for him by the 1,000 influences impinging upon him before his birth and from his birth to his death. Owen concluded with an enthusiasm that rejected modifiers. Any character, from the best to the worst, from the most ignorant to the most enlightened, may be given to any community, even to the world at large, by applying certain means, which are to a great extent at the command, under the control, of those who possess the government of nations. From this principle Owen drew 2 propositions. 1, that the present possessing classes were not to blame for their practices and beliefs, since they too were the product of their past and present environments. The other, that reform must begin with the children, and with the improvement and multiplication of schools. Every effort must be made to bring up children to understand that since no one individual is to blame for his character or for the condition of society and industry, each must be considerate of all others, must cooperate willingly, and must be undiscourageably kind. So, at a time when there were very few schools in England for the children of commoners, Owen proposed that the governing power of all countries should establish national plans for the education and general formation of the character of their subjects, and that without exception for sect or party or country. David Dale had already done much for the education of children in New Lanark. Owen carried this further by establishing in one of his buildings his new institution, this in 1816, for the transformation of angels and barbarians into Christians without theology. He asked for them as soon almost as they could walk. Like Plato, he feared that the parents, already formed or deformed, would transmit to their children the aggressive and competitive spirit of the existing regime. He yielded to mothers who insisted that children in their early years needed maternal affection and care. Usually he took them at the age of 3 and let them, weather permitting, play and learn in the open air. The girls, as well as the boys, were to get the 3 R's, but they would also be instructed in the household arts. The boys would be trained in military exercises, but like the girls, they would be taught to sing, dance, and play some instrument. All this would be subordinated to the formation of moral character, with emphasis on courtesy, kindness, and cooperation. There would be no punishments. At the close of each school day, the children would be returned to their parents. They would not be allowed to work in the factory before they were 10 years old. Apparently, there was no religious instruction in Owen's school, nor in the evening lectures offered to adults. As a child of the Enlightenment, he was convinced that religion dulled the mind of the child with superstitions, that intelligence is the supreme virtue, that widespread education is the only solution to social problems, and that progress, given this aid, is inevitable and limitless. In his mills and his school, no distinction of race or creed was made. Charity and kindness admit of no exception. He believed that the methods he advocated were an attempt to move in the direction of the ethics of Christ, and he looked forward fervently to the moral utopia that he expected his principles to bring. In his 4th essay in 1816, dedicated to the Prince Regent, he offered some proposals for legislation. He asked Parliament to progressively reduce the importation of spirits, liquor, to raise taxes on their consumption, and finally to end the licensing of gin shops and alehouses, so that drunkenness would become the luxury of moneyed fools. He recommended the spread and financing of elementary schools for the moral betterment of the coming generations. He pleaded for a Factory Act that would forbid the employment of children under 10 years of age and the night labor of persons under 18, that would regulate the hours and conditions of labor and would maintain a system of regular inspection of factories. A governmental Department of Labor should periodically collect statistics of local variations in the supply and need of labor and should use this information to alleviate unemployment. He called for the abolition of the state lottery as a disgraceful scheme to entrap the unwary and rob the ignorant. He agreed with Malthus that the poor laws, which kept the unemployed and impoverished at a level of subsistence just a step from starvation, degraded the recipients of relief and left them fit for only fertility and crime. Instead of the workhouses maintained by this system, Owen proposed in 1817 that the state should set up communities, each of which, with 500 to 1,500 souls, would be organized by a self-sustaining division of labor to produce its own food and clothing and maintain its own school. Having appealed to Parliament with scant result, Owen issued in 1818 an address to the British manufacturers, describing the success of his system at New Lanark and urging them to dispense with the employment of children under 12 years of age. They could not see their way to doing this, and they resented Owen's analysis of economic depression as due to inventive productivity outrunning the purchasing power of the people. They dismissed him as an atheistic visionary who had no real understanding of the problems that employers had to meet or of the human needs that only religion could satisfy. Finally, Owen turned to the laborers themselves and sought their support in An Address to the Working Classes in 1819. He pleased them by acclaiming manual labor, properly directed, as the source of all wealth and of national prosperity. But he cautioned them that England and its working classes were not ready for socialism. He disclaimed any intent to propose that the British government should now give direct employment to all its working population. He discountenanced any precipitate measures, and he rejected revolution as calculated to generate and call forth all the evil passions of hatred and revenge. However, in his 1820 report to the County of Lanark, a body of landowners, he declared that what England now needed was not piecemeal reforms, but a basic transformation of the social order. Frustrated in England, he turned hopefully to the United States, where several religious sects had made some communistic experiments. In 1814, a group of German-American pietists bought 30,000 acres along the Wabash River in the southwestern part of the Indiana Territory and developed there a town called Harmony. By 1825, they faced bankruptcy. Owen rescued them and ruined himself by giving them £40,000 for the acres and the town, which he renamed New Harmony. He invited men and women of goodwill to join him there in establishing a cooperative community. He paid all expenses except for the school, which was financed by William McClure. 1,000 enthusiasts came, ate for a year at Owen's expense, slowly reconciled themselves to disciplined work, and fell to quarreling about religion and politics. In 1827, having lost most of his £40,000, Owen turned over the colony to McClure and returned to Britain. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 6, Side 2. In 1827, having lost most of his £40,000, Owen turned over the colony to McClure and returned to Britain. He was not quite finished. He led a movement for the development of trade unions into guilds that would compete with private enterprise in productive industry. The National Operative Builders Union accepted contracts for construction. Other unions followed suit, and in 1833 Owen organized them into a grand national consolidated trades union, which he hoped would gradually supplant British capitalism and finally replace the state. Parliament intervened with repressive laws which were rigorously enforced. The banks refused loans, and in 1834 Owen acknowledged defeat. His life, which had been so successful in industry, seemed now to have reached an almost total failure. Religious differences had darkened his marriage. His wife was a fervent Calvinist. When she discovered that he was an agnostic, she worried daily about his inevitable damnation. Later, she urged their son Robert to undertake his father's conversion to Calvinism. The result was that the son's religious faith suffered considerable dilution. After returning from America, Owen lived apart from his wife, though remaining on friendly terms with her. He believed in divorce, but did not seek one. His devotion was absorbed in his mission. He gave his active encouragement to several communities that tried to practice his principles. At Orbiston in Scotland, at Rallaheen in Ireland, at Queenwood in England. The first disbanded in 2 years, the second in 3, the third in 6. He continued to spread his ideas through addresses and writings, and lived to see the development of many consumers' cooperatives in the British Isles. He kept busy writing recommendations for reform to learned bodies, to governmental personnel, to Queen Victoria. Finally, in 1853, he turned to spiritualism, became the dupe of various mediums, and held intimate conversations with Franklin, Jefferson, Shakespeare, Shelley, Napoleon, and the prophet Daniel. In 1858, having long outlived his era and himself, he returned to his native Newton and died there in his 88th year. He was a good man, as near to selflessness as any self can be who is completely certain. He could not quite transcend his ego. He had his secret pride in power, success, and intellect. His enterprises were predicated on his personal rule. But he was right in assuming that competent cooperation requires discipline and authority. The best a man can do is enlarge his ego to include his kin, his country, his kind, and so find satisfaction in a widening beneficence. This, after all, is what Robert Owen did, on a bravely broadening scale, and that is enough to range him among the inspiring prophets of a better life. Chapter 16. English Life. 1. Classes. A civilization is a people given social order by government, law, religion, morals, customs, and education, and left sufficiently free to invent and experiment, to develop friendship, charity, and love, and to beget art, literature, science, and philosophy. How did these forms of order and liberty operate in the England of 1789 to 1815, and what did they produce? First, the natural diversity of men, in heritage, opportunity, and skills, arranged them into classes, each of which contributed a supporting share to the corporate life. There were no castes in England, for an individual of outstanding wealth or excellence might rise from one class to another, even to the peerage. And the relationship of peer to peasant was often one of friendly intercourse, rarely that of Brahmin to untouchable. Serfdom had disappeared, though only a small minority of peasants owned the land they tilled. The noble paid taxes like the rest, and sometimes, unlike their French compeers, engaged in commerce or industry. Only the eldest living son of a nobleman shared in his nobility. The other children were legally, not socially, commoners. Many unnatural inequalities remained. The concentration of wealth was unusually high. Equality before the law was nullified by the cost of litigation. Accused lords could be tried only by the House of Lords, a jury of their peers. This privilege of peerage survived till 1841. Careless men of no pedigree might be forcibly impressed into the Navy. Commoners rarely reached high office in the Navy or the Army, in the civil service, the universities, or the law. A ruling class of nobles and gentry seldom allowed to the undistinguished mass any share in determining the personnel or policies of the government. Perhaps class consciousness was keenest in the bourgeoisie, which remained proudly aloof from the peasantry and the proletariat, and dreamed of peerages. Within itself there were jealous strata. The industrial capitalist looked down upon the neighborhood shopkeeper. The great merchant who had graced money with adventure stood aloof from the industrialist, and the swelling nabobs who had gilded their colonial gleanings with patriotism and religion were forming a class of their own. As in France, so in England, no one seemed content any more with the place to which providence, capacity, or chance had assigned him. Everyone was busy climbing or falling. The restlessness of modernity began. The basic struggle was of the capitalist to replace the aristocrat at the helm of state. In France, it took a generation. In England, it took centuries. So, till 1832, the nobility was supreme and smiled at its challengers. In its strictest sense, it consisted, in 1801, of 287 temporal peers or peeresses and 26 Anglican bishops, who, as spiritual lords, were entitled to sit in the House of Lords. The temporal peers were ranked in descending order as princes of the royal blood, dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons. To all of these, except princes and dukes, the appellation lord could be properly applied, and their titles carried down, generation after generation, to the eldest son. Their wealth was based upon the ownership of vast areas, tilled by tenant farmers and hired laborers, and bringing such rents as the Duke of Newcastle's £120,000, or Viscount Palmerston's more usual £12,000 a year. The combined estates of the Dukes of Bedford, Norfolk, and Devonshire could have covered an average county. Below these lords temporal and spiritual, England ranked 540 baronets and their wives, entitled to prefix Sir or Lady to their Christian names, and to transmit these titles in their families. Next were 350 knights and their wives, entitled to the same prefixes, but not to transmit them. Below these came some 6,000 squires or gentry, landowners born in old and accepted families, and authorized to bear a coat of arms. All these groups below the lords constituted the lesser nobility, but they were generally included in the aristocracy that ruled England. It does not seem to have felt that there was anything wrong in minority rule. Its members bore with stoic equanimity the poverty of the peasants, the degradation of the factory workers, and the spoliation of Ireland. Poverty, they believed, was the natural and necessary penalty of incompetence or sloth, and weak-kneed theorists must not be allowed to transform Britain into a democracy resting on a degenerative dole. Despite anarchist dreamers like William Godwin or Percy Shelley, some government is necessary. Without it, the people become a mob, dangerous to every individual and every liberty. Napoleon was not prejudiced in favor of England, yet he said at St. Helena, "It would be a European disaster if the English aristocracy were to disappear, if it were handed over to a London mob. All government is by a minority or by a despot, and the ruling minority is either an aristocracy of birth or a plutocracy of wealth. Democracy, of course, is the latter, for only wealth can finance campaigns or pay the cost of persuading the people to vote for the moneyed minority's candidate. Men democratically chosen are rarely equipped, by birth and training, to deal successfully with the problems of government, much less with international relations. An aristocracy of birth is a school of statesmanship. Some of its graduates may become worthless wastrels, but a saving few acquire, by long association with the problems and personnel of rule, the ability to deal with critical affairs without endangering the nation by their bungling. Moreover, a properly functioning aristocracy wins from the people a habit of obedience and a respect for authority, which are boons to public order and security. Such arguments, subtly phrased and obscurely felt, seem to have persuaded the majority of the English nation. But they did not convince the rising bourgeoisie, which resented the power of landed wealth to control ministries and parliament. They were angrily repudiated by rebellious labor, and they were sharply questioned by an intelligentsia shocked to observe and resolved to reveal the means by which a self-serving aristocracy was governing England. 2. The government. 1. The legislature. The Constitution of England is the whole body of unrepealed enactments of Parliament and unrevoked decisions of the courts. By such precedents, the full authority of the government resided in the Crown, King or Queen, and the Parliament acting in concert. Usually, since 1688, the monarch accepted what Parliament legislated. No written document limited the power of Parliament to pass any law that pleased both its chambers. The upper chamber, the House of Lords, consisted of the temporal and spiritual lords, sitting by right of birth and tradition, requiring no election, empowered to reject any measure voted by the House of Commons, and serving as a supreme court in appeals from judicial decisions, in impeachments of governmental personnel, and in all actions brought against its secular members on charge of a major crime. It was a bastion of the aristocracy fighting rearguard actions against the advancing bourgeoisie. The House of Commons numbered 558 members, 2 each from the universities of Oxford and Cambridge, 1 from Trinity College, Dublin, 45 from Scotland. The rest chosen by 40 counties, or shires, and 20 boroughs, or townships, by electors holding limited franchises too varied to be specified here. Excluded from the electorate were women, paupers, Roman Catholics, Quakers, Jews, agnostics, and in general anyone who could not swear allegiance to the authority and doctrines of the Church of England. All in all, there were 245,000 eligible voters in England's 9 million souls. Since voting was public, few voters dared support any candidate but the principal landowner's nominee. Many eligible citizens did not bother to vote, and some elections were decided by arrangement among the leaders without any voting at all. The number of parliamentary representatives allowed to each borough had been fixed by tradition and took little account of growth or decline in the borough's population. Some boroughs with a mere handful of voters returned one or more members, while London, with 6,000 voters, was allowed only 4. The new industrial centres were poorly represented in Parliament, if at all. Manchester, Birmingham, and Sheffield had no member there, while the old county of Cornwall had 42. We should add, however, that in local affairs many towns and villages retained considerable self-rule. So the City of London, through a property-limited suffrage, chose its own government and maintained a proud independence of Parliament. About half the seats in the Commons were filled by these semi-popular elections. The other half were filled through uncontested nomination by local or distant proprietors. And these nominations were in many cases offered by the boroughs to the highest bidder. Boroughs, in other words, seats in the House of Commons, were bought and sold as openly as any article of commerce, and the king himself was at times the great purchaser of boroughs. The chosen members were loosely divided between two parties, Tories and Whigs. These had largely forgotten the issues that had once divided them. Their leaders were in both cases members of old aristocratic families, but the Whigs were more inclined than the Tories to listen to the upcoming and affluent lords of commerce and industry, while the Tories defended, the Whigs challenged, the traditional prerogative of royal power. The bone of contention was not principle, but power. Which party was to form the ruling ministry, divide the lucrative offices, and oversee the developing, fee-splitting bureaucracy? Despite its aristocratic base, the British government was considerably more democratic in its lawmaking than most continental states. Whereas in these, including France after 1804, the supreme power was wielded by an emperor or a king, in Britain the actual ruler since 1688 was not the king but the Parliament. And in the bicameral Parliament the authority lay chiefly with the Commons through its power of the purse. No disbursement of public funds could be made without its consent. Theoretically, the king could veto any measure passed by Parliament. Actually, George III never stretched his prerogative to this testing point. The king, however, could dissolve the Parliament and go to the country for a new election. In that case, the candidates he favored and financed had a good chance of winning seats. For the indigenous king, after 2 alien Georges, had become again the nation embodied, the central object of patriotic loyalty and pride. 2. The judiciary. The English judiciary was as haphazard, chaotic, and competent as the legislature. First of all, it had to administer a body of laws that had grown almost daily through hundreds of years, that had long remained unsystematized, and that was so brutal in its traditional penology that judges had often to amend it or ignore it. The law was heavy with relics of its feudal origins and its Christian emendations. Accused lords still demanded to be tried by lords, and benefit of clergy still, till 1827, exempted Anglican ministers from secular courts. Hundreds of laws, against public gambling, nocturnal amusements, unlicensed assemblies, remained in the statutes, though rarely enforced. Some improvements were made in this period. The number of crimes, some 200, for which in 1800 death was prescribed, was repeatedly reduced. And a true account of assets and liabilities could avert imprisonment for debt. But the law of bankruptcy remained so cumbersome that businessmen avoided it as the road to double bankruptcy. The Habeas Corpus Act of 1679, which aimed to end undue imprisonment before trial, had been so often suspended that it lost its force in crises like the French Revolutionary Wars. The confusion, contradictions, and barbarities of British law continued until Bentham slashed at them with his persistent and detailed demands for reform. The capture of criminals was made additionally difficult by the scarcity of police in the towns and their almost total absence in the countryside. Citizens were driven to form voluntary associations to protect their lives and property. Even if arrested, the criminal might delay or escape imprisonment by hiring lawyers to find or forge reasons for appeal or loopholes in the law. It was the boast of the lawyers that there was not a single statute through which they could not drive a coach and six. At the lowest rung of the legal profession were the attorneys or solicitors, who acted as legal agents for a client, or researched and prepared briefs for the barristers, who were the only lawyers admitted to the bar. From them, the king, usually on recommendations by the Lord Chancellor, chose the judges. Once or twice a year, the judges of the common law courts toured the counties to try locally civil and criminal cases. As their stay in any one place was brief, the administration, in some measure the creation, of the law in each county or borough was left to local justices of the peace. These were chosen by the central government from among the richer landowners of the district. They were unpaid, but their wealth was expected to keep them from corruption. They were not above class prejudice, and some became famous for severe sentences against radicals. But all in all, they provided fair and competent local administration, almost equal to that of the prefects in Napoleonic France. The best feature of English law was the right of the accused to trial by jury. Apparently, this institution of the Carolingian Franks had come to England in primitive form with the Norman conquest. The size of the jury was not fixed at 12 members until 1367, and only about that time was a unanimous verdict required. The jurors were chosen, usually from the middle class, from a panel of 48 to 72 men, after extensive rights of challenge by the contending parties. Periodically, the justices of the peace were assisted in each county by a grand jury, upon whose recommendations the court was expected to act. In trials, the jurors heard the evidence, the speeches of contending counsel, and the judges summing up. After this, they retired to an adjoining room, where, in order to avoid intemperance and causeless delay, they were kept without meat, drink, fire, or candle, unless by permission of the judge, till they were unanimously agreed. 3. The Executive. Theoretically, the executive power was vested in the monarch. Actually, it lay in his cabinet of ministers, and these had to be members of Parliament, responsible to it for their actions, and dependent upon it for their funds. Theoretically, the king appointed these ministers. In practice, he was expected to choose as their head the leader of the party victorious in the latest election. And this prime minister, with others prominent in his party, nominated, for the ruler's formal appointment, the secretaries of the various ministries. In his first administration, from 1783 to 1801, William Pitt took a double role as Chancellor of the Exchequer and First Lord of the Treasury. That is, he controlled, subject to parliamentary approval, both the collection and the disbursement of the national revenue. In the cabinet, as well as in the government as a whole, the power of the purse was the chief instrument of discipline and rule. George III did not admit his subordination to Parliament. From his accession in 1760, at the age of 22, he had sought to enforce the royal prerogatives, but the costly collapse of his leadership in the War of American Independence and his repeated intervals of insanity, 1765, 1788, 1804, 1810 to 1820, weakened his body, mind, and will, and after 1788 he allowed William Pitt to govern, except for 3 provisos. Slavery must not be finally condemned, the British Catholics must not be allowed to vote, and there should be no peace with France until Louis XVIII was securely placed on his rightful throne. George III was a good man within the limits of his vision and his creed. Napoleon, in captive retrospect, described him as the honestest man in his dominions. He distinguished himself from his Hanoverian predecessors by obeying all the commandments except the fifth, and by falling far short of the Levitican injunction to love thy neighbor as thyself. But he loved the English people. Despite his faults, and because of his misfortunes, they loved him in return, for loving his inherited religion, for loving his wife and daughters, and for giving the nation an inspiring picture of a simple and devoted life. Their hearts went out to him when, despite his example, most of his sons tarnished their princely titles with marital chaos, conscienceless gambling, reckless extravagance, and visible deterioration of body and character. Wellington was to describe them as the damnedest millstones about the neck of any government that can be imagined. The oldest of them, George, Prince of Wales, was the most impossible, troublesome, and charming. He was handsome and knew it. He had received a good education, could speak French, German, and Italian fluently, sang well, played the violoncello, wrote poetry, kept in touch with contemporary English literature, numbered Richard Sheridan and Thomas Moore among his intimate friends, and was an intelligent patron of art. He set up at Carlton House a princely establishment, furnished it elegantly at the nation's cost, favored the politics and rivaled the thirst of Charles James Fox, and, to the horror of his father, became the idol of the Whigs. He liked, too, the young dandies who spent their wealth on fancy clothing, women, horses, and dogs. He accompanied such Britons to prize fights and outpaced everyone in expenditure and debts. Parliament repeatedly voted £100,000 to restore his solvency, for none could tell when this good-natured wastrel would, as king, be the generous donor of lucrative sinecures. At 17, he had confessed to being rather too fond of women and wine. Among his early mistresses was Mary Robinson, who fascinated him by her playing of Perdita in A Winter's Tale. For 3 years he maintained her in precarious luxury. Then he entered upon a more serious affair with Maria Ann Fitzherbert, twice widowed, Roman Catholic, 6 years his senior, and unmanageably decent. She refused to become his mistress, but consented to marry him. The Act of Settlement that had given the throne of England to the House of Hanover had excluded from the succession any husband or wife of a Roman Catholic, and a law of 1772 prohibited any member of the royal family under 25 years of age from marrying without the ruler's consent. Nevertheless, the prince married Mrs. Fitzherbert in 1785, paying a young Anglican curate £500 to perform the illegal ceremony. The illegality preserved the prince's right of succession. He assumed this right in 1788, when his father lapsed into insanity. He waited impatiently for him to die, but father and son could seldom agree. They agreed, however, that if the king, actually Parliament, would pay the prince's new debts, £110,000, the heir apparent would leave his morganatic wife and marry his father's niece, Princess Caroline of Brunswick. He found her discouragingly ugly. She found him disgustingly fat. But they married on April 8, 1795. Caroline later averred that he had spent the wedding night in a drunken torpor. However, she gave him a daughter, Princess Charlotte, January 7, 1796. Soon thereafter he left her and returned for a time to Mrs. Fitzherbert, who was apparently the only woman whom he ever deeply loved. When he died, a miniature with a portrait of her was found pendant from his neck. In November 1810, George III, breaking under parliamentary opposition, shame for his son, and grief for his dead daughter Amelia, went finally insane. For 9 years thereafter, the King of England was a raving, straight-jacketed lunatic, pitied and beloved by his people. And the regent, assuming all royal pomp and power, was a degenerate ruin, fat, 50, kindly, cuckolded, and despised. 3. Religion. The government and the intelligentsia of England had by this time reached a gentleman's agreement about religion. The deistic attack upon the Orthodox creed had subsided as the skeptics came to realize that they had nothing to put in its place as an aid to individual morality and public peace. William Godwin, Robert Owen, Jeremy Bentham, and James Mill were surviving examples of unbelief, but they made no propaganda thereof. Tom Paine was an exception. The English aristocracy, which had found some charm in the young Voltaire, was now carefully conspicuous in Sabbath observance. It was a wonder to the lower orders throughout all parts of England, noted the Annual Register in 1798, to see the avenues to the churches filled with carriages on Sundays. John Stuart Mill remarked in 1838, "There is, in the English mind, both in speculation and in practice, a highly salutary shrinking from all extremes. Quieta non movere, not to disturb the quiet, was the favorite doctrine of those times. Therefore, on condition of not making too much noise about religion, or taking it too much in earnest, the Church was supported even by philosophers as a bulwark against fanaticism, a sedative to the religious spirit, to prevent this from disturbing the harmony of society or the tranquility of the state. The clergy of the establishment thought they had a good bargain on these terms, and kept its conditions very faithfully." The established church was officially the United Church of England and Ireland. Though it accepted the 39 articles of the Calvinist creed, it kept many features of the Catholic ritual. It had archbishops and bishops, but these usually married, and they were appointed by the crown. Local parsons were generally chosen by the local squires and helped them in maintaining social order. The Anglican clergy acknowledged the king as their head and ruler, and depended upon the state to collect from all families in England the tithe that supported the church. Burke described Britain as a Christian commonwealth in which church and state were one and the same thing, being different integral parts of the same whole. And John Wilson Croker called Westminster Abbey a part of the British Constitution. The relationship resembled that between the Catholic Church and the government of France under Louis XVI, except that there was almost no persecution for heresy. The dissenting sects, Methodists, Presbyterians, Baptists, Independents, Congregationalists, Quakers, and Unitarians, were allowed to preach their doctrines on one condition, that they declare themselves Christians. Some dissenters sat in the House of Lords. Methodist preachers gathered great audiences by their frightening eloquence. The oppressed workers of the towns, losing earthly hopes, returned to their childhood faith, and with such ardor that when revolutionary ideas swept over the Channel from France, they resisted all efforts to make them revolt. In 1792, the leaders of Wesleyan Methodism required of each adherent an oath of loyalty and obedience to the king. Within the established church itself, the influence of Methodism inspired an evangelical movement. Many of the younger clergy and laity resolved to revitalize the Anglican creed by taking the gospel to heart and devoting themselves to simple living, piety, charity, and church reform. One of them, William Wilberforce, led the English campaign against slavery. Another, Hannah More, spread a fresh Christian fervor by her lectures, books, and Sunday schools. Two religious groups remained outside the circle of full toleration, Catholics and Jews. English Protestants had not forgotten Guy Fawkes and his attempt to blow up the Parliament in 1605, nor the flirtations of Stuart kings, Charles's first and second, James II, with Catholic powers, mistresses, and ideas. They tended to look upon a Catholic as one who had given his allegiance to a foreign potentate. The popes were temporal sovereigns as rulers of the papal states, and they wondered how a Catholic would behave in a conflict between a Roman pontiff and a British king. There were some 60,000 Catholics in the England of 1800. Most of them were of Irish origin, but some were indigenous descendants of pre-Reformation British Catholics. The laws against them had by this time been much relaxed. Various enactments between 1774 and 1793 had restored to them the right to own land, to hold their own services, and to transmit their faith through their own schools. And a specially worded oath enabled them to swear allegiance to the king and the government without repudiating the pope. However, they could not vote and could not be elected to Parliament. Toward the end of the 18th century, the movement for the full emancipation of English Catholics seemed on the verge of success. Prominent Protestants, Wesley, Canning, Wilberforce, Lord Grey, supported it. The French Revolution aroused in England a reaction against Voltaire and the Enlightenment, and some sympathy for a religion so opposed by the revolutionary government. After 1792, the French émigrés, including Catholic priests and monks, received a warm welcome and financial aid from the British state. The exiles were allowed to establish monasteries and seminaries. The notion that a church so weakened and despoiled could be a danger to England now seemed absurd, and in a war against France, that church could be a valuable ally. In 1800, Pitt introduced a bill for the emancipation of Catholics in England. The Tories and the High Church Anglicans opposed it, and George III stood resolutely with them. Pitt withdrew his motion and resigned. Catholic emancipation in England had to wait till 1829. Still tardier, by 1858, was the removal of civil disabilities from the Jews in England. They numbered some 26,000 in 1800, most of them in London, some in the provincial cities, almost none in the countryside. The long war interrupted further immigration and allowed the English Jews to adjust themselves to British ways and to break down some racial barriers. The law still barred them from the franchise and from major offices by requiring an oath on the faith of a Christian and taking the sacrament according to the rites of the established church. Otherwise, they were free and might worship unhindered in their homes and synagogues. Several prominent Jews accepted conversion to Christianity. Samson Gideon, the banker, David Ricardo, the economist, Isaac Disraeli, the author. The last, besides fathering the incomparable Benjamin, published anonymously and casually between 1791 and 1834 Curiosities of Literature, which can still please an educated and leisured mind. The long experience of the Jews in banking and their family connections across frontiers enabled them to come to the aid of the British government in the 7 Years' War and the long duel with France. The brothers Benjamin and Abraham Goldsmith helped Pitt to break the ring of extortionate brokers who had monopolized the transactions in treasury issues. In 1810, Nathan Rothschild, 1777 to 1836, established in London a branch of the firm that his father, Meyer Amschel Rothschild, had founded in Frankfurt am Main. Nathan seems to have been the ablest of the financial geniuses who distinguished the family through several centuries and in many states. He became the favorite intermediary of the British government in its financial relations with foreign powers. It was he or his agents who transmitted from England to Austria and Prussia the subsidies that enabled them to fight Napoleon. And he played a leading role in the industrial and commercial expansion of England after 1815. 4. Education. England seemed resolved to show how a government could get along without sending its children to school. The aristocracy was not interested in education except for its own sons. It seemed better for the status quo that the peasant and the proletaire, and probably the bourgeois too, should be unable to read, especially now that Godwin, Owen, Cobbett, Paine, Coleridge, and Shelley were printing such nonsense about exploitive aristocracies, agricultural communes, factory slaves, and the necessity of atheism. The resolute advocates of the old system, wrote Godwin about 1793, have, with no contemptible foresight, opposed the communication of knowledge as a most alarming innovation. In their well-known observation that a servant who has been taught to write and read ceases to be any longer the passive machine they require, is contained the embryo from which it would be easy to explain the whole philosophy of European society. Besides, argued the upper echelon, the lower classes would be unable to judge with wisdom and caution the notions presented to them in lectures, journals, or books. Ideas would be explosives. Given nationwide schooling, the monstrous regiment of dreamy simpletons would try to tear down the necessary privileges and powers of the only classes that can preserve social order and civilization. And manufacturers, worried by competitors, pressed by investors, and looking for cheap labor, saw no sense in teaching child laborers the rights of man and the splendors of utopia. These principles, said an anonymous conservative quoted by Godwin, will inevitably ferment in the minds of the vulgar, or the attempt to carry them into execution will be attended with every species of calamity. Knowledge and taste, the improvements of the intellect, the discoveries of the sages, the beauties of poetry and art, are trampled underfoot and extinguished by barbarians. In 1806, Patrick Colquhoun, former police magistrate in London, estimated that 2 million children in England and Wales received no education. In 1810, Alexander Murray, philologist, calculated that 3/4 of the agricultural laborers were illiterate. In 1819, official statistics reported 674,883 children attending schools in England and Wales, a 15th of the population. When, in 1796, Pitt proposed that the government set up schools for industrial education, his measure did not come to a vote. When, in 1806, Samuel Whitbread offered a bill for the governmental establishment of an elementary school in every parish, such as already existed in Scotland, it was passed by the Commons, but was rejected by the Lords on the ground that it did not place education on a religious basis. Religious groups taxed themselves to provide some education for some of their children. The Society for Promoting Christian Knowledge maintained charity schools, but their total enrollment of children did not exceed 150,000. Hannah More's schools were almost confined to religious instruction. The Poor Law Administration opened industry schools to 21,600 of its 194,914 children to fit them for employment. One thing the children in the religious schools learned well, the Bible. It became their faith, their literature, and their government, a precious possession amid the misfortunes, injustices, and bewilderment of life. In 1797, Dr. Andrew Bell, to meet a shortage of teachers, established a monitorial system of using older students as assistant instructors in elementary schools connected with the Anglican worship. A year later, Joseph Lancaster introduced a similar system on principles accepted by all Christians. The churchmen refused to operate with this undenominational plan. Lancaster was denounced as a deist, an apostate, a tool of Satan, and Coleridge joined in the condemnation. In 1810, James Mill, Lord Brougham, Francis Place, and Samuel Rogers founded the Royal Lancastrian Association to spread unsectarian schools. Alarmed by the progress of the plan, the Anglican bishops organized a rival Society for the Education of the Poor in accordance with the principles of the established church. Not till 1870 was a national system of undenominational elementary schools established in England. Higher education was provided, for those who could afford it, by domestic tutors, public schools, lecturers, and 2 universities. The public schools, Eton, Harrow, Rugby, Winchester, Westminster, and Charterhouse, were open for a fee to the sons of the nobility and the gentry, with occasional additions from affluent bourgeois. The course of studies was primarily classical, the languages and literature of ancient Greece and Rome. Some sciences were added on the side, but the parents wanted their sons trained for government and polite company, and they were convinced that a youth could better prepare for these by Greek and Roman history, literature, and oratory than by physics, chemistry, and English poetry. Milton, however, was admitted as a displaced Roman who wrote Latin almost as readily as English. Discipline in the public schools was a mixture of flogging and fagging. Major offenders were flogged by the masters. Fagging was the provision of menial services by boys of the lower forms, or classes, for those of the upper forms, to run errands for them, shine their shoes, prepare their tea, carry their cricket bats and balls, and bear their bullying silently. The theory was that one must learn to obey before he is fit to command. A like theory prevailed in the Army and the Navy, which were also organized on flogging and fagging and silent obedience. In this sense, the victories of Trafalgar and Waterloo were won not only on the playing fields of Eton and Harrow, but as well in the halls and rooms of the public schools. Once a fag reached the upper forms, he was ready to defend the system. There was some democracy in these nurseries of aristocracy. All fags were equal, regardless of wealth or pedigree, and all graduates, if they avoided commerce, looked upon one another as equals, and upon all others as inferiors, however talented. From such schools, the graduate, usually at the age of 18, went on to become an undergraduate at Oxford or Cambridge. These universities had declined from their late medieval and Renaissance excellence. Gibbon was not alone in regretting his Oxford days as mostly wasted in irrelevant studies, though he profited hugely from the Latin and Greek, and student competition in gambling, drinking, wenching, and warfare with the town. Admission required acceptance of the established church. Instruction was by dons, each of whom took charge of one or more pupils, and transmitted his lore to them by lectures or tutoring. There, too, the classics dominated the curriculum, but mathematics, law, philosophy, and modern history had won a place, and lectures were available, though sparsely attended, in astronomy, botany, physics, and chemistry. Oxford was Tory, Cambridge was Whig. In the latter, subscription to the 39 Articles had been removed as a condition for entrance, but only members of the Church of England could take a degree. The campaign against slavery had been waged there since 1785. Science found at Cambridge better teachers and more students than at Oxford, but both universities lagged behind the German and the French. Oxford taught philosophy from the works of Aristotle. Cambridge added Locke, Hartley, and Hume. Cambridge was producing scholars of international renown. Oxford aimed rather to fit men for eloquence and strategy in Parliament, and then, after trials and experience and with proper connections, for a role in the government of Britain. 5. Morality. 1. Man and woman. What kind of moral life evolved from this class government, this changing economy, this union of state and church, this education so limited in content and spread, this national heritage once strengthened by isolation, now challenged by communication, revolution, and war? This book is continued on Cassette 7, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2, continued, Cassette 7, Side 1. What kind of moral life evolved from this class government, this changing economy, this union of state and church, this education so limited in content and spread, this national heritage once strengthened by isolation, now challenged by communication, revolution, and war? Men and women are not naturally moral, for their social instincts, which favor cooperation, are not as strong as their individualistic impulses, which serve the self. So these must be weakened, and those strengthened, by law expressing the will and power of the group, and by a moral code transmitted through the family, the church, the school, public opinion, custom, and taboos. Inevitably, then, there was considerable crime in the England of 1789 to 1815, a deal of dishonesty, and a flow of premarital sex. If we may believe Hogarth and Boswell, brothels and streetwalkers abounded in London and the factory towns. The aristocracy had found prostitutes less expensive than mistresses. Lord Egremont, open-handed host to Turner and other artists, was said to have had a series of mistresses by whom he sired many children. The gossip, however, only added to the warmth his friends felt for him. We may judge the morals of the upper classes by the amiability with which they adjusted themselves to those of the Prince of Wales. The prince grew up amidst the most licentious aristocracy that England had known since the Middle Ages. The peasantry may be presumed to have respected the old moral code, for the family organization of agriculture required a strong parental authority and allowed almost inescapable surveillance of the young by the old. The growing proletariat, however, released from such controls, imitated its exploiters as well as its income would allow. Low wages in unregulated sweatshop industries made temptation strong for women factory workers to sell themselves for an added pittance to their minimal wage. Until 1929, the legal age of marriage was 14 for the male, 12 for the female. Normally, marriage was mercenary. A man or a woman was meritably desirable according to his or her actual or prospective income. Mothers schemed night and day, as in Jane Austen's novels, to marry their daughters to money. Love marriages were still exceptional, though literature was exalting them. Common law marriage was legally recognized. Formal marriage required a clergyman. Families were large, for children were economic assets, only a little less so in factories than on farms. Contraception was primitive. The rate of population growth was rising, but was slowed by infantile and senile mortality and the inadequacy of nourishment, medical care, and public sanitation. Adultery was widespread. Divorce could be obtained by the husband, or, after 1801, by the wife, but only by an act of Parliament, which cost so much that only 317 divorces were granted before the law was liberalized in 1859. Until 1859, a woman's movable property became her husband's at marriage, and he automatically acquired whatever such property came to her after marriage. She retained her property and land, but the income therefrom belonged to her husband. If she predeceased him, all her property passed to him. We hear of wealthy women, but they were few. By the custom of entail, a father who had no living son could, and in many cases did, bequeath his estate to a male relative, leaving his daughters dependent on friendship or courtesy. It was a man's world. 2. Mary Wollstonecraft. Custom had inured most British women to these inequities, but the winds now blowing from revolutionary France aroused some sufferers to protest. Mary Wollstonecraft felt them and raised her voice in one of the ablest appeals ever made for women's liberation. Her father was a Londoner who decided to try farming. He failed, lost his fortune and his wife, took to drink, and left his 3 daughters to earn their own living. They opened a school, won praise from Samuel Johnson, and went bankrupt. Mary became a governess, but was dismissed after a year because the children loved their governess better than their mother. Meanwhile, she wrote several books, including, in 1792, at the age of 33, A Vindication of the Rights of Woman. She dedicated it to Monsieur Talleyrand Périgord, late Bishop of Autun, with a hint that since the Constituent Assembly had proclaimed the rights of man, it was morally obligated to issue a declaration of the rights of woman. Perhaps to ease her way, she took a high moral tone, professing loyalty to country, virtue, and God. She said little of woman suffrage, for as the whole system of representation is now in this country only a convenient handle for despotism, they, women, need not complain, for they are as well represented as a numerous class of hard-working mechanics who pay for the support of royalty when they can scarcely stop their children's mouths with bread. Nevertheless, I really think that women ought to have representatives in Parliament, instead of being governed without having any direct share allowed them in the deliberations of government. As an example of sexually based legislation, she pointed to the laws of primogeniture and entail. And custom was even crueler than law, for it branded and punished a woman through life for one moment's departure from chastity, though men preserved their respectability during the indulgence of vice. Probably some readers were shocked by Mary's declaration of a woman's right to feel or to confess physical satisfaction in coitus. But she warned both sexes that love considered as an animal appetite cannot long feed itself without expiring. Indeed, in that sense, it is the most evanescent of all passions. Love as a physical relationship should be gradually replaced by friendship. This requires mutual respect, and respect requires that each mate should find in the other an individual and developing character. Hence, the best beginning of woman's liberation lies in recognizing her faults and realizing that her freedom will depend upon her education in mind and conduct. The Vindication proceeded to list some feminine faults of that time. The affectation of weakness and timidity, which feeds and pleases the male's assumption of superiority, the addiction to cards, gossip, astrology, sentimentality, and literary trash, the absorption in dress and self-admiration. Nature, music, poetry, and gallantry all tend to make women the creatures of sensation, and this overstretched sensibility naturally relaxes the other powers of the mind and prevents intellect from attaining that sovereignty which it ought to attain. For the exercise of the understanding, as life advances, is the only method pointed out by nature to calm the passions. Nearly all these faults, Mary felt, were due to inequalities of education and to man's success in making women think that, as a lady authoress had told them, your best, your sweetest empire is to please. Mary resented these fripperies and artifices and looked with envy upon those Frenchwomen who insisted on getting an education and who learned to write letters that are among the fairest products of the French mind. In France, there is understandably a more general diffusion of knowledge than in any other part of the European world, and I attribute it in part measure to the social intercourse that has long subsisted between the sexes. A generation before Balzac, Mary Wollstonecraft noted that the French, who admit more of mind into their notions of beauty, give the preference to women of 30. They allow women to be in their most perfect state when vivacity gives place to reason, and to that majestic seriousness of character which marks maturity. In youth, till 20, the body shoots out. Till 30, the solids are attaining a degree of density, and the flexible muscles of the face, growing daily more rigid, give character to the countenance. That is, they trace the operation of the mind with the iron pen of fate, and tell us not only what powers are within, but how they have been employed. The faults of women, Mary believed, were nearly all due to the denial of educational opportunities, and to the male's success in getting women to think of themselves as sex toys before marriage, and as decorative ornaments, obedient servants, and maternity machines afterward. To give both sexes an equal chance to develop mind and body, boys and girls, up to the time of technical vocation, should be educated together, with the same curriculum and, when possible, the same or equivalent sports. Every woman should be made sufficiently strong in body and competent in mind to earn her own living, if necessary. But whatever tends to incapacitate the maternal character takes woman out of her sphere. Sooner or later, the biological functions and physiological differences will have their say. Maternal nursing is good for maternal health and might make families smaller and stronger. The ideal of women's emancipation should be the educated mother in equal union with an educated male. Having seen her book through the press, the brilliant young author crossed the Channel to France, fascinated by the creative years of the Revolution, but just in time for the massacres and the terror. She fell in love with an American in Paris, Captain Gilbert Imlay, and agreed to live with him in unsanctioned union. After making her pregnant, Imlay took to absenting himself for months at a time on business or otherwise. Her letters begging him to come back are almost as eloquent and were as futile as those of Julie de Lespinasse a generation before. In 1794 she bore her child, but this did not hold the father. He offered to send her a yearly fund for her support. She refused it and returned to England in 1795. She tried to drown herself in the Thames, but was dragged back to life by solicitous watermen. A year later she met William Godwin and became his common-law wife. Neither of them believed in the right of the state to regulate marriage. However, for the sake of their expected child, they decided to submit to a religious ceremony on March 29, 1797. Ashamed of their legality, they concealed from their radical friends the fact that they were no longer living in sin. For a while she shone in the rebel circle that gathered around the publisher Joseph Johnson, Godwin, Thomas Holcroft, Tom Paine, William Wordsworth, and William Blake, who illustrated some of her writings. On August 30, 1797, amid intense suffering, she gave birth to Shelley's future wife. 10 days later, she died. 3. Social morality. By and large, despite those steady and decent lives that history fails to record, each class of the English population in this period shared in a general moral deterioration. Gambling was universal. The government itself, till 1826, took a hand in it with a national lottery. Drunkenness was endemic as an escape from cold mists and rains, brutalizing poverty, family warfare, political strains, philosophical despair. Pitt and Fox, otherwise so different, agreed in favoring this anesthesia. Taverns were allowed to remain open through Saturday night till 11 a.m. Sunday, for Saturday was payday, and time had to be allowed the pub to get its prime cut of the weekly wage. The middle classes drank more moderately. The upper classes drank heavily, but had learned to carry their liquor steadily, like a leaking tub. A special indulgence allowed political corruption at every stage of government. In many cases, as already noted, votes, boroughs, nominations, offices, in some cases peerages, were bought and sold as openly as shares on the stock exchange. George III, whose virtues were domestic, saw no wrong in laying out money for the procurement of votes for or in Parliament, or distributing offices for political support. In 1809, 76 MPs held such sinecures. A favored few, connected by relationship or interest with the rich and the powerful, received huge salaries for doing nothing, whilst the men who actually did the work were in many cases grossly underpaid. Judges sold the subordinate posts in their jurisdiction and exacted from their holders a share of the fees which the public paid for official services. The government could be cruel as well as venal. We have mentioned the severity of its penal code. The forcible impressment of wayfarers into the Navy was a prelude to low pay, bad food, and merciless discipline. On several occasions, the crews mutinied. One such strike blockaded the port of London for a month. Nevertheless, the English sailors were the best seamen and naval warriors in history. Many efforts were made for moral reform. In 1787, George III issued a condemnation of Sabbath-breaking, blasphemy, cursing, drunkenness, obscene literature, and immoral amusements. The effect is not recorded. Jeremy Bentham, with his Parliamentary Reform Catechism of 1809, led a dozen able disciples in exposing political venality and incompetence. Methodist and evangelical preaching had some effect, which was doubled when the Revolution raised fears that a nation so morally unhinged could successfully combat French invasion or internal revolt. A Society for the Suppression of Vice campaigned against dueling, brothels, and pornography. Other reformers attacked child labor, the use of children as chimney sweeps, the horrors of the prisons, the ferocity of the penal code. A wave of humanitarianism, stemming partly from religion, partly from the Enlightenment, spread works of philanthropy and charity. William Wilberforce was the most tireless of the English reformers. Born in Hull in 1759, of a family rich in both land and commerce, and going through Cambridge as a comrade of William Pitt, he had little trouble in getting elected to Parliament in 1774, a year after Pitt became Prime Minister. Feeling the influence of the evangelical movement, he helped to establish the Society for the Reformation of Manners in 1787. Above all, he protested that a nation officially Christian still tolerated the trade in African slaves. England was now leading in this traffic. In 1790, British vessels transported 38,000 slaves to America, French ships 20,000, Portuguese 10,000, Dutch 4,000, Danish 2,000. Each nation contributed according to its ability in what was probably the most criminal action in history. From Liverpool and Bristol, the ships carried liquor, firearms, cotton goods, and diverse trinkets to the slave coast of Africa. There, often with the purchased help of native chieftains, the Christian chieftains exchanged their cargo for Negroes, who were then taken to the West Indies and the southern colonies in North America. The captives were closely packed in the hulls of the vessels, and in many cases were chained to prevent rebellion or suicide. Food and water were just enough to keep them alive, ventilation was poor, sanitation minimal. To reduce the load in a severe storm, 6 slaves might be thrown overboard. Sometimes the not sick, too, for every slave was insured and might be worth more dead than alive. It has been calculated that of the approximately 20 million Negroes transported to the British West Indies, only 20% survived the voyage. On the return trip, the ships carried molasses. In Britain, this was distilled into rum, which was used to purchase slaves for the next run. The Quakers on both continents took the lead in attacking the trade as the first step in the abolition of slavery. A score of writers joined in the English campaign. John Locke, Alexander Pope, James Thomson, Richard Savage, William Cooper, and, not least, Mrs. Aphra Behn, whose novel Oroonoco, 1678, had given a revolting description of the West Indian economy. In 1772, the Quaker Granville Sharp secured from the Earl of Mansfield, Lord Chief Justice, a decree forbidding the importation of slaves into Britain. Any slave was to become automatically free the moment he set foot on British soil. In 1786, another Quaker, Thomas Clarkson, published an essay on the slavery and commerce of the human species, presenting in impressive total the results of almost a lifetime of research. In 1787, Clarkson, Sharp, Wilberforce, Josiah Wedgwood, and Zachary Macaulay, father of the historian, formed the Society for the Abolition of the Slave Trade. In 1789, Wilberforce offered the Commons a bill to end the evil. It was outvoted by mercantile funds. In 1792, Pitt made one of his greatest speeches to defend a similar measure. This, too, failed. Wilberforce tried again in 1798, 1802, 1804, 1805, and was repeatedly repulsed. It remained for Charles James Fox, in his brief ministry of 1806 to 1807, to press the matter to victory. Parliament yielded and forbade any participation by British merchants in the slave trade. Wilberforce and the Saints, who supported him, knew that this victory was but a beginning. They pressed on with the campaign for the emancipation of all the slaves still on British soil. Wilberforce died in 1833. A month later, August 28th, slavery was abolished in all territories under British rule. 6. Manners. One of the most startling events of 1797 was the first appearance of the silk top hat. Apparently it was worn by a London haberdasher who claimed the Englishman's inborn right to be unique. Crowds gathered about him. Some women, we are told, fainted at the alarming sight. But there is nothing so absurd that couturiers and haberdashers cannot make it an imperative fashion. Soon all upper-class London males were carrying stovepipes on their heads. Swords on the hip and wigs on the head were disappearing. Beards were shaved. Most males let their hair grow to their shoulders, but some youngsters expressed their defiant individuality by having their hair clipped short. Pantaloons were winning the battle for men's legs. By 1785, trousers reached to mid-calf. By 1793, they fell to the ankles. Shoestrings were displacing buckles and beginning their irksome reign. Coats were long and now dispensed with embroidery, but art and income were lavished on waistcoats. As in contemporary France under the Directory, the crossing of noble and commoner produced the dandy, the buck or beau. George Bryan Beau Brummel, 1778 to 1840, specialized in adorning himself and spent half the day in dressing and undressing. At Eton, where the students called him Buck, he became the intimate friend of the Prince of Wales, who felt that clothing is half the art of rule. Having inherited £30,000, Brummel hired separate tailors for each part of his body and made himself arbiter elegantiarum for London's males. He was good-humored and kindly and made cleanliness next to cravats. But he loved gambling even more than finery, ran up debts, fled across the Channel to escape his creditors, lived for 20 years in dingy poverty and slovenly dress, and died aged 62 in a French asylum for the insane. Women were abandoning hoops, but they still corseted themselves to keep their breasts poised and full. The waistline was raised, and a generous décolleté attended to the rest. During the Regency, from 1811 to 1820, fashions drastically changed. Corsets were discarded, petticoats were left unused, and gowns were transparent enough to reveal the lines of thighs and legs. Byron thought these revelations were dulling the fascination of pursuit, and in a rare excursion into morality complained, "Like Mother Eve, our maids may stray unblamed, for they are naked and are not ashamed." Nevertheless, there was more modesty in dress than in eating. Meals were immense, not so much through gluttony as because the climate encouraged adipose tissue as a help to body heat. The poor relied basically on bread and cheese, ale or tea, but in the money classes the main meal, sometimes lasting from 9 to midnight, could run to several courses: soup, fish, poultry, meat, venison, dessert, plus properly adjusted wines. After dessert, the ladies disappeared so that the men might freely discourse on politics, horses, and women. Madame de Staël protested that this sexual dichotomy removed a main stimulant to the refinement of manners and the enjoyment of society. Table manners were not as elegant as in France. Manners in general were hearty and rough. Speech was peppered with profanity. The Archbishop of Canterbury complained, "The torrent of profanity every day makes more rapid advances." Fisticuffs were frequent in the lower classes. Boxing was a favorite sport, and prize-fighting drew avid patrons from all ranks. A doubly contemporary description has come down to us from Robert Southey, from 1807. When a match is made between two prize-fighters, the tidings are immediately communicated to the public in the newspapers. A paragraph occasionally appears saying the rivals are in training, what exercise they take, what diet, for some of them feed upon raw beef as a preparative. Meantime, the amateurs and the gamblers choose their party, and the state of the bets appears also in the newspapers. Not infrequently, the whole is a concerted scheme, that a few rogues may cheat a great many fools. Large crowds, sometimes 20,000, gathered for such vicarious violence. Lord Althorp recommended the sport as a purification of the aggressive instincts among the people, but the managers saw it as a purgation of pocketbooks. Poorer people sought catharsis by tying a bull or a bear to a post and baiting it with sticks and dogs, in some cases for 2 or 3 days, till, in a moment of mercy, they put the victim to death or sent it to the slaughterhouse. Cockfighting continued as a diversion until forbidden in 1822. Cricket, which had been played in England as far back as 1550, submitted to formal rules in the 18th century and offered the most stirring matches in the sporting year, with heavy betting and wild partisanship in the immense crowds. Horse racing provided another purge for gamblers, but there was in it, too, an ancient affection for horses, and a loving care in breeding and training them. The hunt was the summit of fashion in sports, the hunters riding to the grounds in handsome coaches, the swift flight over fields and crops, hedges, fences, and streams, on horses and after dogs, breathing pleasure in the game. Every class had its social gatherings, from the coffee houses, where simple men drank beer, smoked pipes, read newspapers, and talked politics and philosophy, to the sumptuous Royal Pavilion at Brighton, where lucred folk engaged in festivities almost as gay in winter as in summer. At home gatherings, people played cards or other games, heard music, or danced. The waltz had come in from Germany and had been named from waltzen, to revolve. Moralists helped to make it popular by branding it as sinful intimacy. Coleridge, about 1798, complained convincingly, "I am pestered every ball night to dance, which very modestly I refuse. They dance a most infamous dance called the waltzen. There are perhaps 20 couples. The man and his partner embrace each other, arms and waists, and knees almost touching, and then whirl round and round to lascivious music." The upper classes could arrange dances or other parties at one of the fashionable clubs, Almack's, White's, Brooks. There, too, they could gamble for high stakes and discuss the latest performance of Mrs. Siddons, the frolics of the Prince, the novels of Jane Austen, the engravings of Blake, the storms of Turner, the landscapes of Constable. Among the Whigs, the social pinnacle was Holland House, where Lady Holland held soirees at which one could meet such dignitaries as Lord Brougham, Philippe Duc d'Orléans, Talleyrand, Metternich, Grattan, Madame de Staël, Byron, Thomas Moore, or the noblest Whig of them all, Charles James Fox. No salon in France could rival Holland House at the end of the 18th century. 7. The English Theatre. Add to all this varied life the English passion for theatre, which rages to this day. And even as now, the dramatists were of but minor worth, and the actors were the play. The inescapable competition of Shakespeare seemed to discourage the writing of tragedies. After the heyday of Sheridan and Goldsmith, the best new comedies were mortal efforts like Thomas Holcroft's The Road to Ruin of 1792, and Elizabeth Inchbald's Lover's Vows of 1798, which clung to the frail line of middle-class sentiment rather than the virile strain of Johnson's lethal laughter or Shakespeare's philosophic fun. Only the actors were still at the top of their form. They seemed at first glance to be all of a family which walked the boards from Roger Kemble, who died in 1802, to Henry Kemble, who died in 1907. Roger sired Sarah Kemble, who became Mrs. Siddons, John Philip Kemble, who joined the Drury Lane Company in 1783 and became its manager in 1788, and Stephen Kemble, who managed the Edinburgh Theatre from 1792 to 1800. Sarah was born in 1755 in the Shoulder of Mutton Inn at Brecon, Wales, as an incident in the tour of her father's troupe. As soon as she could act, she was given a role. She became a seasoned actress by the age of 10. Amid her hectic life, she managed to get considerable education. She became a woman of mature and cultivated mind, as well as professional excellence and ageless charm. At 18, she married William Siddons, a minor member of her company. 2 years later, Garrick, having heard of her success in the provinces, sent an agent to watch her perform. The report being favorable, Garrick offered her an engagement at Drury Lane, and she appeared there as Portia on December 29, 1775. She did not do well, partly through nervousness, partly perhaps because she had recently given birth. She was thin, tall, and grave, classic in features and restraint, and her voice, accustomed to smaller theaters, failed to fill the immense theater. After a disappointing season, she returned to the provincial circuit, and for 7 years she labored patiently to improve her art. In 1782, Sheridan, who had succeeded Garrick as manager, persuaded her to return to London. On April 10, 1782, she took the lead in Thomas Southern's century-old The Fatal Marriage. And her success was so complete that from that evening she moved on to become the finest tragedienne in British history. For 21 years she ruled at Drury Lane, and for 10 more she was the undisputed queen at Covent Garden. To see her there as Lady Macbeth was the culminating experience of a theatre-goer's life. When she retired from the stage on June 29, 1812, at the age of 57, she played that role, and the audience was so moved by her performance of the sleepwalking scene that it preferred to applaud her through the rest of the evening rather than let the play go on. For 19 years thereafter, she lived in quiet retirement, cheating town gossipers by her marital fidelity. Gainsborough triumphed with his painting of her, and she reigns to this day in the National Portrait Gallery. Her brother, John Philip Kemble, born like her in a provincial inn, was destined by his parents for the Catholic priesthood, perhaps in the popular theory that a member in holy orders would gain heaven for all the family. He was sent to Douai to study in its Catholic college and seminary. There he received a good classical education, and there he acquired a clerical solemnity that later clung to nearly all his roles. But in that quiet environment, the exciting career of his father kept a secret fascination for him. At 18, in 1775, he left Douai and returned to England. A year later, he joined a theatrical troupe. By 1781, he was playing Hamlet in Dublin. There, for a time, his sister Sarah joined him, and thence she brought him with her to Drury Lane. His debut there as Hamlet in 1783 was only a moderate success. The London public found him too sedate for its taste, and the critics condemned him for not only abbreviating but emendating Shakespeare's text. However, when he joined Mrs. Siddons in Macbeth in 1785, their performance was hailed as an event in the history of the English theatre. In 1788, Sheridan, then chief owner of the Drury Lane, appointed Kemble manager of the company. He continued to fill the leading roles, but Sheridan's gay despotism and financial unreliability made the sensitive actor uncomfortable. In 1803, he accepted the management of the Covent Garden Theatre and bought a sixth share of the enterprise for £23,000. In 1808, the edifice burned down. After a costly idleness, Kemble assumed management of the rebuilt theatre, but when he tried to offset the unexpectedly high cost of the new structure by raising the price of admission, the audience stopped his next performance by persistent cries of "old prices." He was not allowed to continue until he promised to restore them. The Duke of Northumberland saved the company with a gift of £10,000. Kemble struggled on, increasingly challenged by younger actors. With a final triumph in Coriolanus, when the same public that had hooted him in 1809 shook the theatre with acclaim, he left the British stage and surrendered his crown to Edmund Kean. The classic style of acting disappeared from England with him, as it was disappearing from France with his friend Talma, and the Romantic movement triumphed in the theatre as it was doing in painting, music, poetry, and prose. Kean's life included all the vicissitudes of his high-strung profession, all its humors and tragedies. He was born in a London slum in 1787, as one result of a night's outing between Aaron, or Edmund Kean, a stagehand, and Anne Carey, who earned a minimal living on the stage and the street. Deserted in early childhood by his parents, he was brought up by his father's brother, Moses Kean, a popular entertainer, and more formally by Moses's mistress, Charlotte Tidswell, a minor actress at Drury Lane. She trained him in histrionic art and tricks, while Moses made him study Shakespearean roles. The boy learned everything that could hold a provincial audience, from acrobatics, ventriloquism, and boxing to Hamlet and Macbeth. But he had waywardness in his blood and ran away repeatedly. At last, Charlotte bound a dog collar around his neck, inscribed Drury Lane Theatre. By the age of 15, he had shed the collar and strayed off to an independent career as an actor of any part for 15 shillings a week. For 10 years, he lived the hectic, exhausting life of a strolling player, nearly always poor and humiliated, but burning with confidence that he could outperform any man on the English stage. Soon, to forget his toil and torments, he took to alcohol as favoring his dreams of his supposedly noble birth and his forthcoming victories. In 1808, he married Mary Chambers, a fellow trooper. She gave him 2 sons and clove to him through all his bouts with whiskey and women. Finally, after many years of degrading alternations between Shakespearean parts and impersonating an agile chimpanzee, he received an invitation to a trial appearance at Drury Lane. For his debut there, on January 26, 1814, he chose the difficult role of Shylock. He poured into the role some of the resentments that life's indignities had stored up in him. When Shylock said, in scorn and sarcasm, to the Christian Venetian merchant asking for a loan, "Hath a dog money? Is it possible a cur can lend 3,000 ducats?" Kean seemed to have forgotten that he was anyone other than Shylock, and the passion, the violence that he poured into the part put an end, almost in 2 lines, to the classic era in English acting, and opened on the London boards the era of feeling, imagination, and romance. Gradually, the audience, sparse and skeptical, was carried away by this unknown actor, himself carried away by immersion in his part. Scene by scene, the response and applause grew until, at the close, that half-audience surrendered to him ecstatically. William Hazlitt, ablest critic of the age, hurried off to write an enthusiastic review. Kean, rushing home to his family, embraced his wife and child, saying to the one, "Now, Mary, you shall ride in your carriage," and to the boy, "My son, you shall go to Eton." At Kean's second performance in The Merchant of Venice, the house was full. After the third, the reigning manager, Samuel Whitbread, gave Kean the contract they had agreed upon for a 3 years' engagement at £8 a week. Kean signed. Whitbread took it and changed the £8 to 20. The time would come when Kean's contract would call for £50 per night. He played almost all the famous Shakespearean roles: Hamlet, Richard III, Richard II, Henry V, Macbeth, Othello, Iago, Romeo. He succeeded in all but the last. The delicate shades of Romeo's aristocratic character eluded an actor too hardened and embittered by the ruthless inequalities of life. When it came his turn to see young actors waiting eagerly to take his place, he squandered his earnings in drink, fed on the idolatry of tavern habitués, joined a secret movement for the damnation of all lords and gentlemen, and was successfully sued for adultery with the wife of a city alderman in 1825. He paid the charges and labored to win back his place in the theater. But his mind lost hold of the parts he played, and more than once he forgot his lines. The audience was as merciless as it had been idolatrous. It shouted insults at him, asked him why he drank so heedlessly. He left England, toured America triumphantly, made another fortune, squandered it. He returned to London and agreed to play Othello to his son Iago at Covent Garden in 1833. The audience acclaimed Iago, received Othello silently. The effort, unsupported by applause, was too much for Kean. His strength ran out, and he neared collapse. After speaking the line, "Farewell, Othello's occupation's gone," he fell into the arms of his son and whispered to him, "Charles, I am dying. Speak to them for me." He was taken home. The wife whom he had once abandoned took loving care of him. 2 months later he died, on May 15, 1833, only 46 years old. Life had broken in midlife the greatest actor, barring Garrick, in English history. 8. In sum. All in all, it was a virile and fruitful England. There were many weak spots in the picture, as in every picture true to life. The yeomanry disappearing, the proletariat enslaved, drink and gambling ruining fortunes and breaking up homes. Government, frankly, a class privilege, and law made by a few men for other men and all women. And yet amid these faults and crimes, science was developing, philosophy was ruminating, Constable was revealing English landscapes, Turner was chaining the sun and stilling the storm, and Wordsworth, Coleridge, Byron, and Shelley were giving England a feast of poetry unequaled anywhere since the first Elizabeth. Under all the turbulence, there lay a saving order and stability that allowed many freedoms, more than in any other European state, except in France, where excessive freedom had committed suicide. There was freedom of movement and travel, except in war, freedom of worship this side of blasphemy, freedom of the press this side of treason, freedom of opinion this side of advocating a violent revolution which would, by all precedents, involve a decade or more of bewildering lawlessness and insecurity. It was not a highly educated public opinion. It often expressed Mrs. Gump and upheld outworn taboos. But it had the courage to boo a degenerate prince and applaud his cruelly discarded wife. It expressed itself also in 100 associations and societies dedicated to education, science, philosophy, and reform. On critical issues, it expressed itself in public assemblies and exercised the right of petition guaranteed by English law. And when it felt too heavily the hand of an oligarchic state, it took to resistance as the final stand of patient Englishmen. More than once a healthy riot ran through the countryside and city streets. The government was an aristocracy, but it was at least polite. It transmitted manners, checked fads, and maintained standards of taste against barbarism in art and superstition in belief. It supported several good causes and kept its great poets from starvation. There was an occasionally insane king, but his claws had been cut. He had become helplessly lovable, and he served as a symbol of national unity, a focus of national fervor and pride. There seemed no sense in killing 1 million people to depose so useful a master of ceremonies. After a bow or two, an Englishman might follow his own mood, go his own way, provided he did not insist upon the equal rights of bootblacks and baronets to make the laws of the land. In England, Madame de Staël noted, originality is allowed to individuals, so well regulated is the mass. It was the superimposed order that allowed the burgeoning of freedom. Let us see this combination at work in art, science, philosophy, literature, and statesmanship. Only then will the picture of English life, A.D. 1800, be, within our limits, just and complete. Chapter 17. The arts in England. 1. The artists. The words art and artist, which in Guild days had been applied to any craft or craftsman, changed their meaning in the 18th century as crafts and guilds were replaced by industries and working men. Now they were applied to the practice and practitioners of music, decoration, ceramics, drawing, engraving, painting, sculpture, and architecture. Likewise, the word genius, which had signified some innate and characteristic quality or some supernatural spirit, now increasingly denoted a transcendent native ability or its possessors. Like miracle and act of God, it became a convenient substitute for a natural and specific explanation of an unusual person or event. The transition to industry, commerce, and city life brought a further decline in aristocratic patronage of art. However, we must note that moneyed men supported Wordsworth and Coleridge, and Lord Egremont opened his manor house at Petworth to Turner as a refuge from London. George III had helped to establish in 1768 the Royal Academy of Art with a gift of £5,000 and handsome quarters in Somerset House. Its 40 members were not made automatically immortals like their French models, but they were raised to the gentry with the title of Esquire, and though their new dignity could not be passed on to their offspring, it helped to improve the social standing of major artists in Britain. The Academy organized classes in anatomy, drawing, painting, sculpture, and architecture. Inevitably, an institution supported by a conservative monarch became a citadel of tradition and respectability. Innovative artists denounced it and became so numerous and won such acclaim that in 1805 some nobles and bankers financed the organization of the British Institution for the Development of the Fine Arts, which held periodic exhibitions, awarded prizes, and provided a lively competition for the Royal Academy. Guided, angered, and nourished by these rival forces, British art produced excellent works in every field. No, music was an exception. It was barren of memorable compositions in this period. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2, continued, Cassette 7, Side 2. Music was an exception. It was barren of memorable compositions in this period. England was keenly conscious of this dearth, and made up for it in some measure by generous appreciation of composers coming to her from the continent. So she gave Haydn a warm welcome in 1790 and again in 1794. The Royal Philharmonic Society was founded in 1813, survived the Industrial Revolution, the French Revolution, 2 Napoleons and 2 World Wars, and still exists as one element of permanence in an incalculable flux. The minor arts flourished without flair. They continued to produce elegant but sturdy furniture, powerful or fanciful metalware, quietly beautiful ceramics. Benjamin Smith molded iron into an ornate candelabrum for presentation by the City of London to the Duke of Wellington. John Flaxman, besides making classical designs for Wedgwood pottery, fashioned the famous Trafalgar Cup to commemorate Nelson's victory. And he was both sculptor and architect of the massive monument to Nelson in St. Paul's. Sculpture, however, was almost a minor art in England, perhaps because it favored a nudity uncongenial to the national climate and morality. In 1801, Thomas Bruce, 7th Earl of Elgin, while serving as British envoy to the Porte, persuaded the Turkish authorities in Athens to let him remove from the Acropolis any pieces of stone with old inscriptions or figures thereon. Interpreting this like a lord, Lord Elgin removed the great frieze of the Parthenon and many marble busts, and transported them in ship after ship from 1803 to 1812 to England. He was denounced by Byron and others as a rapacious vandal, but he was vindicated by a committee of Parliament, and the Elgin marbles were bought by the nation for £35,000, much less than Elgin paid for them, and were deposited in the British Museum. 2. Architecture. The marbles shared in supporting the classic wave against the Gothic ripples in the war of architectural styles. 1,000 columns, Doric, Ionic, or Corinthian, advanced to oppose the amateur efforts of Walpole and Beckford to restore the pointed arches and towered battlements so dear to medieval knights and saints. Even in secular structures, the columns won. Sir William Chambers's Somerset House, from 1775 on, is a spreading Parthenon, and many a country house looks like a Greek peristyle guarding a Roman palace. Let James Wyatt's Ashridge Park mansion, 1806 to 1813, serve as a stately instance of the kind. In 1792, the future Sir John Soane, son of a bricklayer, began to rebuild the Bank of England behind a Corinthian portico, combining the Arch of Constantine with the Temple of the Sun or Moon. The Gothic revival, inaugurated by Horace Walpole's Strawberry Hill, 1748 to 73, could not maintain itself against the avalanche of pillars, domes, and pediments. William Beckford was the romantic hero of this medieval trance. Born rich of a father who twice became mayor of London, he was given more education than he could stand. He received piano lessons from the young Mozart, architectural training from Sir William Chambers, and history via the Grand Tour. At Lausanne, he bought the library of Edward Gibbon. After some ambisexual scandals, he married Lady Margaret Gordon, who died in childbirth. Meanwhile, he had written Vathek, the most powerful of the Oriental mystery novels that were swelling the Romantic wave. It was published in English and French from 1786 to 87, and won high praise from Byron. Helped by Wyatt, Beckford began in 1796 to build a Gothic abbey at his Fonthill estate in Wiltshire, filled it with art and books, and lived there, hermetically sealed, from 1807 to 1822. Then he sold it, and shortly afterward its collapse revealed basic faults in its structure and design. He died at Bath in 1844, aged 85. John Hopner's sympathetic portrait, circa 1800, preserves a spirit poetic, mystic, and humane. John Nash lightened the heaviness of British architecture by adding a bit of Rococo gaiety. Well seconded by Humphrey Repton as landscape gardener, he designed country estates with the distribution of cottages, bowers, dairies, in French, Indian, Chinese styles. They pleased the bored nobles and gentry. Nash became rich and won the patronage of the lavish prince. In 1811, he was commissioned to rebuild a mile of Regent Street to run from the Regent's Carlton House in a sweeping curve out to the countryside. Nash varied the lines with crescents and terraces, interspersed open spaces of grass and trees between the building groups, and used Ionic columns to grace the curve of the avenue. Most of the work has been demolished to allow more buildings and less grass. It was a brilliant essay in town planning, but its cost shocked a nation that was half starving itself to defeat Napoleon. Nevertheless, the delighted regent engaged Nash to restore the royal pavilion at Brighton, which had been a favorite resort of the prince and his friends. Nash accomplished the task between 1815 and 1823 at a cost of £160,000. He rebuilt the pavilion in Hindu Moorish style, with tent-like domes and flanking minarets. Its banquet hall was remodeled with a convex ceiling and Chinese decoration, including lotus and dragon chandeliers costing £4,290. The first impression was one of bizarre splendor. The final judgment condemned the excess in ornament and cost. In 1820, the regent became George IV. Soon he commissioned Nash to rebuild Buckingham House as a royal palace. Amid the destitution and near bankruptcy that had followed the victory over Napoleon, Nash labored and spent until the royal wastrel died in 1830. Then the exuberant architect was summoned by the new government to explain his expenditures and some alleged defects in the construction. Seldom had England been so splendid or so poor. 3. From Cartoons to Constable. During 20 years of war, 1,000 British artists had struggled to feed their families and their dreams. Not the humblest of them in reward and fame were the caricaturists who filled the press with cartoons of the passing scene. Napoleon was a blessing to these impish geniuses, for their daily satires of Little Boney, or the Mediterranean mulatto, as the Morning Post called him, were shots in the arm to a weary war effort and pricks in the pride of the fuming emperor. Greatest of these acupunctors was Thomas Rowlandson, 1756 to 1827. Born to a rich but speculative trader, he was amply encouraged in his talent for drawing. After studying at the Royal Academy, he enrolled in the École de l'Académie Royale in Paris, returned to England, and soon won acclaim by his drawings. Suddenly impoverished by the ruin of his father in gambling, he was reanimated by a French aunt who sent him £35,000. Free to satirize the absurdities and hypocrisies of his time, he drew caricatures of a duchess kissing a butcher for his vote, a fat parson receiving a pig as tithe from a half-starved peasant, a group of naval officers hunting whores ashore. He went on to draw extensive and complex pictures, Vauxhall Gardens, Comforts of Bath, and a hilarious series, nationally famous, The Tours of Dr. Syntax. His anger at politicians, roisterers, and dolts led him to exaggerate the forgivable exaggerations of caricature. Many of his drawings had to be cleansed of their obscenity. His satire lost all healing pity. His later work breathed scorn of the human race, as if there had never been a loving mother or a generous man. Even more popular were the caricatures of James Gilray, 1757 to 1815. People fought at the bookstores to get the first copies of his cartoons. Like Rowlandson, he studied at the Royal Academy and became a finished artist, vivid in imagination but firm in line. He put nearly all his art at the service of the war. He pictured Napoleon as a pygmy and Josephine as a fishwife. He represented Fox, Sheridan, and Horne Tooke, supporters of the French Revolution, as waiting in a London club upon a victorious revolutionary general. Reprints of his satires, crude in concept, finished in form, circulated throughout Europe and shared in dethroning Napoleon. He died 17 days before Waterloo. There were many good engravers in that generation, but William Blake cut deeply enough to survive time's obliterations. He developed his own methods and even tried to replace print by etching text and illustration together into copper plates. But his pen outran his graver, and in the end he spoke through poetry. He was a rebel because he resented his poverty, because the Academy refused to recognize engravers as artists as well as artisans, or to admit their works to its exhibitions, and because he heartily rejected its injunctions to cleave to the rules, traditions, and proprieties of art. The enquiry in England, he declared circa 1808, is not whether a man has talents and genius, but whether he is passive and politic and a virtuous ass and obedient to noblemen's opinions in art. If he is a god-man. If not, he must be starved. He neared this at times, since he received only pittances for drawings and engravings that in the London of 1918 fetched £110,000. His 22 plates illustrating the Book of Job kept him alive at £2 per week from 1823 to 1825. They were sold to J. Pierpont Morgan in 1907 for £5,600. They are among the finest engravings in history. Blake was a complex cross between pagan and Puritan, classic and romantic. He was enthralled by Michelangelo's statuary and Sistine Chapel ceiling. He too felt the splendor of the healthy human body. He symbolized it in the print, from 1780, entitled Glad Day. A youth diaphanously clothed, knowing the joy of bounding vitality. Sex plays only a modest part in his art. It entered assertively in his poems, but moderately in his life. He had a helpful and loving wife who made fidelity bearable. His drawings were at first strictly classical, rating line above color and form over fancy. But as he advanced in years and in love with the Old Testament, he let his pencil roam into imaginary figures overwhelmingly robed and faces worn by the riddles of life. In his last years he engraved 7 plates for an edition of Dante. On his deathbed in 1827 he made one more print of God as the Ancient of Days, creating the world. It was through his almost supernatural imagination, as well as through the finesse of his line, that he became, a generation after his death, the proclaimed progenitor of the pre-Raphaelite school. We shall meet him again. Among the painters, the vital question, sometimes involving bread and butter, was, how far should they conform to the advice and tastes of the Academy? Some of its professors gave their highest approval to historical subjects, as revealing famous characters in memorable events. Others praised portraiture as probing and revealing character, and as pleasing contributory notables who wished to be preserved in oil. Very few of the academic fraternity cared for genre pictures, for these smelled of the commonalty. Least approval of all was accorded to landscape paintings. A constable, who had lost his heart to them, had to labor in obscurity till he was 53 before the Academy allowed him full membership. In 1792, Sir Joshua Reynolds died, and the Academy chose as its president an American domiciled in England. Benjamin West had been born in Springfield, Pennsylvania, in 1738. He showed such artistic talent in youth that generous neighbors sent him to study in Philadelphia, then to Italy. After imbibing the classical tradition there in galleries and ruins, he moved to London in 1763, painted some lucrative portraits, pleased George III, and advanced to historical themes. His Death of Wolfe, 1771, who had snatched Canada from Montcalm and France, shocked the Academy by picturing modern figures in modern dress. But the elders admitted that half a continent was worth an obeisance to pantaloons. Another American, John Singleton Copley, born near Boston in 1738, won fame with his portraits of John Hancock, Samuel Adams, and the Copley family. In 1775 he moved to London and soon reached his peak with The Death of Chatham in 1779. To escape from the neoclassical idealization of historical figures, he painted the scene with a courageous realism which, though it troubled the Academy, effected a revolution in English painting. The education of the Academy was continued by Johann Heinrich Füssli of Zurich, who in 1764, aged 23, became Henry Fuseli of London. Encouraged by Reynolds, he left England in 1770 for 8 years of study in Italy. His flair for heterodox flights of the imagination was not quite cured by classic models and norms. When he returned to London, he disturbed some sleeping beauties with The Nightmare of 1781, in which a lovely woman dreams that she is approached by a terrifying fiend. A copy of this hung in Sigmund Freud's study. Despite himself and his sarcastic wit, Fuseli became a professor in the Academy, where his lectures eased the transition to romance and the pre-Raphaelites. The difficulty of making a living by painting nature was illustrated by the careers of John Hoppner, 1758 to 1810, and John Crome, 1768 to 1821. Hoppner starved as a lover of landscapes and then flourished as a painter of portraits, almost rivaling Lawrence in Sitters and Fees. Nelson sat for him, so did Wellington, Walter Scott, and sundry lords. St. James's Palace is rich with Hoppner's legacy. Crome remained in his native Norwich nearly all his 53 years. He worked for a time as a sign painter, studied the pictures of Hobbema and other Dutch masters, and learned from them to relish the simple scenes of common life. Too poor to travel, he sought his subjects in the rural hinterland of Norwich. There he found the perspective which he painted in his finest landscape, Mousehold Heath. Art and philosophy needed no more. Sir Thomas Lawrence, 1769 to 1830, followed the primrose path of portraiture. The son of an innkeeper, he received little schooling, little artistic training. It must have disconcerted the Academy to observe how well he succeeded without them. He had an almost natural flair for quickly catching a likeness and putting it down. In boyhood at Bristol with his pencil, in youth at Bath with pastel. Only when he moved to London in 1786 did he work with oils. Perhaps his physical charm and happy spirits opened hearts and doors to him. While still but 20, he was commissioned to go to Windsor and portray Queen Charlotte Sophia. He succeeded so diplomatically, for she was no beauty, that he was elected to associate membership in the Academy at 22, and to full membership at 25. 100 notables competed to sit for him. He rejected Cromwell's advice to paint the warts as well as the dimples. There was no gold in warts. He improved the features of his sitters, who protested not, and what his ladies lacked in beauty he made up by clothing them in gossamer finery, endowing them with lovely hands and fascinating eyes, and casting them in some dramatic pose. Typical of his work is the handsome and striking figure he made of the Prince Regent in 1815. Sometimes, as in the Pinky of the Huntington Gallery, he achieved a pleasant whimsy, but we miss in his male portraits the strong character that Reynolds had found or fashioned in his sitters. Lawrence earned much, gave generously, and became the idol of his age. When he died, a distinguished cortege escorted him to St. Paul's. John Constable, 1776 to 1837, insisted on painting landscapes and earned no bride till 40. His father was a Sussex miller who indulged his son's talent for drawing and painting and financed 2 years of study for him in London. But John's development was slow. By 1797 he felt that he deserved no further keep. He returned to Sussex to work in his father's mill. In his spare time he continued to paint. He sent some of his work to the Academy, which offered him admission to its school. So, in 1799, he was back in London, supported by a paternal allowance, and encouraged by Benjamin West. A fellow artist, Richard Reinagle, painted an engaging portrait of him in that year. Perhaps he read Wordsworth's poems about the scenery around Lake Windermere, for he too saw God in every leaf. In 1806 he toured the Lake District, which let him study mountains embraced by mists and fields happy under tranquil rains. He returned to London, strengthened in his resolve to devote his art to nature. He said of his landscapes that he hoped to give to one brief moment, caught from fleeting time, a lasting and sober existence. Meanwhile, he received incidental commissions that kept him in food and lodging. In 1811, at last, he produced his first acclaimed masterpiece, Dedham Vale, an Essex panorama under a midday sun. In that year, it seems, he fell in love with Maria Bickle, who welcomed his attentions. But her father forbade her to stoop to so low an income as Constable then earned. Not till 5 years later, when his father's death left him an assuring income, did he venture to press his suit. Her father relented. Constable carried off his bartered bride and flattered her with a portrait that now brightens a Tate Gallery wall. Thereafter he painted the finest landscapes that English art had yet produced. Not as exciting as Turner's, but conveying with a loving detail that honored every leaf the peace and green wealth of the English countryside. In that happy period he submitted to the Academy Flatford Mill of 1817, the White Horse of 1819, the Hay Wain, or wagon, of 1821, Salisbury Cathedral of 1823, and the Cornfield of 1826. Each was a masterpiece, and won faint praise. In 1824 he submitted the Hay Wain for exhibition in the Paris Salon, and in 1825 the White Horse was shown at Lille. Each won a gold medal, and French critics hailed Constable as a master. The London Royal Academy, caught short, at last gave him full membership in 1829. The honor came too late to mean much to him, for in that year his wife died of tuberculosis, probably aggravated by London's soot. Constable continued to produce such arresting landscapes as Valley Farm and Waterloo Bridge, but nearly all his later work reflected an enduring grief. He wore mourning until his sudden death. 4. Turner, 1775 to 1851. Joseph Mallard William Turner was as proud as his name, and never allowed a hostile critic or a shattered love to disturb his march to unquestioned mastery. He was born on April 23, 1775, perhaps sharing the day and the month with Shakespeare. His father was a barber whose shop in Maiden Lane, behind Covent Garden, was hardly a fit spot for a landscape artist's growth. According to an early biographer, Maiden Lane was a dim defile, paved with mud, crowded with noisy traffic, and torn with vendors' cries. Across from the barber shop was an inn, the cider cellar, whose habitués sang in prophetic atonality. Add that William's sister was soon to die and his mother was going mad. Nature and circumstances made some amends by giving the boy a tough frame and will, a realistic mind, and an unshakable self-confidence, which, conjoined, withstood for 76 years crises, critics, and germs. His father saw in him signs of a talent ill-adjusted to Maiden Lane. He sent William, aged 10, to live with an uncle and attend school in Brentwood, Middlesex. Within 2 years the boy had produced drawings that his proud father hung in and around the barber shop and offered for sale. A clergyman customer recommended some of them to an academic friend. Soon William was given a trial at the academy. He did well. He was accepted as a student at the age of 14, and a year later was allowed to display a watercolor at the exhibition. In vacation time, during the years 1789 to 92, he toured the countryside with his sketchbook, going as far afield as Oxford, Bristol, Wales. Those eager sketches of land, sun, and sea are still visible in the British Museum. At 19, he was selling his drawings to magazines. At 21, he began to exhibit his oil paintings at the Academy. At 24, he was elected an associate. At 27, a full member. Made economically independent by his sales, he opened in 1800 a spacious studio at 64 Hurley Street, and there his father came to live with him as his attendant and business agent. This love affair harmonized well with the artist's disinclination for marriage. He was not physically or facially attractive and had little charm of manner. He was a man absorbed. For almost half a century he dominated English art, overwhelming competition with the abundance and brilliance of his work. Biographers eased their task of understanding him by dividing him into 3 periods. In the first, 1787 to 1820, he inclined to historical subjects, but transformed them into studies of sun and sea. In 1799, he was among the 4 painters who, in the Academy exhibition, celebrated Nelson's demolition of Napoleon's fleet at Aboukir. In 1802, he made his first trip abroad. As the packet neared Calais, it found the waves too high and violent to allow docking. Turner and some other passengers managed to reach shore in a rowboat. There he took out his sketchbook and outlined the complex scene of the vessel struggling against the storm. A year later he exhibited in London his massive canvas, Calais Pier, in which he gave full play to his fondness for dark clouds, angry seas, and brave men. From France he hurried on to Switzerland to make 400 drawings of mountains challenging the sky. His sketchbooks became his second memory. When he returned to London, he found the academic critics complaining that he laid colors down too thickly, recklessly, confusedly, and in combinations violating all sane precedent, that his methods ignored the norms taught by the late Sir Joshua Reynolds for following old masters and observing traditional rules. Turner honored the memory of the kindly dictator, but he obeyed the dictates of his own character. Henceforth he was in art the clearest voice of the romantic revolt against age-old subjects, obsolete rules, and the stifling of experiment and imagination by custom and reality. He replied to his critics by exhibiting in his studio The Shipwreck, 1804, a merciless visualization of nature's mastery over man. It was acclaimed. A year later he won British hearts by celebrating Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The picture was a confusion of ships, the elements, and men, but so had the battle been. Nevertheless, the critics voiced a widely felt bewilderment. Turner was all color, no line. Even the color seemed to have been splashed about formlessly, and yet made a subject in itself. The edifices and the human beings on his canvases were blotches of obscurity, dots denoting insignificance, as if the artist had been obsessed by the helplessness of man against a nature enraged. There were pleasant exceptions, as in The Sun Rising Through the Mist of 1807, but in Hannibal Crossing the Alps of 1812, all sense of man's heroism seemed lost in the black and yellow clouds swirling above soldiers cringing in fear. Was this wild artist an enemy of the human race? Turner went on his way, wielding his brush with force and verve, apparently resolved to sweep man and life from the earth, leaving nothing but sun, clouds, mountains, and raging seas. He was not entirely a misanthrope. He was capable of warm affection and developed a quiet friendship with Sir Thomas Lawrence, his opposite in practice and theory. But he recognized no nobility except genius, and had few delusions about the common man. He liked his work and his privacy, feeling, like Leonardo, that if you are all alone, you will be all yourself. He had no ascertainable faith in any supernatural world. His God was nature, and he gave it his kind of adoration, not of its wisdom and beauty, as in Wordsworth, but of its pertinacity and power, and he knew that it would engulf him too, and man, in its own grim time. He did not bother much about morality. He had a mistress or two, but kept them decently private. He made some new drawings of an erotic character. These, falling into Ruskin's hand, were at once destroyed. He loved money, commanded high fees, and left a fortune. He was a rough diamond, solitaire. His middle period, 1820 to 33, began with a sun-pursuing trip to Italy. During those 6 months he made 1,500 drawings. After his return to England, he turned some of them into new essays in color, light, and shade, like the Bay of Baia of 1823, where even the shadows speak. Again in France, in 1821, he made illuminating watercolors of the Seine. In 1825 to 26, he wandered through Belgium and Holland and brought home sketches, some of which became the paintings Cologne and Dieppe, now in the Frick collection in New York. Occasionally, in the 1830s, he enjoyed the hospitality of Lord Egremont at Petworth. As usual, he hid himself with his work, but he gave his host a moment's immortality with The Lake at Sunset. In the final period of his fertility, 1834 to 45, he surrendered more and more to the lure of light. Recognizable objects almost disappeared. What remained was a fascinated study of color, radiance, and shade. Occasionally he let objects play a leading role, as in The Fighting Téméraire towed to her last berth, After Many a Blast for Britain, this from 1839, or The Proud Locomotive announcing a century of iron horses in rain, steam, and speed of 1844. When the Houses of Parliament burned down in 1834, Turner sat nearby, making sketches for his later painting of the spectacle. Crossing from Harwich, his ship ran into a madness of wind and snow. The aging artist had himself lashed to the mast for 4 hours that he might burn into his memory the details and terror of the scene. Later he fused the confusion into a fury of white paint called The Snowstorm, 1842. Then, in 1843, as a final triumph, he pictured the Sun of Venice going out to sea. His last years were darkened by a mounting consensus of condemnation, mitigated by a paean of praise from a master of English prose. One critic dismissed The Snowstorm as soapsuds and whitewash. Another summed up the artist's final period as the work of a diseased eye and reckless hand. And Punch proposed a general title for any picture by Turner: A typhoon bursting in a simoon over the whirlpool of Maelstrom, Norway, with a ship on fire, an eclipse, and the effect of a lunar rainbow. After half a century of labor, the grand and brilliant oeuvre seemed to be despised and rejected by the merciless judgment of conservative taste. Then, in May 1843, John Ruskin, aged 24, issued the first volume of Modern Painters, whose persistent and enthusiastic themes were the superiority of William Turner over all other modern landscape painters, and the complete veracity of Turner's pictures as a report on the external world. Turner was not offended to find himself exalted above Claude Lorrain, who had been the inspiration of his youth. But as he read on, he began to wonder would not this eulogy harm him by its elongation and excess. For a time it did. Critics lauded Ruskin's prose, but questioned his judgment and counseled a more balanced view. Ruskin was not to be restrained. He returned again and again, in volume after volume, to the enterprise of defending and expounding Turner, until he had given the artist almost a third of the book's 2,000 pages. In the end, he won his battle, and lived to see his idol acclaimed as one of the creative enlargers of modern art. Meanwhile, Turner died December 19, 1851, and was buried in St. Paul's. His will left his artistic remains to the nation: 300 paintings, 300 watercolors, 19,000 drawings. and left his unspent earnings, £140,000, to a fund for needy artists. His surviving relatives obtained annulment of the will and divided the money among themselves and their lawyers. Perhaps his greatest legacy was his pictorial discovery of light. In that same generation that heard Thomas Young formulate his wave theory of light, Turner spread over Europe luminescent paintings and watercolors proclaiming that light is an object as well as a medium, and that it deserves representation in its diverse forms, colors, components, and effects. This was Impressionism before the Impressionists, and perhaps Manet and Pissarro, when they visited London in 1870, saw some of Turner's spectacular illuminations. 7 years later, Degas, Monet, Pissarro, and Renoir sent to a London art dealer a letter saying that in their studies of the fugitive phenomena of light, they did not forget that they had been preceded in this path by a great master of the English school, the illustrious Turner. Chapter 18. Science in England. 1. Avenues of Progress. It was natural that England, having led the way from agriculture to industry, should favor those sciences that offered practical possibilities, leaving theoretical studies to the French. And it was to be expected that her philosophers in this period, Burke, Malthus, Godwin, Bentham, Paine, should be men of the world, facing the living problems of morality, religion, population, revolution, and government, and abandoning to German professors the airy flights into logic, metaphysics, and the phenomenology of mind. The Royal Society of London for Improving Natural Knowledge, as organized in 1660, had announced its designs of founding a college for the promotion of physico-mathematical experimental learning. But it had not become a college in the sense of an organization of teachers for the secondary education of youth. It had developed into a restricted club of 55 gentlemen scientists, periodically meeting for consultation, gathering a library of science and philosophy, providing a special audience for addresses and experiments, awarding medals for contributions to science, and occasionally publishing its philosophical transactions. Philosophy still included the sciences, which were budding from it one by one as they replaced logic and theory with quantitative formulations and verifiable experiments. The Royal Society arranged, usually with governmental subsidies, various scientific undertakings or expeditions. In 1780, the government assigned to it elegant quarters in Somerset House, where it remained till 1857, when it moved to its present home in Burlington House on Piccadilly. Its president from 1778 to 1820, Sir Joseph Banks, spent much of his fortune in the promotion of science and the patronage of scientists. Only less famous than the Royal Society, and more designed for education, was the Royal Institution of London, established in 1800 by Count Rumford, for directing, by regular courses of philosophical lectures and experiments, the application of the new discoveries in science to the improvements of arts and manufactures. It provided, in Albemarle Street, a spacious auditorium where John Dalton and Sir Humphrey Davy gave lectures in chemistry, Thomas Young on the nature and propagation of light, Coleridge on literature, Sir Edwin Landseer on art. More specific were the Linnean Society, incorporated in 1802 for botany, the Geographical Society, 1807, and soon thereafter societies for zoology, horticulture, animal chemistry, and astronomy. Manchester and Birmingham, happy to apply science to their industries, established their own philosophical societies, and Bristol set up a pneumatic institute for the study of gases. Academies were formed to expound science to general audiences. To one of these, Michael Faraday, aged 25, in 1816, gave a course of lectures that shared for half a century in stimulating electrical research. Generally, in scientific education, the business community was ahead of the universities, and many epochal advances in science were made by independent individuals, self-supported or financed by friends. Surrendering mathematics to the French, British science concentrated on astronomy, geology, geography, physics, and chemistry. Astronomy was placed under royal protection and subsidies as vital to navigation and control of the seas. Greenwich Observatory, with the finest equipment that the money of Parliament could buy, was generally recognized as at the top of its class. James Hutton, 2 years before his death, published in 1795 Theory of the Earth, a classic in geology. It summarized our planet's public life as a uniform cyclical process by which rains erode the surface of the land, rivers rise with erosions or bear them to the sea, the waters and moisture of the earth evaporate into clouds, these condense into rain. At the other end of this age, 1815, William Smith, nicknamed Strata Smith, won fame with the 15 immense sheets of his geological map of England and Wales. They showed that strata regularly slant eastward in a slight ascending grade until they end at the Earth's surface. And they advanced paleontology by identifying strata according to their organic deposits. For revealing such subterranean secrets, the British government in 1831 awarded him a life annuity of £100. He died in 1839. British navigators continued to explain the nooks and crannies of lands and seas. In the years 1791 to 94, George Vancouver charted the coasts of Australia, New Zealand, Hawaii, and the Pacific Northwest of America. There, he circumnavigated the enchanting island that bears his name. 2. Physics, Rumford and Young. It is difficult to place nationally the Benjamin Thompson, who was born in 1753 and reared in America, knighted in England, and made Count Rumford in Bavaria, and who died in France in 1814. In the War of American Independence, he sided with Britain and moved to London in 1776. Sent back to serve as British Secretary in the colony of Georgia, his interest overflowed from politics to science, and he made researches which won him a fellowship in the Royal Society. In 1784, with the permission of the British government, he entered the service of Bavaria under Prince Maximilian Joseph. In the next 11 years, as Bavarian Minister of War and Police, he reorganized the army, improved the condition of the working class, ended mendicancy, and found time to contribute papers for the Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society. The grateful Maximilian made him, in 1791, the Count of the Holy Roman Empire. He took for his title the name of his wife's birthplace, now Concord, in Massachusetts. During a year in Britain in 1795, he labored to better the heating and cooking arrangements of the people, with a view to reducing domestic pollution of the air. After another year of service in Bavaria, he returned to England, and, with Sir Joseph Banks, established the Royal Institution. He founded, and was the first to receive, the Rumford Medal of the Royal Society. He provided funds for the award of a similar medal by academies of arts and sciences in Bavaria and America, and for the Rumford Professorship in Harvard University. After the death of his wife, he moved to Paris in 1802, took a house in Auteuil, married the widow of Lavoisier, and remained in France despite the renewal of war with England. Active to the end, he labored in his final year to feed with Rumford soup the French populace nearing destitution as Napoleon, taking all available sons, marched to his doom. Rumford's contributions to science were too varied and incidental to be spectacular, but taken altogether they formed a remarkable counterpoint to a busy administrative life. While watching the boring of cannon in Munich, he was struck by the heat which the operation produced. To measure this, he arranged to have a solid metal cylinder rotate with its head against a steel borer, all in a watertight box containing 18 3/4 pounds of water. In 2 3/4 hours, the temperature of the water rose from 60 degrees Fahrenheit to 212 degrees, the boiling point. It would be difficult, Rumford later recalled, to describe the astonishment expressed in the countenances of the bystanders on seeing so large a quantity of water heated and actually made to boil without any fire. This experiment proved that heat was not a substance, but a mode of molecular motion, roughly proportioned in degree to the amount of work done to produce it. This belief had been held long before, but Rumford's device provided its first experimental proof, and a method of measuring the mechanical equivalent of heat. That is, the amount of work required to heat 1 pound of water 1 degree. Thomas Young was almost as undulant and diverse as Rumford and Montaigne. Born in 1773 of Quaker parentage in Somerset, he began with religion and then passed with undiminished devotion to science. At the age of 4, we are assured, he had read the Bible through twice, and at 14 he could write in 14 languages. At 21 he was elected a Fellow of the Royal Society. At 26 he was an established physician in London. At 28 he was teaching physics in the Royal Institution. And in 1801 he began there the experiments that confirmed and developed Huygens's conception of light as undulations of a hypothetical ether. After much debate, this view generally, not universally, displaced Newton's theory of light as the emanation of material corpuscles. Young also offered the hypothesis, later developed by Helmholtz, that the perception of color depends upon the presence in the retina of 3 kinds of nerve fibers, respectively responsive to red, violet, and green. For good measure, he gave the first descriptions of astigmatism, blood pressure, capillary attraction, and tides, and shared actively, in 1814, in the decipherment of the Rosetta Stone. He was, said a learned historian of medicine, the most highly educated physician of his time, and, added Helmholtz, one of the most clear-sighted men who ever lived. 3. Chemistry, Dalton and Davy. In that same decade, and also at the Royal Institution, John Dalton revolutionized chemistry with his atomic theory of 1804. This book is continued on Cassette 8, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 8, Side 1. In that same decade, and also at the Royal Institution, John Dalton revolutionized chemistry with his atomic theory of 1804. Son of a Quaker weaver, he was born in 1766 at Eaglesfield, near Cockermouth, at the northern end of that misty, magnificent lake district which was soon to harbor Wordsworth, Coleridge, and Southey. Later, writing in the third person, he summarized his early career in a bald chronology that does not quite hide the hot ambition that burns a path to accomplishment. The writer of this attended the village school till 11 years of age, at which period he had gone through a course of mensuration, surveying, navigation, etc. Began about 12 to teach the village school, was occasionally employed in husbandry for a year or more, moved to Kendal at 15 years of age as assistant in a boarding school, remained in that capacity for 3 or 4 years, then undertook the same school as a principal, and continued for 8 years, and while at Kendal employed his leisure in studying Latin, Greek, French, and the mathematics, with natural philosophy, removed thence to Manchester in 1793 as tutor in mathematics and natural philosophy in the new college. Whenever time and funds permitted, he carried on observations and experiments, despite color blindness and crude instruments, many of them made by himself. Amid his many interests, he found time to keep a meteorological record from his 21st year to a day before his death. His vacations were usually spent foraging for facts in those same mountains where Wordsworth would roam a few years later. However, while Wordsworth was looking and listening for God, Dalton was, for example, measuring atmospheric conditions at different altitudes, much as Pascal had done a century and a half before. In his experiments he accepted the theory of Leucippus, circa 450 B.C., and Democritus, circa 400 BC, that all matter consists of indivisible atoms, and he proceeded on the assumption of Robert Boyle, 1627 to 1691, that all atoms belong to one or another of certain ultimate indecomposable elements, hydrogen, oxygen, calcium. In A New System of Chemical Philosophy of 1808, Dalton argued that the weight of any atom of an element, as compared with any atom of another element, must be the same as the weight of a mass of the first element as compared with an equal mass of the other. Taking the weight of a hydrogen atom as 1, Dalton, after many experiments and calculations, ranged each of the other elements by the relative weight of any one of its atoms with an atom of hydrogen. And so he drew up for the 30 elements known to him a table of their atomic weights. In 1967, chemists recognized 96 elements. Dalton's conclusions had to be corrected by later research, but they, and his complex law of multiple proportions in all combinations of elements, proved of immense help in the progress of the science in the 19th century. More varied and exciting were the life, education, and discoveries of Sir Humphrey Davy. Born in Penzance in 1778 of a well-to-do middle-class family, he received a good education and supplemented it with expeditions that combined geology, fishing, sketching, and poetry. His happy nature won him a miscellany of friends, from Coleridge, Southey, and Dr. Peter Roget, the ingenious and indefatigable compiler of the Thesaurus of English Words and Phrases of 1852, to Napoleon. Another friend allowed him free use of a chemical laboratory, whose bubbling retorts charmed Davy into dedication. He organized his own laboratory, sampled diverse gases by inhaling them, persuaded Coleridge and Southey to join his inhaling squad, and almost killed himself by breathing water gas, a powerful poison. At the age of 22, he published an account of his experiments as Researches Chemical and Philosophical, this in 1800. Invited to London by Count Rumford and Joseph Banks, he gave lectures and demonstrations on the wonders of the storage battery, Volta's pile, bringing new fame to the Royal Institution. Using a battery of 250 pairs of metal plates as an agent of electrolysis, he decomposed various substances into their elements. So he discovered and isolated sodium and potassium. Soon he went on to isolate barium, boron, strontium, calcium, and magnesium, and add them to the list of elements. His achievements established electrochemistry as a science endless in its theoretical and practical possibilities. The news of his work reached Napoleon, who sent him in 1806, across the frontiers of war, a prize awarded by the Institut National. Berthollet in 1786 had explained to James Watt the bleaching power of chlorine. England had been slow to use the suggestion. Davy renewed it effectively. In him, science and industry developed that mutual stimulation which was to play a leading role in the economic transformation of Great Britain. In 1810, before an audience at the Royal Institution, Davy performed experiments demonstrating the power of an electric current in passing from one carbon filament to another to produce both light and heat. He described the operation. When pieces of charcoal about an inch long and 1/6 of an inch in diameter were brought near each other, within the 30th or 40th of an inch, a bright spark was produced, and more than half the volume of the charcoal became ignited to whiteness. And by withdrawing the points from each other, a constant charge took place through the heated air, in a space equal to at least 4 inches, producing a most brilliant ascending arc of light. When any substance was introduced into this arc, it instantly became ignited. Platina melted as readily in it as wax in a common candle. Quartz, the sapphire, magnesia, lime, all entered into fusion. The potentialities of this process of generating light and heat were not developed until cheaper ways of producing electric current were invented. But in that brilliant experiment lay the electric blast furnace and the transformation of night into day for half the population of the earth. In 1813, accompanied by his young assistant, Michael Faraday, and armed with a safe conduct issued by Napoleon while nearly all Europe was at war, Davy traveled through France and Italy, visiting laboratories, making experiments, exploring the properties of iodine, and proving that the diamond is a form of carbon. Returning to England, he studied the causes of mine explosions and invented a safety lamp for miners. In 1818, the Prince Regent made him a baronet. In 1820, he succeeded Banks as president of the Royal Society. In 1827, his health having begun to fail, he gave up science for fishing and wrote a book thereon, illuminated by his own drawings. In 1829, partly paralyzed, he went to Rome to be a ruin amongst ruins, but he died before the year was out. He had been allowed only 51 years, but he had crowded many lives into that half-century. He was a good, great man, and one of those redeeming men and women who must be weighed in the balance against our ignorance and sins. 4. Biology. Erasmus Darwin. Biology did not as yet do as well in England as physics, chemistry, and geography. These were akin and helpful to industry and commerce, but biology revealed the tragedy as well as the splendor of life, and troubled religious belief. Erasmus Darwin, grandfather of Charles, has already received our homage in the age of Voltaire, but he was a spark in the brilliance of this age, since it saw the publication of his Botanic Garden of 1792, Zoonomia of 1794-96, and The Temple of Nature of 1803. These books were all written from an evolutionary point of view. They agreed with Lamarck in basing the theory upon the hope that adaptive habits and organs, developed by desire and effort, might, if strengthened through many generations, be written transmissibly upon nerves and flesh. The genial doctor, who bore a great name fore and aft, sought to reconcile evolution with religion by suggesting that all animal life had begun with one living filament, which the first great cause imbued with animality, leaving it to improve by its own inherent activity and to deliver down these improvements by generation to posterity, world without end. The perennial debate between religion and science, though muted in this age, entered into the once guarded realm of psychology, as Hartley and Priestley prepared a physiological interpretation of the association of ideas, and as anatomists progressively revealed the correlation between body and mind. In 1811, Charles Bell published A New Idea of the Anatomy of the Brain, in which he seemed to prove that specific parts of the nervous system convey sense impressions to specific parts of the brain, and specific nerves carry motor impulses to specific organs of response. The phenomena of hypnotism, increasingly abundant, seem to indicate a physiological transformation of sensation into idea into action. The effects of opium and other drugs in inducing sleep, affecting dreams, stimulating the imagination and weakening the will, as in Coleridge and De Quincey, further called in question the freedom of the will, reducing it to the algebraic sum of competing images or impulses. And the rising status, scientific dispute, and social standing of the medical profession, compared with the lowered status and reduced vitality of the Anglican clergy, seem to reflect the secret spread of religious indifference, or doubt, or unbelief. 5. Medicine. Jenner. The medical fraternity hardly deserved that name, for it fully reflected the British penchant for class or grade distinctions. The Royal College of Physicians, proud of its establishment by Henry VIII in 1518, limited its associate memberships to some 50 men who had taken a degree at Oxford or Cambridge, and its licentiate memberships to about 50 other distinguished practitioners. These 100 men served as a kind of House of Lords to the medicos of England. They earned substantial incomes, sometimes as high as £20,000 a year. They could not become peers, but they could be knighted and might aspire to a baronetcy. Of markedly lower status was the Royal College of Surgeons, established in 1800. Below these were the accoucheurs, male midwives, who specialized in drawing embryos out of their warm security into the competitive world. At the bottom of the healers were the apothecaries, who provided nearly all the medical care available in rural areas. Neither of these colleges offered medical education except for occasional lectures by famous physicians. Neither Oxford nor Cambridge had a school of medicine. Students who desired university training in medicine had to seek it in Scotland. Otherwise, the training of English doctors was left to the private schools that grew in the neighborhood of the great hospitals raised by private philanthropy. Sir Thomas Bernard spent much of his wealth in reforming the famous Foundlings Hospital in the north of London, and shared with other wealthy men in financing, in London and elsewhere, free clinics for the treatment of cancer, ophthalmia, and hernia. But the poor sanitation of the cities spread diseases or generated new ones as fast as medicine could cure them. In 1806, London recorded a singular event. It had gone a full week without a death from smallpox, that pustulous, feverish, face-marring, and infectious disease which had once been epidemic in England and might at any time swell again into a deadly plague. A modest English physician, Edward Jenner, addicted to hunting, botany, composing poetry, and playing the flute or the violin, made the miracle week possible by a decade of inoculations that finally overcame the conservatism of British society. The prevention of smallpox by inoculation with weakened virus from a smallpox-infected human being had been practiced by the ancient Chinese. Lady Mary Wortley Montagu had found it customary in the Constantinople of 1717. On her return to England, she recommended the procedure there. It was tried upon criminals, then upon orphans, with considerable success. In 1760, Doctors Robert and Daniel Sutton reported that in 30,000 cases of smallpox inoculation, they had had 1,200 fatalities. Could a surer method of preventing smallpox be found? Jenner was led to a better way by noting that many milkmaids in his native Gloucestershire contracted cowpox from infected nipples of cows, and that these women were thereafter immune to smallpox. It occurred to him that a like immunity might be established by inoculating with a vaccine, vacca is Latin for cow, made from virus of a pox-infected cow. In a paper published in 1798, Jenner recounted a venturesome procedure which laid the foundations of experimental medicine and immunology. I selected a healthy boy, about 8 years old, for the purpose of inoculation with the cowpox. The matter was taken from a sore on the hand of a dairymaid, who was infected by her master's cows, and it was inserted on the 14th of May, 1796, in the arm of the boy. On the 7th day he complained of uneasiness, and on the 9th he became a little chilly, lost his appetite, and had a slight headache. On the following day he was perfectly well. In order to ascertain whether the boy, after feeling so slight an affection of the system from the cowpox virus, was secure for the contagion of the smallpox, he was inoculated the 1st of July following with variolous matter, variola is Latin for smallpox, immediately taken from a pustule. No disease followed. Several months afterwards he was again inoculated with variolous matter, but no sensible effect was produced in the constitution. Jenner went on to describe 22 other cases of similar procedure with completely satisfactory results. He met with condemnation for what seemed to be human vivisection, and he tried to atone for using a consenting minor by building a cottage for him and planting a rose garden for him with his own hands. In 1802 and 1807, Parliament voted Jenner £30,000 to improve and spread his methods. In the course of the 19th century, smallpox almost disappeared from Europe and America, and when it occurred, it was in unvaccinated individuals. Vaccination was applied to other ailments, and the new science of immunology shared with other medical advances and with public sanitation in giving modern communities as much health as is allowed by the harassments of poverty, the fertility of ignorance, the recklessness of appetite, and the patient inventiveness of disease. Chapter 19. English Philosophy. Science in the Britain of 1789 to 1815 had little influence on philosophy. Natural philosophy, that is, the physical sciences, could be reconciled with a liberal theology, and even the idea of evolution could be domesticated by interpreting the 6 days of creation as elastic eons of development. The upper classes, now that their flirtation with Voltaire and the encyclopedists had been ended by the Revolution, had come to distrust ideas as an infectious disease of youth. They considered weekly worship a wise investment in social order and political stability, and they complained that Prime Minister Pitt found no time to go to church. There were some privately skeptical bishops, but they were known for their public piety. Nevertheless, the old conflict continued. In the same year, 1794, 2 opposite voices proclaimed it. Thomas Paine in The Age of Reason, and William Paley in A View of the Evidences of Christianity. A glance at both of them will suggest the temper of the time. 1. Tom Paine on Christianity. Tom Paine, as 2 continents came to call him, was an Englishman born to a Quaker family at Thetford, Norfolk, in 1737. But on the advice of Benjamin Franklin, he emigrated to America in 1774 and took an active part in the American Revolution. General Washington credited Paine's booklet Common Sense, of January 1776, with having worked a powerful change in the minds of many men. During the Revolutionary War, as an aide-de-camp to General Nathanael Greene, he issued a series of tracts, The Crisis, to keep up the spirit of the rebel army and citizenry. One of these began with the famous line, "These are the times that try men's souls." From 1787 to 1802, he lived chiefly in Europe, working for the French Revolution both in France and in England. We have seen him risking his head by voting for commuting the sentence of Louis XVI from death to exile. In December of that year, 1793, apparently at the instigation of Robespierre, the convention decreed the expulsion of all foreigners from its membership. There were only 2, Anacharsis Cloots and Thomas Paine. Expecting arrest, Paine wrote hurriedly what is now Part 1 of The Age of Reason. He sent the manuscript to America with the following dedication. To my fellow citizens of the United States of America, I put the following work under your protection. It contains my opinions on religion. You will do me the justice to remember that I have always strenuously supported the right of every man to his own opinion, however different that may be to mine. He who denies to another his right makes a slave of himself to his present opinion because he precludes himself the right of changing it. The most formidable weapon against error of every kind is reason, and I have never used any other, and I trust I never shall. Your affectionate friend and fellow citizen, Thomas Paine, Paris, January 27, 1794. At the outset, Paine gave an unexpected reason why he had written the book, not to destroy religion, but to prevent the decay of its irrational forms from undermining social order. Lest in the general wreck of superstition, of false systems of government and false theology, we lose sight of morality, of humanity, and of the theology that is true. And he added reassuringly, I believe in one God and no more. I hope for happiness beyond this life. Then he drew his Occam's razor. I do not believe in the creed professed by the Jewish Church, by the Roman Church, by the Greek Church, by the Turkish Church, by the Protestant Church, nor by any church that I know of. My own mind is my own church. All national institutions of churches appear to me no other than human inventions, set up to terrify and enslave mankind and monopolize power and profit. He admired Christ as a virtuous and an amiable man, and the morality that he preached and practiced was of the most benevolent kind. But the story of his being fathered by a god was just a variation of a myth common among the pagans. Almost all the extraordinary men that lived under the heathen mythology were reputed to be the sons of gods. The intercourse of gods with women was then a matter of familiar opinion. Their Jupiter, according to their accounts, had cohabited with hundreds. The story therefore had nothing in it either new, wonderful, or obscene. It was conformable to the opinions that then prevailed among the people called Gentiles, and it was those people only that believed it. The Jews, who had kept strictly to the belief of one God and no more, and had always rejected the heathen mythology, never credited the story. So the Christian mythology was merely the pagan mythology in a new form. The trinity of the gods that then followed was no other than a reduction of the former plurality, which was about 20 or 30,000. The statue of Mary succeeded that of Diane of Ephesus. The deification of heroes changed into the canonization of saints. The mythologists had gods for everything. The Christian mythologists had saints for everything. The church had become as crowded with one as the pantheon had been with the other. The Christian theory is little else than the idolatry of the ancient mythologists accommodated to the purposes of power and revenue, and yet it remains to reason and philosophy to abolish the amphibious fraud. Paine then played his searchlight of reason upon the book of Genesis, and, having no patience with parables, fell heavily upon Eve and the apple. Like Milton, he was fascinated by Satan, the first of all rebels. Here was an angel who, for trying to depose a monarch, had been plunged into hell, there to suffer time without end. Nevertheless, he must have escaped those inextinguishable fires now and then, for he had found his way into the Garden of Eden, and could tempt most sinuously. He could promise knowledge to Eve and half the world to Christ. The Christian mythology, Paine marveled, did Satan wondrous honor. It assumed that he could compel the Almighty to send his Son down to Judea and be crucified to recover for him at least a part of a planet obviously in love with Satan. And despite that crucifixion, the devil still retained all non-Christian realms and had millions of servitors in Christendom itself. All this, said our doubting Thomas, was offered us most solemnly on the word of the Almighty himself through a series of amanuenses from Moses to St. Paul. Paine rejected it as a tale fit for nurseries and for adults too busy with bread and butter, sickness and mortality to question the promissory notes sold to them by the theologians. To stronger souls he offered a God not fashioned like man, but conceived as the life of the universe. It is only in the creation that all of our ideas of God can unite. The creation speaketh an universal language, and this word of God reveals to man all that is necessary for man to know of God. Do we want to contemplate his power? We see it in the immensity of the creation. Do we want to contemplate his wisdom? We see it in the unchangeable order by which the incomprehensible whole is governed. Do we want to contemplate his munificence? We see it in the abandon with which he fills the earth. Do we want to contemplate his mercy? We see it in his not withholding that abundance even from the unthankful. In fine, do we want to know what God is? Search not the book called the Scripture, but the Scripture called the creation. He was imprisoned from December 28, 1793, till the fall of Robespierre, July 27, 1794. On November 4th, the Convention, to repair as much as lay in their power the injustice I had sustained, invited me publicly and unanimously to return to the Convention, and I accepted. Amid the turmoil of the Thermidorian reaction, he composed Part II of The Age of Reason. It was devoted to a laborious critique of the Bible, and added little to what more scholarly studies, many of them by clergymen, had already provided. Both in England and in America, his protestations of belief in God were lost in his impassioned rejection of a Bible dear to the people and precious to the government, and he found himself without honor in both his native and his adoptive land. When, in 1802, he returned to New York, which had formerly rewarded his services to the American public by giving him a 300-acre estate at New Rochelle, he received a cool reception, only partly countered by Jefferson's faithful friendship. His last 7 years were darkened by addiction to drink. He died in New York in 1809. 10 years later, William Cobbett had Paine's bones removed to England. There his undiscourageable spirit, through his books, played a part in the long campaigns that produced the Reform Act of 1832. Though Paine was a deist rather than an atheist, many believers in Christianity felt that his deism was only a polite cover for disbelief in a personal God. William Paley, rector of Bishop Wearmouth, gave so able a defense of his faith in A View of the Evidences of Christianity of 1794 that a reading of this book remained till 1900 a prerequisite for admission to Cambridge University. Still more famous was his Natural Theology of 1802, which sought to prove the existence of a supreme intelligence by accumulating, from the sciences themselves, evidences of design in nature. If, he argued, a man who had never seen a watch came upon one and examined its mechanism, would he not take for granted that some intelligent being had designed it? But are there not in nature hundreds of operations indicating the arrangement of means to a desired effect? At one end we see intelligent power arranging planetary systems. At the other, providing an appropriate mechanism for the clasping and unclasping of the filaments of the feather of a hummingbird. Every organized natural body and the provisions which it contains for its sustentation and propagation testifies a care on the part of the Creator expressly directed to these purposes. Half of literate England began to discuss Paley's books and watch. Coleridge, Wordsworth, and Hazlitt talked about them in a lively debate at Keswick. The natural theology had a long life. The great Darwin himself studied it carefully before formulating his rival theory that the adjustment of organs to desirable ends had come about through natural selection. A century after Paley, Henri Bergson eloquently rephrased the argument from design in L'Évolution créatrice of 1906. The debate goes on. 2. Godwin on Justice. Quite forgotten today, William Godwin, 1756 to 1836, was the most influential English philosopher of his generation. No work in our time, wrote Hazlitt toward 1823, gave such a blow to the philosophical mind of this country as the celebrated Enquiry Concerning Political Justice. Throw away your books on chemistry, Wordsworth told a young student, and read Godwin on necessity. And in Godwin's old age, when he had come to doubt himself, he saw his ideas broadcast on the wings of song by his son-in-law, Shelley. He would probably have been put in jail except for the high price he charged for his book. His parents were devout Calvinists, dedicated to the predestinarianism that in Godwin became determinism. His father was a nonconformist minister. He himself was educated for the pulpit and served as clergyman in divers towns. While so functioning at Stowmarket, he was introduced by a young Republican to the French philosophers, who soon upset his faith. He took atheism from D'Holbach, though in later years he graciously made a place for God in his congested volume. He took from Helvétius the belief in education and reason as the progenitors of utopia. He followed Rousseau in accepting the native goodness of men, but he preferred philosophical anarchism to Rousseau's omnipotent state. He abandoned the Christian ministry and set out to butter his bread with pen and ink. He joined Lord Stanhope and Thomas Holcroft in a club of revolutionists, but for the most part he gave himself to arduous study and difficult writing. And in 1793, aged 37, he issued the most radical major work of his time. He called it Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on General Virtue and Happiness. Apparently a book on government, it covered nearly all the problems of philosophy, from perception to statesmanship, stopping just short of God. He scorned the fables of heaven and hell as transparent devices to promote obedience and facilitate government. He condemned clergymen who swore acceptance of the 39 Articles of the official faith while privately discarding them. He rejected free will and the will itself if understood as a distinct faculty. It was for him merely an abstract term for conscious responses to stimuli, situations, or desires. Since actions are determined by heredity, individual experience, and present circumstances, we should meet the wrongdoings of others without anger or recrimination, and we should reform our penal system to rehabilitate rather than punish. However, it may be necessary to use praise, blame, and punishment as providing corrective memories in future temptations. What should we praise, and what condemn? The morally good and morally bad? And what is good? Following Helvetius from 1758 and Bentham from 1789, Godwin defined the good as that which promotes individual or group happiness, and he defined happiness as consistent pleasure of body, mind, or feeling. This ethical philosophy is not hedonistic or sensual, for it ranks intellectual pleasures above those of the senses. It is not egoistic or selfish, for it recognizes that the individual is part of a group, that the good of the group is prerequisite to the security of its constituent individuals, and that among the highest of all pleasures are those that an individual may derive from contributing to the happiness of his fellow men. Our social instincts generate altruistic actions, and these actions can give us a pleasure keener and more lasting than any delight of sense or intellect. To be kind is to be happy. To be unkind is to be miserable. Morality, the science of human happiness, is the principle which binds the individual to the species, and the inducements which are calculated to persuade us to model our conduct on the way most conducive to the advantage of all. Justice, then, is the regulation of conduct in the individual and the group for the greatest happiness of the greatest number. The immediate object of government is security for the group or the individual. Since the individual desires as much freedom as comports with his security, the most desirable state of mankind is that which maintains general security with the smallest encroachment upon individual independence. Hence there is no need for governmental or religious sanctions for marriage. The mutual agreement of two adults to live together should suffice, and the union should be dissoluble at the desire of either party. This line especially pleased Shelley. Godwin did not like governments. Whatever their form or theory, they were in practice the domination of a majority by a minority. He repudiated the conservative contention that the masses were congenitally inferior and always potentially murderous, and therefore had to be ruled by fable, terror, or force. Like Owen, he thought that most inferiorities were due to inadequate education, narrow opportunities, or environmental blight. He laughed at equality before the law, when every day saw a moneyed wrongdoer freed by legal trickery or judicial favor from the penalty of his crime. He was not a socialist. He accepted the institution and the inheritance of property, and opposed governmental control of production or distribution. But he insisted that private property should be considered a public trust, and warned that the concentration of wealth was inviting revolution. However, he had no taste for revolution. Till the character of the human species is essentially altered, any forcible overthrow of the existing system, any violent attempt to redistribute wealth would cause a social disruption more injurious to the common welfare than the inequality it attempted to remove. A revolution of opinion is the only means of attaining a better distribution of wealth, and this will require a long and patient process of education through schools and literature. Nevertheless, to require a general education through a national system of schools would be a mistake, for those would be tools of national chauvinism leading to war, and of governmental propaganda aimed to instill a blind obedience. Education should be left to private enterprise, should always tell the truth, and should habituate the student to reason. Reason is not an independent principle or faculty, and has no tendency to incite us to action. In a practical view, it is merely a comparison and balancing of different feelings. Reason is calculated to regulate our conduct according to the comparative worth it ascribes to different excitements or impulses. Morality is nothing but a calculation of consequences, including the consequences to the group. It is therefore to the improvement of reason that we are to look for the improvement of our social condition. The road to utopia through education is long and arduous, but man has made some progress on that road, and there is no visible limit to his further advance. The goal is a humanity sufficiently instructed and foresightful to act reasonably and freely. Anarchism is the distant ideal, but for many generations to come it will remain an ideal, and the nature of man will necessitate some form of government. We must continue to hope that, in our distant and cleansed descendants, intelligence will graduate into orderly freedom. There must have been a rich fount of intellectual energy in Godwin, for in 1794, only a year after publishing his ponderous Enquiry, he issued what many judged to be the outstanding novel of the time, Caleb Williams, which showed the spirit and character of the government intruding itself in every rank of society. To this story the author added his own living romance. He married Mary Wollstonecraft in 1797, adopted her free-loved daughter Fanny Imlay, and lived with Mary for a year in stimulating companionship. I honored her intellectual powers, he said, and the noble generosity of her propensities. Mere tenderness would not have been adequate to produce the happiness which we experienced. She died, as we have seen, shortly after giving birth to Mary Godwin Shelley. In 1801, he married Mrs. Mary Jane Clairmont, whose daughter, by her first husband, was to be one of Byron's mistresses. Godwin and his wife supported their complex brood by publishing books, among them the Tales from Shakespeare, 1807, of Charles and Mary Lamb. In the reaction which drew Wordsworth and Coleridge from his friendship, Godwin fell upon hard times, and he too shared in the natural conservatism of old age. Shelley, himself in straits, helped him, and in 1833, by the irony of history, the government, which he had tolerated as a necessary evil, made him a yeoman usher of the Exchequer, with a modest pension that fed him till he died in 1836. 3. Malthus on Population. Godwin's Enquiry provoked into print a book far more famous than his own. The process was aided by the unusual reaction of a son against his father's liberal philosophy. Daniel Malthus, who died in 1800, was an amiable eccentric, a personal friend of David Hume and Jean-Jacques Rousseau. He shared the skepticism of the Scot and the pessimism of the Swiss about civilization. He attended personally to his son's pre-college education and trusted that Thomas Malthus, 1766 to 1834, would be a law-abiding radical like himself and Godwin. Thomas went through Cambridge and entered the Anglican ministry in 1797. When Godwin's book appeared in 1793, father and son had many fond debates over its contents. Thomas did not share his father's enthusiasm about it. This utopian fancy of triumphant reason, he felt, would be repeatedly stultified by the simple fact, so pithily declared in the book of Ecclesiastes, that when the supply of food rises, its beneficence is soon annulled by an increase in population. As the fertility of the earth is limited, and there is no bound to the sexual mania of men, the multiplication of mouths, through earlier marriage, reckless reproduction, lowered infantile and senile mortality, must soon consume the augmented food. The father did not accept this conclusion, but he admired the force with which it had been argued, and he asked his son to write out his views. Thomas did, and the result was published in 1798 as An Essay on the Principle of Population as it Affects the Future Improvement of Society. It began with a disarming apology to the two writers whose optimism it challenged. I cannot doubt the talents of such men as Godwin and Condorcet. I have read some of their speculations on the perfectibility of men and society with great pleasure. I have been warmed and delighted with the enchanting picture which they hold forth. I ardently wish for such happy improvements. But I see great, and to my understanding unconquerable difficulties in the way to them. These difficulties it is my present purpose to state, declaring at the same time that, so far from exulting in them as a cause of triumph over the friends of innovation, nothing would give me greater pleasure than to see them completely removed. Malthus tried to put his argument in mathematical form. Allowing that the food supply may increase arithmetically every 25 years, from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6, etc., The population, if unchecked, and allowing 4 surviving children to every couple, would increase geometrically every 25 years, from 1 to 2 to 4 to 8 to 16 to 32. At this rate, in 2 centuries the population would be to the means of subsistence as 25 to 9. In 3 centuries it would be 4,096 to 13, and in 2,000 years the difference would be incalculable. The reason why population has not risen so rapidly is that it was limited both by negative and by positive checks on reproduction. The negative checks were preventive, the deferment of marriage by poverty or other causes, vice, by which Malthus meant extramarital sex, unnatural passions, homosexuality, sodomy, etc., and the various means of contraception in or outside of marriage. When these negative factors failed to keep population in balance with the food supply, nature and history provided positive checks operating upon individuals already existing. Infanticide, disease, famine, and war, painfully balancing births with deaths. From this somber analysis, Malthus drew surprising conclusions. First, there is no use raising the wages of working men, for if wages are increased, the workers will marry earlier and will have more children. The population will grow, the mouths will increase faster than the food, and poverty will be restored. Likewise, it is useless to raise the poor rates, taxes for the care of the unemployed. This will be an incentive to idleness and larger families. Mouths will again multiply faster than goods. The competition among buyers will allow sellers to raise the prices of their diminishing stocks, and soon the poor will be as poor as before. To complete his demolition of Godwin, Malthus went on to consider the dream of philosophical anarchism. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 8, Side 2. To complete his demolition of Godwin, Malthus went on to consider the dream of philosophical anarchism. If government were to disappear, every man would be obliged to guard with force his little store, as we bar our doors and windows when law and order fail. Selfishness would be triumphant, contention perpetual. With all restraints removed from mating and coitus, reproduction would advance faster than production. Overpopulation would reduce each individual's allotment of goods, and utopia would collapse in desperate competition, price and wage spirals, inevitable chaos, spreading misery. Government would have to be restored. Private property would have to be protected to encourage production and investment. Private violence would have to be suppressed by public force. History would return to its traditional formula, the products of nature divided by the nature of man. In a revised and much extended form of the essay, Malthus laid down, more clearly and harshly than before, the preventive remedies that might render unnecessary the catastrophic cures used by nature and history. He proposed a halt to poor relief and a check on interference with free enterprise. The law of supply and demand should be left to operate in the relations of producers and consumers, employers and employees. Early marriage must be discouraged to keep the birth rate down. Our obligation is not to marry till we have a fair prospect of being able to support our children. Above all, men must learn moral restraint before and after marriage. The interval between the age of puberty and marriage must be passed in strict chastity. Within marriage there must be no contraception in any way or form. If these or equivalent regulations are not observed, we must resign ourselves to periodical reductions of overpopulation by famine, pestilence, or war. The essay on population was received as a divine revelation by the conservative elements of the British people. Parliament and the employers felt warranted in resistance to the demands of liberals like Robert Owen for legal mitigations of the laws of supply and demand. William Pitt withdrew the bill he had introduced for extending poor relief. The measures already taken by the government against British radicals seemed justified by Malthus's contention that these peddlers of utopia were seducing simple souls to tragic delusions. British manufacturers were strengthened in their belief that low wages made for disciplined labor and obedience. Ricardo made the Malthusian theory the foundation of his Dismal Science. It was after reading Malthus that Carlyle gave that name to economics. Now nearly all the evil incident to the Industrial Revolution could be ascribed to the reckless fertility of the poor. The liberals were at first thrown into dismay and disarray by Malthus's essay. Godwin took 20 years to draw up his answer, and then his book of Population, an Answer to Malthus, of 1820, was mostly a reiteration of his hopes and a complaint that Malthus had converted the friends of progress into reactionaries by the hundred. William Hazlitt was an exception. In an essay on Malthus in The Spirit of the Age, of 1824, he attacked the merciless divine with all the sharp edge of his intellect. The fertility of plants, he thought, could be relied upon to outrun the fertility of women. A grain of corn will multiply and propagate itself much faster even than the human species. A bushel of wheat will sow a field. That field will furnish seed for 20 others. There will be green revolutions. Later writers brought up an array of facts to calm Malthusian fears. In Europe, in China, in India, population has more than doubled after Malthus. Yet their people are better fed than before. In the United States, the population has doubled several times since 1800. Nevertheless, despite an ever lower population of the people required for it, agriculture produces more adequately than ever before and has an immense surplus for export. Contrary to Malthus, the rise in wages has brought not an increase but a lowering of the birth rate. The problem is no longer a deficiency of seeds or fields, but a shortage in the supply of non-human energy to operate the mechanisms of agriculture and industry of villages and towns. Of course, the real answer to Malthus has been contraception, its moral acceptance, its wider dissemination, its greater efficacy, its lower cost. The general secularization of thought broke down the theological barriers to birth control. The Industrial Revolution transformed children from the economic assets they had been on the farm to the economic handicaps they became in cities as child labor slowly diminished, as education became expensive, as urban crowding rose. Intelligence spread. Men and women realized that changed conditions no longer required large families. Even war now demanded technical inventiveness for competition in material destruction rather than masses of young men deployed in competitive homicide. So the answer to Malthus came not from Godwin's theories, but from the neo-Malthusians and their propaganda for birth control. In 1822, Francis Place published Illustrations and Proofs of the Principle of Population. He accepted Malthus's principle that population tends to increase faster than the food supply. Restraint, he agreed, is necessary, but not by postponing marriage. Better would be the acceptance of contraception as a legitimate and relatively moral substitute for nature's blind fertility and war's wholesale destruction. He himself had 15 children, of whom 5 died in childhood. He scattered through London handbills printed at his own expense, advocating birth control, and he continued his campaign till his death at the age of 83 in 1854. Malthus lived long enough to feel the force of Place's arguments. In 1824 he contributed to the Encyclopaedia Britannica an article revising his theory, withdrawing his frightening mathematical ratios and laying new stress upon overpopulation as a factor in the struggle for existence. Many years later, Charles Darwin wrote in his autobiography, "In October 1838, 15 months after I had begun my systematic enquiry, I happened to read for amusement Malthus on Population, and being well prepared to appreciate the struggle for existence from long-continued observation of the habits of animals and plants, it at once struck me that under these circumstances Favorable variations would tend to be preserved and unfavorable ones to be destroyed. The result of this would be the formation of a new species. Here, then, I had at last got hold of a theory by which to work. So, after almost a generation of further research and thought, Darwin published in 1859 The Origin of Species, the most influential book of the 19th century. The chain of ideas adorns the great chain of being and underlies the history of civilization. 4. Bentham on Law. Bentham is a harder nut to milk than Godwin or Malthus, for Godwin offered tempting ideals and Malthus some fascinating terrors. While Jeremy Bentham, 1748 to 1832, wrote on economics, usury, utility, law, justice, and prisons, none of which is very charming. Besides, he himself was a seclusive giant, endlessly learned, pondering imponderables, publishing little, reforming everything, and crying out for the marriage of two ogres, logic and law. Yet his influence, rising through his 84 years, surmounted his time and pervaded a century. He was the son of a wealthy attorney, who almost crushed him with education. We are told that by the age of 3 he had read Paul de Rapin's 8-volume History of England, and had begun the study of Latin. This suffocating pedagogy was passed on to Bentham's disciple James Mill, who used it on his son John. At Westminster School, Jeremy excelled in writing Greek and Latin poetry. At Oxford, he specialized in logic and took his degree at 15. He went on to study law at Lincoln's Inn, but the chaos of the law books aroused his ire, and he resolved, at whatever cost, to bring reason and order into British jurisprudence and legislation. In December 1763, aged 15, he heard Sir William Blackstone's eulogy of English law. He was astonished and repelled by this unquestioning adulation, which could only delay legal reform. From that time almost to his death, he thought of bringing rationality, consistency, and humanity into English law. Have I, he asked himself, a genius for anything? What can I produce? What of all earthly pursuits is the most important? Legislation. Have I a genius for legislation? I gave myself the answer, fearfully and tremblingly, yes. This timid pride can be the fount of achievement. He brought to his task a mind realistic, sworn to order and reason. He resented such oppressive obstructions as duty, honor, power, and right. He liked to break them down into specific realities, and to examine each part with a persistent view to fact. What, for instance, is a right? Is it natural, something due us from birth, as the French Revolution's Declaration of the Rights of Man supposed? Or is it merely an individual liberty subordinate to public good? What is equality? Is there any such thing outside of a mathematical abstraction? Is inequality of ability, possessions, and power the inevitable fate of every living thing? What is common sense or natural law? All these abstractions, in Bentham's opinion, were nonsense on stilts, strutting obstructively in universities, parliaments, and courts. We may imagine what such an impatient realist did to the theology current in his time and place. He found no use for the traditional deity in his attempt to see with impartial eye the world of science, history, economics, law, or government. He tried to hold his sharp tongue about these matters, for he felt that the Anglican Church was comparatively rational and might be made beneficent. But the clergy felt his silent hostility and denounced his utilitarianism, quite justly, as a godless philosophy. He began by trying to depose Blackstone as the web-weaving encomiast of the British Constitution. That mystical entity appeared to him as a patchwork and antiquated product of casual contingencies, contradictory compromises, hasty amendments, and passing inspirations, bound with no logic and rooted in no principle. So, while the American colonies were ignoring that landed gentleman's agreement, Bentham issued, as one spark from his anvil, a fragment on government in 1776, the first blow of that philosophical radicalism which was to struggle for half a century before winning half a victory in 1832. The 28-year-old challenger, while praising Blackstone for having taught jurisprudence to speak the language of scholars and gentlemen, reproved him for reducing the Constitution to the sovereignty of the king. A contra, a sane constitution will distribute the powers of government among the different parts thereof, and will facilitate their cooperation and mutual restraint. The guiding principle of legislators must not be the will of a superior, but the greatest happiness of the greatest number of those for whom they legislate, and the proper test of a proposed law is its utility to that end. Here, in the famous principle of utility, was the essence of Bentham's legal and ethical teaching. It was a remarkable correlate of the Declaration of Independence that Thomas Jefferson had issued in that same year. Philosophy and history briefly embraced, and the Christian tradition, Bentham unwitting, warmed and blessed the Union. The little book had been written in a style more intelligible and in a spirit more attractive than those of Bentham's later treatises. He spent some time now in travel. From Russia, in 1787, he sent to England a defense of usury, i.e., interest. He opposed the theological condemnation of interest. In economics, as in politics, the individual should be left as free to use his own judgment as the good of the community would allow. Bentham was a liberal, but in the 18th century understanding of that word as meaning a defender of liberty. He agreed with the physiocrats and Jefferson that the state should keep to a minimum its interference with individual freedom. He was a radical, a get-to-the-root man, but he was not in favor of nationalizing industry. In 1787, there was not much industry to nationalize. On his return from Russia, Bentham prepared for publication his major work, The Principles of Morals and Legislation, 1789, his press inclined to revolutionary dates. It is a difficult book, sternly propped with 100 definitions, yet leaving the unprofessional reader considerably confused at the close. But Bentham was undertaking a mind-breaking task, to replace a theological with a natural ethic, to base conduct and law upon group or national need rather than upon the will of an executive or a class, and to liberate law and conduct from religious decrees at one end and revolutionary dreams at the other. A man undertaking such tasks might be allowed an occasional sin against a writer's moral obligation to be clear. The new basis of both morality and law was to be the principle of utility, the usefulness of an act to the individual, of a custom to the group, of a law to the people, of an international agreement to mankind. Bentham took it for granted that all organisms seek pleasure and shun pain. Pleasure he defined as any satisfaction, pain as any dissatisfaction of body or mind. Utility is the quality of producing pleasure or avoiding pain. Happiness is the continuity and consistency of pleasures. The utility need not be entirely to the individual agent. It may be partly or primarily to the family, the community, the state, or mankind. The individual may, through his social instincts, find pleasure or avoid pain in subordinating his satisfaction to that of the group to which he belongs. Consequently, aside from its immediate purpose, the final object and moral test of all actions and laws is the degree in which it contributes to the greatest happiness of the greatest number. I would have the dearest friend I have to know that his interests, if they come in competition with those of the public, are as nothing to me. Thus I would serve my friends. Thus would I be served by them. Bentham did not pretend to have originated his utilitarian formula. He declared with his usual candor that he had found it in Joseph Priestley's Essay on the First Principles of Government, from 1768. He could have found it in Francis Hutcheson's Enquiry Concerning Moral Good and Evil, of 1725, which defined the good citizen as one who has promoted the greatest happiness of the greatest number, or in Beccaria's Trattato dei delitti e delle pene, from 1764, which described the moral test and goal as la massima felicità divisa nel maggior numero, or most clearly in Helvetius's De l'Esprit, from 1758. Utility is the principle of all human virtues and the foundation of all legislation. All laws should follow a single principle, the utility of the public, i.e., of the greatest number of the persons under the same government. Bentham was merely giving a quantitative form to the biblical injunction, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself." His achievement was to apply the principle of the greatest happiness, his final formula, to the laws of England. He now had a moral imperative of clear import, and a test by which to judge the injunctions of preachers, the exhortations of teachers, the principles of parties, the laws of legislators, the edicts of kings. The law must admit no mystical entities like rights, natural, popular, or divine, no revelations from God to Moses or Mohammed or Christ, no punishments for vengeance' sake. Every proposal must answer the question, cui bono, for whose good will it be? For one, or a few, or many, or all? Law must adjust itself to the ineradicable nature and limited capacities of men, and to the practical needs of society. It must be clear and permit of practical enforcement, expeditious trial, prompt judicial judgment, and penalties corrective and humane. To these ends, Bentham devoted the last 10 chapters of his book and the final years of his life. Meanwhile, he applied his testing rod to the issues of the day. He upheld the physiocratic doctrine of laissez-faire in industry and politics. Generally, the individual is the best judge of his own happiness and should be left as free as socially practicable to seek it in his own way. However, society should encourage voluntary associations whose members would surrender part of their liberties to united effort for a common cause. From the same principles, Bentham argued that representative government, with all its faults and multiple corruption, is best. The principles of morals and legislation received a wider acclaim than might have been expected from the difficulties of its form and style, its critical spirit, and its strongly secular bent. Its welcome abroad was warmer than at home. France translated him and made him a French citizen in 1792. Political leaders and thinkers corresponded with him from various capitals and universities on the continent. In England, the Tories condemned utilitarianism as unpatriotic, unchristian, and materialistic. Some writers urged that many actions, romantic or parental love, self-sacrifice, mutual aid, involved no conscious calculation of egoistic satisfactions. Artists balked at judging works of art according to their usefulness. But all except office holders agreed that self-interest is the ethic and policy of all governments when disguise and pretense have been removed. Bentham lived up to his philosophy and made his years unremittingly useful. In Rationale of Judicial Evidence of 1825 and elsewhere, he strove to clarify old laws and present cases, and succeeded in moderating the barbarous excesses of traditional penology. He began in 1827, aged 79, to codify English law, but death caught him between volumes 1 and 2. He took part in establishing the Westminster Review in 1823 as an organ of liberal ideas. He gathered about him a band of disciples who recognized the warm heart behind the crusty exterior. Pierre-Étienne Dumont was his apostle in France. James Mill, himself an outstanding thinker, edited the master's manuscript into readability. John Stuart Mill raised the cause from calculus to humanity. Led by Bentham, these philosophical radicals worked for adult male suffrage, secret ballot, free trade, public sanitation, the improvement of prisons, the cleansing of the judiciary, the chastening of the House of Lords, and the development of international law. Till the 1860s, the individualistic and freedom-oriented elements in Bentham's philosophy were stressed by his followers. Thereafter, the socialism lurking in the greatest happiness of the greatest number turned the current of reform toward the use of government as an agent of the public will in attacking public ills. Dying, Bentham puzzled over the problem of making his corpse fully useful to the greatest number. He directed that it should be dissected in the presence of his friends. It was. Then the cranium was filled and faced with wax, The skeleton was dressed in Bentham's somber and habitual garb, and was set upright in a glass case in University College, Cambridge, where it remains to this day. Chapter 20. Literature in Transition. 1. The Press. If France held the political stage in this era, England led in literature. What, except for Chateaubriand's prose, has France to compare with Wordsworth, Coleridge, Byron, and Shelley? Not to include Keats, 1795 to 1821, whose masterpieces slip out of our present range. Next to the age of Elizabeth I, this was the brightest flowering in the 4 centuries of English poetry. Even correspondence could then be literary, for the letters of Byron and Coleridge seem more contemporary with us than their verse. In those days, when usually the recipient paid the postage, he demanded substance or style for his stamp. But to receive a letter from such ebullient spirits could be a passport to life after death. The newspapers, however, were not literature. Normally each was a sheet folded into 4 pages. The first and fourth of these were taken up by advertisements. The second went to politics, including a summary of yesterday's parliamentary doings. London had several dailies, chiefly the Times, founded in 1788, and having some 5,000 purchasers, the Courier with 10,000, the Morning Post, organ of the Whigs and featuring leaders by Coleridge, and the Examiner, voice of liberals like Leigh Hunt. County or borough centers had each its own paper, sometimes 2, one for the ins and one for the outs. There were several weeklies, of which the most popular was William Cobbett's Political Register. And there were several periodicals of political, social, and literary comment. The most powerful of these were the quarterly Edinburgh Review, founded in 1802 by Francis Jeffrey, Henry Brougham, and Sidney Smith to defend progressive ideas, and the Quarterly Review, published in 1807 by John Murray, Robert Southey, and Walter Scott to plead the Tory cause. The power of the press was a prominent element in the British scene. It was no longer a vehicle of literature, as in the leisurely days of Addison and Steele. It had become an outlet for advertisers and an organ of political groups. Since the advertisers paid according to circulation, the editor and the publishers had to consider public opinion, often at the expense of the party in power. So the press lampooned the wastrel sons of the king, despite all efforts of the government to shield them. Gradually, as the 19th century advanced, the press became an instrument, finally an indispensable constituent, of the rising democracy. 2. Books. Books multiplied as the middle class and the reading public grew. Publishing became sufficiently profitable to be an independent business, separate from bookselling. Publishers competed for authors, paid them better, feted them at literary salons. So Joseph Johnson whined and published Godwin, Payne, and Blake. Archibald Constable shared his debts with Walter Scott. Thomas Norton Longman took Wordsworth. Joseph Cottle at Bristol kept Coleridge and Southey. And John Murray from London held wandering Byron in leash. Meanwhile, the old firm of Longmans spent £300,000 publishing a new edition in 1819 of Chambers's Cyclopedia in 39 volumes. And the Encyclopedia Britannica issued 3 new editions in this brief period, the third in 18 volumes in 1788 to 97, the fourth in 20 volumes in 1810, the fifth in 25 volumes in 1815. Instead of royalties, publishers paid lump sums for manuscripts and added something if further editions were printed and sold. Nevertheless, very few authors lived by their pens. Thomas Moore comfortably, Southey and Hazlitt precariously, Scott through riches and ruin. Publishers succeeded patricians as patrons of literature, but some moneyed men still held out a hand. So the Wedgwoods subsidized Coleridge, and Raisley Calvert bequeathed £900 to Wordsworth. The government sent occasional honorariums to well-behaved authors and maintained a poet laureate at £100. For this he was expected to compose on the instant a poem celebrating a victory of the armed forces, or a royal birth, marriage, or death. The growth of the reading public was checked by the high price of books, but was promoted by book clubs and lending libraries. Best of the latter were the Athenaeum and the Lyceum, both at Liverpool, the one with 8,000 volumes, the other with 11,000. Subscribers paid an annual fee, from 1 to 2.5 guineas, for the right to borrow any book on the shelves. Every town had its lending library. Something was lost in taste and standards as reading spread from the aristocracy through the commonalty. The transition from classic tradition to romantic sentiment was fed by this spreading audience and by the growing anticipation of youthful love from parental control and property bonds. And one love affair could do for 100 plots. Richardson's tearful themes were gaining ground from Fielding's lusty lovers and Smollett's virile adventurers. Women predominated among the novelists, except for Matthew Monk Lewis and his Chamber of Horrors, Ambrosio, or The Monk, this from 1795. Next only to him in the terror and mystery school was Mrs. Anne Radcliffe, with her succession of successes. A Sicilian Romance of 1790, The Romance of the Forest from 1791, and The Mysteries of Udolpho from 1794. Usually the English public called such books romances, from the French word roman, meaning a story, and kept the term novel for extended narratives of natural happenings in ordinary life, as in Fielding and Jane Austen. Scott's Waverley novels bridged the definitions. In romantic fiction, the women authors naturally excelled. Frances Fanny Burney, who at 26 had made a stir with Evelina in 1778, went on to sparkle with Cecilia in 1782, Camilla in 1796, and The Wanderer in 1814. And after her death in 1840, her diary, published in 1842, charmed another generation. Even more famous was Maria Edgeworth, whose Castle Rack Rent from 1800 and The Absentee from about 1812 gave in fictional but realistic form such powerful descriptions of Irish exploitation by English landlords that England itself was stirred to mitigate these evils. Only one woman writer of her generation surpassed her, and that woman surpassed the men as well. 3. Jane Austen, 1775 to 1817. All her adventures were by proxy, through her pen, and even there she needed few, since she found sufficient fascination in the ordinary life of genteel, but educated and sensitive, women like herself. Her father was rector of Steventon Parish in Hampshire. She was born in the parsonage and lived there till she was 26. In 1809 her brother Edward provided his mother and sisters with a home in Chawton. There she lived till her final year, varying her simple routine with visits to her brothers and a stay in London. In May 1817 she went to Winchester for medical treatment, and there on July 18th she died, unmarried, aged 41. She gave suspense and meaning to her life by the sisterly love that warms her letters, by her subtle and slightly sardonic humor, which caught the absurdities and hidden anxieties of life and portrayed them without bitterness, and by her enjoyment of the rural scenery and easy tempo of provincial days. She had enough of London to dislike it. She gave no fond picture of it as a cross between dingy poverty and well-bred decay. It was a place where bored country girls came to be seduced. The finer sort of English living, she felt, was in the lower aristocracy of the countryside. In their homes, family discipline and a treasured tradition generated stability and a quiet content. In those pockets of peace, one seldom heard of the French Revolution, and Napoleon was too distant a bogey to take one's mind off the more urgent business of getting a fit partner for the dance or for life. Religion had its place in those homes, but kept it, and had been paired of its terrors by a secret sophistication, such as might well flourish in a parsonage. The Industrial Revolution had not yet reached into the countryside to embitter the classes and sully scene and air. We hear Jane Austen's authentic voice in her commiseration with Fanny Price, who had to spend some unwilling months in London. It was sad to Fanny to lose all the pleasures of spring. She had not known before how much the beginnings and progress of vegetation had delighted her. What animation, both of body and mind, she had derived from watching the advance of that season which cannot, in spite of its capriciousness, be unlovely, seeing its increasing beauties from the earliest flowers in the warmest divisions of her aunt's garden to the opening leaves of her uncle's plantations and the glory of his woods. It was such an environment, a comfortable home, a fragrant garden, an evening walk with gay sisters, an encouraging word from a father who praised and peddled her manuscripts, that put into Jane Austen's novels a fresh air of peace, health, and goodwill, and that gives to her unhurried readers a quiet satisfaction hardly to be found in any other novels. She had learned that the day itself is blessing enough. So she wrote her 6 novels and waited patiently for that unhurried public. In 1795, aged 20, she composed the first form of Sense and Sensibility, but it did not satisfy her, and she laid it aside. In the next 2 years she labored over Pride and Prejudice, revised it, and sent it to a publisher, who returned it as promising no profit. In 1798-99 she put into shape Northanger Abbey. Richard Crosby bought it, but let it lie unpublished. Then came a barren interlude, disturbed by change of residence and perhaps by discouragement. In February 1811 she began Mansfield Park, and in November Sense and Sensibility, rewritten, reached print. Then in her last 5 years came a rich harvest. Pride and Prejudice found a publisher in 1813, Mansfield Park in 1814, Emma in 1816, and in 1817, after her death, Northanger Abbey surfaced, and soon Persuasion appeared. Pride and Prejudice offers at the outset a bevy of 5 sisters, all ready and eager for marriage. Mrs. Bennet is a flighty exclamatory soul, whose morning prayer and hourly thought are to find husbands for her brood. Mr. Bennet has learned to retire from his wordy wife to his library, where the words make no noise, and he has quite given up the problem of providing 5 dowries of land or pounds. He holds his home only till his death. Thereafter it goes by entail to the Reverend Mr. Collins, the still unmarried parson of a nearby town. If one of those 5 sisters could snare that dominie. The oldest and loveliest, Jane, has set her aim on the rich and handsome Mr. Bingley, but he seems to prefer another candidate, and Jane hardly hides her grief. Elizabeth, next in age, is proud not of her face or form, but of her independent, self-reliant character. She thinks for herself and is not to be auctioned off. She has read widely and can handle any man in a duel of mind or wit without being aggressively intellectual. Her author frankly admires her. The third sister, Mary, is eagerly nubile and frets over the long time her predecessors are taking in clearing her way. Lydia, the youngest, wonders why a girl has to wait for the magic formula of marriage before being allowed to explore the mysteries of sex. The household is brightened by the news that Mr. Collins is planning to pay it a visit. He is a man proudly conscious of his sanctity, but carefully cognizant of class distinctions and material interests. In him the author presents a merciless picture of the caste subservience into which the lower Anglican ministry had fallen. The satire seems extreme, but it is as clean and thorough as a guillotine. The young reverend comes, sees that lovely Jane is immune, and offers his hand to Elizabeth, who demoralizes the family by refusing him, loath to be imprisoned in his perfections. Mary, feeling that for the third of 5 sisters to be first to get a husband would be quite a trick, sets her eyes and smiles and delicate attentions upon the fated heir to the property, and charms him into asking Mr. and Mrs. Bennet for her hand. All seems well, but Lydia, fearing senile virginity, runs off, unwed, with the dashing Mr. Wickham. The entire family is tarnished with her sin and is shunned by nearly all the neighbors. The Reverend Mr. Collins sends a reproving word to Mr. Bennet. "The death of your daughter would have been a blessing compared with this." Who will connect themselves with such a family? Elizabeth saves all by alluring the class-prejudiced Mr. Darcy with her proud inaccessibility. He lays his millions at her feet, compels Wickham to cleanse Lydia with marriage, and by the magic hand of the authoress, as a dea ex machina, all problems are solved. Even Mr. Bingley discovers that he has always loved Jane. Mansfield Park is better built. The final solution is forecast near the outset, and is step-by-step prepared by almost every incident. The characters are not puppets in a plot, but souls wandering their way through life and properly illustrating the remark of Heraclitus, which should be the guide of all fiction, that a man's character is his fate. The park is the handsome domain of Sir Thomas Bertram, who is a much more solicitous father than Mr. Bennet. He, too, however, makes surprising mistakes. Absorbed in pursuit of wealth and honor, he lets his eldest son disintegrate morally and physically, and allows his daughter to prolong their vacation in a London society where all the morals of the countryside are the butt of humor instead of the staff of life. It is to his credit that he adopts into his family the modest and sensitive Fanny Price, the impoverished niece of his wife. His consoling pride is his younger son Edmund, who is dedicated to the church and is described as all that a future clergyman should be. He is an apology for Mr. Collins. It takes Edmund several hundred pages to realize that his affection for Fanny is more than brotherly love, but in its leisurely course their rising attachment is a pleasant romance in a classic tale. For even in her studies of love, Jane Austen is and was a classic, a lasting excellence and a sober mind. In an age of Udolphian mysteries and Walpolean castles, she remained a realistic and rational observer of her time. Her style is as chaste as Dryden's, her piety is as unemotional as Pope's. Her scope is narrow, but her probe is deep. She perceives that the basic aspect of life is the conscription of the individual into the service of the race, that the crises of government, the conflicts of power, even the cries for social justice, are not as fundamental as the repeated unconscious effort of youth to mature and be used and consumed. She takes both aspects, female and male, of the human mystery quietly, its ills beyond her curing, its goal beyond her ken. She never raises her voice, but we follow it willingly, so far as the rapids of life will allow, and we can be captured by her calm. Today, there is hardly a village in England but has her worshippers. 4. William Blake, 1757 to 1827. Born 18 years before her, and during 10 years after her, William Blake spanned the transition to Romanticism. He lived on mystery, rejected science, doubted God, worshipped Christ, transformed the Bible, emulated the prophets, and called for a utopia of earthbound saints. He was the son of a London hosier. At the age of 4, he was frightened by seeing God looking at him through a window. A little later he saw angels fluttering in a tree and the prophet Ezekiel wandering in a field. Perhaps because his imagination mingled lawlessly with his sensations, he was sent to no school till the age of 10. And then it was to a drawing school in the Strand. At 15 he began a 7-year apprenticeship to the engraver James Baser. He read much, including such romantic lore as Percy's Relics of Ancient English Poetry and Macpherson's Ocean. He himself wrote verses and illustrated them. At 22 he was accepted as a student of engraving at the Royal Academy, but he rebelled against Reynolds's classic injunctions. Later he lamented that he had spent the vigor of his youth and genius under the incubus of Sir Joshua and his gang of cunning hired knaves. Despite them, he developed his own imaginative style of drawing and was able to support himself with his watercolors and engravings. He was not strongly sexual. He once expressed the hope that sex would vanish and cease to be. Nevertheless, aged 25, he married Catherine Boucher. He often tried her with his tantrums and wearied her with his visions, but she recognized his genius and cared for him faithfully to his end. He had no known children, but loved to play with those of his friends. In 1783, John Flaxman and the Reverend A.S. Matthews paid for the private printing of Blake's early verses. These poetical sketches, when reprinted in 1868, shared in the belated expansion of his fame. Some of them, like the rhymeless rhapsody To the Evening Star, raised an original note in English poetry. Like any feeling soul, he resented England's concentrated wealth and festering poverty. He joined Tom Paine, Godwin, Mary Wollstonecraft, and other radicals grouped around the publisher Joseph Johnson. Together, they drank the strong wine of the French Enlightenment and sang of justice and equality. His appearance befitted a spirit allergic to any imposed order. He was short and broad, with a noble countenance full of expression and animation. His hair was of a yellow-brown and curled with the utmost crispness and luxuriance. His locks, instead of falling down, stood up like a curling flame and looked at a distance like radiations, which, with his fiery eye and expansive forehead, his dignified and cheerful physiognomy, must have made his appearance truly prepossessing. In 1784, he opened up a print shop on Broad Street. This book is continued on Cassette 9, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2, continued, Cassette 9, Side 1. In 1784, he opened up a print shop on Broad Street. He took in, as assistant, his young brother Robert. It was a happy relationship, for each was devoted to the other, but Robert was consumptive, and his death in 1787 deepened a somber strain in William's mood, and a mystic element in his thought. He was convinced that he had seen Robert's soul, at the moment of death, rise through the ceiling, clapping its hands for joy. To Robert's ghost he attributed a method of engraving both text and illustration upon one plate. Nearly all of Blake's books were so engraved, and were sold for prices ranging from a few shillings to 10 guineas. Hence, his audience was narrowly limited during his life. In 1789, he issued his first masterpiece, 19 little Songs of Innocence. Apparently, he meant by innocence the pre-pubertic period in which the pleasantest legends that had gathered about Christ were happily believed, brightening and guiding growth. However, Blake was 32 when the poems appeared, and we sense in them that experience is already mourning the death of innocence. We must recall his famous lines, that we may contrast them with lines addressed to a tiger 5 years later. Little lamb, who made thee? Dost thou know who made thee? Gave thee life and bid thee feed by the stream and o'er the mead? Gave thee clothing of delight, softest clothing, woolly, bright? Little lamb, who made thee? Dost thou know who made thee? Little lamb, I'll tell thee. Little lamb, I'll tell thee. He is called by thy name, for he calls himself a lamb. He is meek and he is mild. He became a little child. I a child, and thou a lamb, we are called by his name. Little lamb, God bless thee. Little lamb, God bless thee. Perhaps still finer is the next poem, The Little Black Boy, in which a Negro child wonders why God has darkened his skin, and dreams of the time when black child and white child will play together without the shadow of color crossing their games. And 2 poems later, The Chimney Sweeper imagines an angel coming down to free all chimney sweeps from the coat of soot in which they work and sleep. Holy Thursday ends with a warning. Then cherish pity, lest you drive an angel from your door. 5 years passed. the years in which the French Revolution exploded, burned brightly with idealism in 1791, and then turned into massacre and terror from 1792 to 94. In 1789, according to one report, Blake publicly wore the red cap of revolution and joined Paine in attacking the established church. Excited to confusion, he broke out of the ballad form into prophecies, echoing Jeremiah and Hosea, ominous proclamations to a sinful world. These are not recommended reading to those who resent manufactured obscurity, but we note in passing that in The Marriage of Heaven and Hell, a satire of Swedenborg, Blake equates these realms with innocence and experience. Some of the proverbs from hell suggest a temporarily vegetarian, Whitmanic, Freudian, Nietzschean radicalism. All wholesome food is caught without a net or a trap. The most sublime act is to set another before you. The pride of the peacock is the glory of God. The nakedness of women is the work of God. Sooner murder an infant in its cradle than nurse unacted desires. God only acts and is in existing beings or men. All deities reside in the human breast. The worship of God is honoring his gifts in other men and loving the greatest man best. Those who envy or calumniate great men hate God, for there is no other God. In Songs of Experience, from 1794, the poet countered his songs of innocence with odes of doubts and condemnation. Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forests of the night, what immortal hand or eye could frame thy fearful symmetry? And what shoulder and what art could twist the sinews of thy heart? And when thy heart began to beat, what dread hands and what dread feet? When the stars threw down their spears and watered heaven with their tears, did he smile his work to see? Did he who made the lamb make thee? Whereas in Songs of Innocence, a little boy lost is rescued by God and brought back rejoicing to his home, a corresponding Song of Experience tells of a boy burned by the priests for acknowledging that he has no religious faith. In Innocence, Holy Thursday described St. Paul's Cathedral as crowded with happy children singing hymns. Holy Thursday in Experience asks, is this a holy thing to see in a rich and fruitful land, babes reduced to misery, fed with cold and usurious hand? Is that trembling cry a song? Can it be a song of joy? And so many children poor? It is a land of poverty. Against such evils, revolution no longer seemed a valid cure. For the iron hand crushed the tyrant's head and became a tyrant in his stead. Disappointed with violent revolt, Blake sought solace in his residual religious belief. He now distrusted science as the handmaid of materialism, the tool of the clever against the innocent, of power against simplicity. Art is the tree of life, science the tree of death. God is Jesus. After 1818, Blake wrote little poetry, found few readers, and supported himself by his art. At times, in his 60s, he was so poor that he had to engrave advertisements for Wedgwood pottery. In 1819, he found a saving patron in John Linnell, who commissioned him to illustrate the Book of Job and Dante's Divine Comedy. He was working on this final task when death came to him in 1827. No stone marked his grave, but a full century later, a tablet was erected on the spot. And in 1957, a bronze bust by Sir Jacob Epstein was placed in Westminster Abbey. At his death, the transition to Romanticism was complete. It had begun timidly in the very heyday of classicism, with Thomson's Seasons of 1730, Collins's Odes of 1747, Richardson's Clarissa Harlowe of 1747, Gray's Elegy of 1751, Rousseau's Julie ou la Nouvelle Héloïse of 1761, Macpherson's Fingal of 1762, Walpole's Castle of Otranto, 1764, Percy's Relics of Ancient English Poetry, 1768, Scottish and German ballads, Chatterton's remarkable forgeries of 1769, Goethe's Werther from 1774. In truth, there had been romantics in every age, in every home, in every lass and youth. Classicism was a precarious structure of rule and restraint overlaid upon impulses and passions running like liquid fire in the blood. Then the French Revolution came, and even its collapse brought liberation. Old forms of law and order lost prestige and force. Feeling, imagination, aspiration, old impulses of violence in word and deed were set free. Youth started fires of poetry and art under every literary rule, every moral prohibition, every constricting creed, every law-encrusted state. In 1798, Wordsworth and Coleridge came together in writing the poems and prefaces of lyrical ballads. Burns and Scott were singing of love, revolt, and war in Scotland. Napoleon's armies were shattering shibboleths faster than revolution could spread its dream. Everywhere, literature had become the voice of freedom in revolt. Seldom had the future seemed so open, hope so limitless, or the world so young. Chapter 21. The Lake Poets, 1770 to 1850. 1. Ambience. We here gather Wordsworth, Coleridge, and Southey into one awkward and concurrent chapter, not because they established a school, they did not, nor because they displayed any shared spirit in their characters or works. Coleridge's magic verse was wrapped in mystery, strange souls, and secrets, while Wordsworth's proseful poetry rambled contentedly with common men, women, children, and things. Coleridge lived and died a romantic, a creature of feeling, fancies, hopes, and fears. Wordsworth, except for a romantic interlude in France and a rebellious pronouncement in 1798, was as classic as Crabbe and conservatively calm. As for Southey, his poetry was romantic while it paid, his prose was restrained and worthy of Dryden, his mature politics hugged the status quo, and his life of marital stability and generous friendship safely balanced the emotional, philosophical, financial, and geographical wanderings of the fellow poet with whom he had once dreamed of a communal utopia on Susquehanna's shores. These men constituted a school only in the sense that they dwelt through many years in the Lake District of northwest England, the misty, rainy, mystic assemblage of cloud-capped mountains and silver meres that makes the area from Kendal through Windermere, Ambleside, Rydal Water, Grasmere, Derwent Water, and Keswick to Cockermouth, one of the fairest regions of our planet. Not toweringly majestic, the tallest mountain reaches only to 3,000 feet, not congenial to consumptives, the rain falls there almost daily, but the mists embrace the mountains amicably, the sun breaks out nearly every day, and accustomed denizens bear the wanderings of the weather because of the peace of the villages, the evergreen foliage, the abounding flowers happy in the dew, and the spirits of mad Coleridge and steady Wordsworth echoing through the hills. There at Cockermouth Wordsworth was born, and at Grasmere died. There at Keswick Coleridge lived intermittently, and Southey 40 years. There, for diverse periods, stayed De Quincey, Arnold of Rugby, Ruskin. There, briefly, Scott and Shelley, Carlyle and Keats came to sample Eden and recall its laureates. 2. Wordsworth, 1770 to 1797. His mother, née Anne Cookson, was the daughter of a linen draper in Penrith. His father, John Wordsworth, was a lawyer prospering as business agent of Sir James Lowther. In their comfortable home at Cockermouth, John and Anne brought up 5 children. Richard, who became an attorney and managed the poet's finances, William and Dorothy, who are our chief present concern, John, who went to sea and died in a shipwreck, and Christopher, who became a scholar and rose to be master of Trinity College, Cambridge. For reasons now forgotten, William was not baptized till after the birth of Dorothy a year after him in 1771. Brother and sister were christened on the same day, as if to sanction and bless their lifelong love. Dorothy, more than any of his brothers, became William's childhood friend. She shared his fascination with the varied nature that surrounded them. He was keen and sensitive, she was more so, quicker to catch the forms and colors of the vegetation, the moods and exhalations of the trees, the lazy wanderings of the clouds, the moon benignly shedding silver on the lakes. She gave me eyes, she gave me ears, the poet was to say of his sister. She tamed his hunting impulses to chase and kill. She insisted that he should never hurt any living thing. When she was 7, they bore the bereavement of their mother's death. Their father, stunned, refused to take another wife. He buried himself in his work and sent his children to live with relatives. Dorothy went off to an aunt in Halifax in Yorkshire, and could now see William only on his vacations. He was sent in 1779 to a good school at Hawkshead, near Lake Windermere. There he studied the Greek and Latin classics and began, as he said, to spin verses. But the woods and waters of the vicinity seem to have played a greater role than his books in the formation of his style and character. He was not unsocial. He took part with the other boys in the games of youth, and sometimes joined in a boisterous evening at the local inn. But many times he walked off alone into the hills, or along the shores of Esthwaite Water or Lake Windermere. Now and then, careless of weather and friendly to its forms, he wandered too far for security, and knew the fears that can come to youths invading the appropriated haunts of lower life. But gradually he came to feel a hidden spirit in the growth of plants, the play and struggle of animals, the pride of the mountains, the smiles and frowns of the kaleidoscopic sky. All these voices from field, forest, peak, and cloud seemed to speak to him in their own language, too secret and subtle for words, but felt by him as assurance that the incredible multiform multitude of things about him was no helpless mechanism of matter, but the frame of a God greater and nearer than the distant, silent, formless deity of his prayers. He developed a mood of somber inwardness as well as outgoing adoration. In 1783, the father suddenly died. His disordered assets passed into such prolonged and expensive litigation, and the £4,700 owed him by Sir James Lowther were so long held back, that the available bequest, amounting to £600 to each of the children, fell far short of providing for their continued education. Brother Richard nevertheless found means to see William through Hawkshead. In October 1787, Wordsworth went up to Cambridge and entered St. John's College. One of his uncles had persuaded the headmaster to give the youth a scholarship in the hope that he would prepare himself to receive holy orders in the Anglican Church, and so cease to be a financial burden on his relatives. Instead of taking courses leading to the ministry, he read for his own pleasure, specializing in Chaucer, Spenser, Shakespeare, and Milton, and protested against compulsory chapel attendance twice a day. Apparently his reading had rubbed off some of his inherited faith. Much of it must have remained, for he found Voltaire dull. In July 1790, he persuaded a Welsh classmate, Robert Jones, to pool savings with him to a total of £20 and join him in a walking tour on the continent. They made their way to Lake Como, turned east into Switzerland, ran short of funds, and hurried back to England and Cambridge in time to appease the wrath of their financiers. Wordsworth made up for a year's neglect of Dorothy by spending the Christmas holidays with her at Forncett Rectory near Norwich. "We used to walk every morning about 2 hours," she wrote to Jane Pollard, "and every evening we went into the garden at 4 to pace backwards and forwards till 6. Ah, Jane, I never thought of the cold when he was with me." She hoped that he would become a clergyman and that she would be allowed to keep house for him. When he graduated from Cambridge in January 1791, he disappointed many hopes by going to London, where for 4 months he lived in an obscurity which remains almost complete. In May he took off with Jones on a walking tour through Wales. They climbed Mount Snowdon, 1,350 feet, to see the sunrise. On November 27th, alone, he crossed again to France. The Revolution was then in its finest phase. A liberal constitution had been formulated. A declaration of the rights of man had been proclaimed to the world. How could any sensitive youth, still a fledgling in philosophy, resist that call to universal justice and brotherhood. It was too hard for a poor scholar who had known some hurt from titled overlords, Sir James Lowther, to condemn those Frenchmen who, as he would put it in his autobiographical prelude, held something up to view of a republic where all stood thus far upon equal ground, that we were brothers all, in honor as in one community, scholars and gentlemen, where, furthermore, distinction open lay to all that came, and wealth and titles were in less esteem than talents, worth, and prosperous industry. Arrived in France, he was stirred by the ardor of the nation rising spontaneously to arms to meet the threat of the Duke of Brunswick to suppress the revolution, and, if Paris resisted him, to burn it to the ground. He became friends with an officer in the Revolutionary Army, Michel de Beaupuy, who, by birth ranked with the most noble, but now felt obliged to defend France against invaders. This classless dedication moved Wordsworth to consider how he himself could be useful in the cause. But he felt too frail to bear arms, and knew too little French to serve in a civilian or political post. He settled down at Orléans to study the language, so bewitching on a woman's lips, so bewilderingly deceptive in orthography. He found it most charming, but largely superfluous, in Annette Vallon, a warm-hearted, warm-blooded young woman who gave him not only instruction, but herself. In return, he could give her nothing but his youthful seed. He was 21, she was 25. When the result announced itself, Annette thought she deserved a wedding ring, but William wondered, could he, who knew more Latin than French, survive as a husband in France, or could she, as a pagan Catholic, survive in Puritan England? On October 29, 1792, he left her in Orléans and moved to Paris. Before parting, he signed a paper authorizing a Monsieur Dufour to represent him as the absent father at the christening of Annette's expected child. It was born on December 15th and was named Caroline. By that time, Wordsworth, in Paris, was immersed in the Revolution. He attended meetings of the Jacobin Club, visited the Legislative Assembly, made friends of Girondins. The fever of the day came upon him. He felt himself at the center of world-shaking, history-making events. Bliss it was in that dawn to be alive, but to be young was very heaven. Then a letter reached him from Brother Richard, refusing further funds and insisting upon his immediate return. As the Revolution did not offer to support him, he crossed to London and tried to thaw the frozen arteries of familial finance. Brother Richard remained lovingly stern. Uncle William Cookson, rector of Forncett and host of Dorothy, closed his purse and doors to the youngster whose education had been paid for as a prelude to sacerdotal services, but who now seemed to have turned into a shiftless Jacobin. William was sorely hurt. He had adopted poetry as a profession, and felt entitled, as a consecrated devotee of a muse, to fraternal and avuncular support. Defiantly, he associated with the radicals who frequented Johnson's bookshop, and he continued his public support of the Revolution. In the last 50 lines of descriptive sketches, which he wrote and published in 1793, he praised the Revolution as the liberation not of one nation only, but potentially of all mankind. And privately, as he posthumously confessed, he rejoiced in French victories even when Englishmen by thousands were overthrown, left without glory on the field. On February 1st, 1793, France declared war on England. In March, a letter reached Wordsworth from Annette begging him to come back to her, but the channel was closed to civilian travel. He did not forget her. The thought of her burned his conscience. We shall see him 9 years later trying to make some amends. During those years, Annette became an ardent royalist, and William slowly discovered the virtues of the British Constitution. His faith in the Revolution waned when the Terror guillotined the Girondins whom he had admired. This in 1794. About this time, he was much impressed by Godwin's Enquiry Concerning Political Justice. It encouraged his radicalism, but it warned against revolutions as feeding on revolutionists. In 1795, he met Godwin himself and was charmed. 7 times in that year he called upon the famous philosopher in his home. Even when he himself had become an ardent conservative, he remained Godwin's friend till death intervened in 1836. An added inducement to sobriety came when, in 1795, Raisley Calvert bequeathed Wordsworth £900. Recklessly, the poet lent 300 of this legacy to his notoriously improvident friend Basil Montague, and 200 to Montague's intimate Charles Douglas, in both cases on mortgages hopefully paying 10%. Wordsworth reckoned that the £50 a year interest, it was very irregularly paid, plus the remaining 400 would not suffice, even with Dorothy's annuity of £20, to finance his sister's dream of a cottage where they might live in a modest condominium of poetry and love. But just then another friend, John Pinney of Bristol, offered them, furnished and free, his Racedown Lodge in Dorset. So, on September 26, 1795, Wordsworth and Dorothy set up housekeeping there, and there they remained till June 1797, in unexpected comfort and bliss. We picture him, now 25, as of middle height, gaunt and slightly stooped, his thin, careless hair falling around his collar and his ears, his dark and somber eyes looking down along an inquiring and slightly aggressive nose, his trousers of pastoral plaid, his coat a loose brown frock, a black handkerchief serving as a tie. He was frail in body, strong in energy, spirit, and will. He could outwalk the sturdiest of his guests, and could with his own arms and axe keep his fires burning with cut or gathered wood. He was as sensitive as a poet, as nervous as a woman. He suffered from headaches, especially when he composed. He was often moody, inclined to hypochondria, easily moved to tears. Once he thought of killing himself, but that is a universal bravado. He was acquisitive, proud, self-centered, sure of his superior sensitivity, understanding, and, forgiving that carelessly fallen seed, moral excellence. But he was modest before nature, holding himself her servant and her voice for the instruction of mankind. Dorothy was his opposite, small and frail, earning her face of tan with many walks under the sun. Selflessly absorbed, or selfishly delighted in serving her brother, never doubting his genius, keeping their shelter clean and warm for him, tending him in his illnesses, searching out the subtlest beauties and wonders in nature with what he called the shooting lights of thy wild eyes, and jotting down those percepts in her journals for her remembrance and his use. She gave ears and hands as well as eyes. She never, visibly, tired of hearing him recite his verses, or of copying them readably. He loved her in return, deeply but without forbidden passion, as the dearest and least demanding of his acolytes, as a precious, delicate lateral tendril of himself. To turn their home into a family, and add £50 to their annual revenue, they took under their care the 3-year-old Basil, son of Basil Montague. And they rejoiced to see their young ward metamorphosed from a shivering, half-starved plant into a lusty, blooming, fearless boy. In the spring of 1797, Dorothy's friend Mary Hutchinson came down from Penrith to stay with them till June 5th. And on June 6th, answering in his own exuberant way an invitation sent him by Wordsworth, a youth of 25, pregnant with poetry, leaped over a gate, bounded over a field, and entered powerfully into the lives of William and Dorothy Wordsworth. It was Coleridge. 3. Coleridge, 1772 to 1794. He is the most interesting of our conglomerate, the most varied in his talents, charms, ailments, ideas, and faults. He ran the gamut from idealism to disaster in love and morals, in literature and philosophy. He plagiarized from as many authors as he inspired. No adequate portion of a chapter can do him justice. Samuel Taylor Coleridge was born October 21, 1772, the 10th and final child of John Coleridge, schoolmaster and then vicar at Ottery St. Mary in Devonshire, an advanced mathematician, a scholar in classical and oriental languages, the author of A Critical Latin Grammar. STC, as the son would later sign himself, stumbled under this learned heritage, and lightened it by shedding Greek or Latin tags in almost every paragraph. From his 3rd to his 7th year, he later recalled, I became fretful and timorous, and a telltale. The schoolboys drove me from play and were always tormenting me, and hence I took no pleasure in boyish sports, but read incessantly. At 6 years old I had read Belisarius, Robinson Crusoe, and the Arabian Nights' Entertainments. I was haunted by spectres. I became a dreamer and acquired an indisposition to all bodily activity, and I was fretful and inordinately passionate, slothful, hated by the boys. Because I could read and spell, and had a memory and understanding forced into almost an unnatural ripeness, I was flattered and wondered at by all the old women, and so I became very vain, and before I was 8 years old I was a character. Sensibility, imagination, vanity, sloth, and feelings of deep and bitter contempt for all who traversed the orbit of my understanding were even then prominent. The death of his father in 1779, whom he had loved passionately, was an unsettling blow to Samuel. 2 years later, he was sent for further education to Christ's Hospital, which kept a charity school in London. The food was poor, the discipline was severe. He spoke in later life of the ignominious punishments that fell doubly hard upon a lad who felt that he had been forgotten by his family. They wanted him to be a clergyman. He longed to be a shoemaker. In 1830, by which time his memory had become especially unreliable, he told of his one just flogging. When I was about 13, I went to a shoemaker and begged him to take me as his apprentice. He, being an honest man, immediately brought me to Bowyer, headmaster, who got into a great rage, knocked me down, and asked me why I had made myself such a fool, to which I answered that I had a great desire to be a shoemaker, and that I hated the thought of being a clergyman. "Why so?" said he. "Because, to tell you the truth, sir," said I am an infidel. For that, without more ado, Bowyer flogged me. Obviously, he had plucked some forbidden fruit, perhaps from the circulating library in King Street. There, he later claimed in his monumental way, I read through all the books in the catalogue, folios and all, whether I understood them or not, running all risks in skulking out to get the 2 volumes which I was entitled to have daily. Conceive what I must have been at 14. I was in a continual fever. My whole being was, with eyes closed to every object of present sense, to crumple myself up in a sunny corner and read. There is, of course, some vain enlargement here. In any case, he did so well at Christ's Hospital School that his family arranged to have him accepted as a sizar on a work-and-study scholarship at Jesus College, Cambridge, this in 1791. There he attempted higher mathematics and the most difficult Greek. I am reading Pindar and composing Greek verses like a mad dog. At my leisure hours I translate Anacreon. I am learning to play the violin. As always in Coleridge, we must allow for hyperbole. In any case, he neglected his health and came down in 1793 with rheumatic fever. He found relief from the pain by taking opium. It was at that time a common anodyne, but Coleridge fell into its habitual use. His scholastic pace slowed, and he allowed himself more interest in current affairs. However, he outran the allowance sent him by his family, fell into debt, and was harried by his creditors, and in a desperate effort to escape them, suddenly left Cambridge and, in December 1793, enlisted in the army that was being formed to fight France. His brother George bought Samuel's release for 40 guineas and persuaded him to return to Cambridge. He managed to graduate in 1794, but without a degree. This hardly disturbed him, for meanwhile he had discovered utopia. He had been prepared for this by losing his religious faith. Heaven and utopia are compensatory buckets in the well of hope. The French Revolution had stirred him as it stirred almost every literate and unmoneyed youth in England. Now, in the spring of 1794, word came from his friend Robert Allen at Oxford that several of the students were eager to reform British institutions and ways. One student reported Allen was especially brilliant and had written verses celebrating social revolt. Could Coleridge come down to Oxford and meet these youths? In June 1794, Coleridge came. 4. Southey, 1774 to 1803. Of the Lake Triad, Robert Southey was the worst poet and the best man. He was born at Bristol, son of a clothier, but from that mercantile environment his wealthy aunt, Elizabeth Tyler, often borrowed him to be polished in the genteel society of Bath. At 14, he was sent to the prestigious Westminster School in London, where, doubtless surreptitiously, he read Voltaire, Rousseau, Gibbon, and Goethe's Werther, and wrote some epic poetry and rebellious prose. His attack upon corporal punishment in the school magazine called The Flagellant infuriated the headmaster, who felt that he had been disarmed. Robert was expelled just as graduation neared, but somehow he was admitted into Balliol College, Oxford, in December 1792. There he continued his secret operations, writing an epic, Joan of Arc, in which he praised the French Revolution. He was engaged upon a verse drama about Wat Tyler, the English revolutionist of 1381, when Coleridge arrived. The older found the younger man in a brown study, for Robespierre had sent the lustiest leaders of the Revolution, Danton and Desmoulins, to the guillotine. Were the rights of man ending in competitive homicide? Coleridge comforted him. Europe, he explained, was decadent, worn out with history. But every week or so from Southey's native Bristol, a ship sailed to an America, spacious, fertile, and republican. Why should not Coleridge and Southey organize a group of stout English lads and lasses, get them soundly married, migrate with them to Pennsylvania, and set up a communal colony on the lovely shores of the Susquehanna's unpolluted stream? All that was necessary was that each male should contribute £125 to the common fund. Each couple should have an equal voice in ruling the colony, and so Coleridge named it a pantisocracy. To raise their own shares of the cost, the two founding fathers joined in writing a verse drama, The Fall of Robespierre. It was published, but had no sale. Southey sold Joan of Arc to Cottle of Bristol for 50 guineas. The degreeless graduates lectured in Bristol and earned enough to raise Southey to proposal point. Edith Fricker accepted him, and they were married on November 14, 1795. Edith's sister Mary had already accepted Robert Lovell and pantisocracy. Now, said Southey, it was extremely desirable that Coleridge should love and marry the third sister, Sarah. When Elizabeth Tyler disowned him as lost to gentility by his lowly marriage and subversive ideas, Southey accepted an invitation to visit Lisbon as companion to an uncle who was chaplain to the British embassy there. The trip broadened the young pundit's borders. He traveled in Spain as well as Portugal. When he returned to England, in May 1796, he discovered that he loved it, and pantisocracy faded with his youth. He studied law, found work as a journalist, and time to write more unmemorable epics and some famous ballads like the Battle of Blenheim. In 1803, armed with a friendly annuity of £160, he settled down in Greta Hall, Keswick, hardly suspected that he would stay there to the end of his life. 5. Coleridge, 1794 to 1797. He was a cross between lively nerves and hesitant will. He loved Mary Evans of London, but shrank from the task of maintaining her in her unwonted style. She liked his rich and ebullient spirit, but had no faith in its earning power. She turned away, and he resigned himself to Sarah Fricker, who, plain and penniless, could keep house and bear children, but could not inspire odes. To finance his prospective marriage and his lingering dream, he delivered more lectures in Bristol, charging £1 for each admission, January to June 1795. These canciones ad populum were recklessly radical. They denounced the established church as the servant of the rich, and knowing no lord but the lord of the manor. They condemned the war with France as an attempt to suppress the revolution and turn back the march of history. They excused the terror as a response to Pitt's war, and they denounced the gag bills as governmental efforts to silence the public will. They drew small, though enthusiastic audiences, but on the proceeds Coleridge took Sarah Fricker to the altar on October 4, 1795. In the same autumn, he first met Wordsworth. William was only 2 years older than Samuel, but he had experienced the Revolution, had seen utopia in the flesh. He shared the younger man's dread of a Bourbon restoration, but he could not interest himself in Pennsylvania. The battlefield of ideas was in Europe, and as to the splendor of the Susquehanna, why not be satisfied with the glory of the English lakes? Coleridge was only half convinced, but he put it in his tablets to watch this William grow, and perhaps learn from him how to ride the rapids of life. He filled many tablets with gleanings from the books and souls he met. He read widely, eagerly, and in a dozen fields, about men, animals, plants, sciences, religions, philosophies, nations, literatures, arts. His was one of the hungriest, most absorbent, and most retentive minds of which we have any record. His memory became a storehouse from which he drew, to the end of his life, for images, ideas, phrases, arguments, even paragraphs. Too often he neglected to mention or pleasantly forgot the source of his catch, and carelessly mingled his own notions with borrowed goods. In the end, the weight of his stores and their unmanageable variety were too great for a mind wedded to freedom and divorced from order. The storeroom nearly collapsed under its stores. Perhaps to relieve his memory or to feed his wife, he hit upon the idea of printing and selling a magazine almost entirely written by himself. He buttonholed his acquaintances and conscripted his lecture auditors as potential subscribers, and scattered a prospectus, that all may know the truth, and that the truth may make us free. On Friday, the 5th day of February, 1796, will be published number 1, price 4d, of a miscellany to be published every 8th day under the name of The Watchman, by S.T. Coleridge, author of Addresses to the People. Here in print, as in his lectures, he spoke as a bridge-burning radical against the war, slavery, shackling of the press, and especially against sales taxes as falling cruelly upon the common man. But he did not recommend universal adult suffrage, male or female. We should be bold in the avowal of political truth among those only whose minds are susceptible of reasoning, and never to the multitude who, ignorant and needy, must necessarily act from the impulse of inflamed passions. Coleridge found it unbearable to fill 32 pages every 8 days with his own pen. Increasingly they depended upon alien gleanings not always acknowledged. Some watchful readers protested. Circulation fell, debts rose. After 10 numbers, the Watchman died. On September 1st, 1796, Coleridge's first child was born. He named him David Hartley, from the English protagonist of the Associationist Psychology. Here was a delectable face, but another mouth to feed. Meanwhile, he himself was feeling ailments of heart and lungs, and was relying more and more upon opium to ease the pain. He was near the end of his resources when a friendly Liberal, Thomas Poole, offered him, at the nominal rent of £7 a year, a small house near his own at Nether Stowey, near Bridgewater. On December 31st, 1796, Coleridge, Sarah, and David moved in. Sarah made the place comfortable and clean. S.T.C. worked in an adjoining garden, helped to care for Poole's poultry and pigs, and wrote memorable, non-negotiable poetry. About this time, according to a memory always rich and adorned, Kubla Khan was conceived, and for the most part written, in a miraculous dream. In the summer of 1797, the author, then in ill health, had retired to a lonely farmhouse between Porlock and Linton. In consequence of a slight indisposition, an anodyne had been prescribed, from the effects of which he fell asleep in his chair at the moment that he was reading In Purchas's Pilgrimage. Here the Khan Kubla commanded a palace to be built, and a stately garden thereunto, and thus 10 miles of fertile ground were enclosed with a wall. The author continued for about 3 hours in a profound sleep, at least of the external senses, during which time he has the most vivid confidence that he could not have composed less than from 200 to 300 lines, without any sensation or consciousness of effort. On awakening, he appeared to himself to have a distinct recollection of the whole, and taking his pen, ink, and paper, instantly and eagerly wrote down the lines that are here preserved. This famous preface has been interpreted as a fable with which Coleridge deceived himself or others into accepting the immaculate conception and brief continuance of Kubla Khan. However, it is not unknown that an author, after manufacturing phrases during the day, should continue to do so in a dream. But almost always these jewels sink into unconsciousness as the sleeper wakes. Perhaps in this case the opium induced not only the dream, but the delusion that the composition was part of the dream. In any case, Coleridge, with his characteristic skill of rhyme and alliteration, transformed Purchas's prose into one of the most tempting torsos in the English language. Perhaps a more important event than Kubla, in Coleridge's year 1797, was an invitation to visit the Wordsworths at Racedown. He excused himself to Sarah and David and started off to walk nearly all the intervening miles. He sighted his goal on June 6th and ran excitedly across a field to his brother poet's door. When William and Dorothy opened it and their hearts to him, a new epoch began in these three lives, and one of the most fruitful collaborations in literary history. 6. A Threesome, 1797 to 1798. Coleridge was then at the height of his charm. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now.